Hello everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible? Chat शो कर दीजिए एक बार. Right. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? No, we are back. Sorry for the inconvenience. There was some confusion, a technical glitch also. So we are back. Let's start. If someone can just respond. Am I audible, guys? All right. All right. So, welcome everyone to this test discussion for the All India Test Prelims Powerup. इसका volume ठीक है. So first of all, let me tell everyone. In fact, say thanks because we have received an overwhelming response. Thousands of students, attempted this particular paper, and it's really, it's really appreciating the fact that you have the trust in the institute, especially the kind of questions we framed, almost matching the UPSC standard, right? So again, make sure that you go through all the discussions seriously. Discussions, I mean to say, by different mentors, and make sure that you focus on each and every question, because again, the better your concepts are, the higher the chances would be of the success, right? So again, welcome everyone. We are starting with the polity part. For those of you who are not aware, my name is Aditya and I take polity and IR. So let's begin with the very first question. Now, the very first question says that which of the following expressions in the preamble indicates the source of authority of the Constitution of India? Now, see, preamble is something which you must be, you must cover it in great details, because we have seen a lot of questions coming from the preamble itself. It is the preface to the Constitution. It is the very introduction to the Constitution, as it's often said that it's key to the minds of the Constitution makers. What all objectives they set for India as a nation state, what India as a nation state should strive to achieve. It's all very clearly mentioned in the preamble. So that makes preamble one of the most important areas as far as polity is concerned. Now, once you look at the preamble, what you'll notice is there are primarily four things which you observe. The very first is the source of authority, because the preamble starts with the word "we the people of India." So whenever we are talking with "we the people," it means that the sovereign authority, the legitimacy which the Constitution has, it is because of the people, right? That is what you'll have to understand. Next thing which you'll have to see is the kind of polity which we have tried to, objectify. So we talk about we the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, right? Sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. This highlights the kind of polity we are striving to achieve, right? Next, it talks about the objectives. What are objectives we have basically thought or idealized, and we want to convert them into reality. You talk about justice, you talk about equality, you talk about fraternity, or you talk about the liberty aspect. ठीक है, तो ये हमारे objectives हैं. These are the objectives which we would try to achieve, right? And the last, the date of the adoption, right, which is 26th of November 1949. That is how you'll have to look at the preamble, as a source of four things, sorry. And the ultimate authority is with the people. The question says which one of the following expressions in the preamble indicates the source of authority of the Constitution of India? We the people of India. The very first option, it's correct, right? So make sure, see, these are the questions which I personally call as free questions. That is, you'll have to make sure that you mark these questions as correct, because these are very simple questions, and this you'll have to mark as correct. Okay, let's go to the next question. It says, which of the following are considered the essential elements required to constitute a state? Wherever we talk about polity, the most important instrument or the most important framework is that of the word state. ठीक है, तो state क्या है? देखिए, अगर हम बात करें इंसेप्शन की, we talk about the inception. All right, good. Good. And if you have any doubt, any one of you, with respect to any questions, you're most welcome. Okay. I hope that the first question is clear, the preamble one. Can we continue with this? All right. Okay. So the very or the most important framework in the study of politics or in the study of polity is that of the mechanism or the framework of the state. अगर हम inception की बात करें, if we go back that from where this thing came into being, it was the Treaty of Westphalia. For those of you who are having political science and international relations, you must be familiar with this. It was Treaty of Westphalia, 1648, which primarily gave the notion of sovereignty which a state has. ठीक है, state की बात की जाए तो what you'll have to understand is it has certain core features. Without those features, you cannot basically pinpoint that whether this is a state or not. The very first and the most important feature is population. भाई अगर जनता नहीं होगी, if you don't have people, you will not call that particular entity or that particular space as a state. You need to have people. Uninhabited locations को आप state नहीं बोल सकते, ठीक है? Second thing is that you need to have a specific geography. It needs to be a specific territory, ठीक है? एक limited geographical framework होना चाहिए आपके पास. Specific area, right? That is what we call as a geography. Next, we talk about the government. भाई आपने state आप बोल रहे हो, you have the people, you have the geography, but you need to have that mechanism with respect to the framing of laws, what we call as the legislature, or the implementation of the laws, what we call as the executive, and also the adjudication of the laws, which is done by the judiciary, right? Government is again very important factor. And the most important factor with respect to the state is the sovereignty. ठीक है, sovereignty की बात की जा रही है, मतलब supreme power with respect to decision making. Now what you'll have to understand is generally when we talk about sovereignty, we often just fix our attention to the external part of it. ठीक है, कि भाई external elements, how India as a sovereign country, how we are having relations with maybe the US or maybe with other countries, for example Pakistan or maybe China. So India is deciding what kind of relations it would have with the other countries on its own merit. There is no external interference. So ये external concept है sovereignty का, but there is also the internal aspect of it. ठीक है, अब जैसे भाई let's suppose that parliament has come up with a particular law with respect to education or agriculture, or let's say simple law that the rule of the land that no one would breach the red light. ठीक है, so any citizen or any person in this country cannot say that I'll not obey this law, because you have the people, the will of the people is actually manifested through the representatives of the people, the members of parliament, and they have then members of the parliament or the state legislatures, they then come together and frame a law that has to be followed by each and everyone inside the country. That is what you mean by the concept of internal sovereignty. So sovereignty जो है वो सबसे important feature है एक state का. तो चार features निकल के आए. We have four features. One is the population, second is territory, third is the government, and fourth is sovereignty. I hope it is clear. Now once we talk about organized economy and standing military, देखिए ये सब चीजें जो हैं definitely they can be seen as auxiliary features, not the core features. ठीक है, maybe there can be a state with no military or very minimal military, right? Or there can be a state with a very fragmented economic structure. ठीक है, almost in rubble. We have many of the states in African countries. ठीक है, so that is how you understand. So standing military and organized economy, they are not the core features. What are the core features? Population, territory, government, and sovereignty. I hope it is clear. Is it clear, everyone? All right. Now, the next question is, in the context of Supreme Court and High Courts, consider the following statement. Both have the power of judicial review. Both have the constitutional power to review their own judgments. Both can accept petitions related to the public interest litigation. It's a very beautiful question, I must say. Hey, right now we don't do this classification of questions. See, easy, medium, definitely what you'll have to understand that the paper is set in a way that you will have some questions which are, I'll not say quite easy, but they are, at a very basic level. Then you have the moderate questions and then you have the difficult questions. every paper, generally speaking, it has a mix of all these questions, right? But here in Vajiram, what we are focusing upon the quality of the questions. We focus more upon the conceptual clarity. We make sure that after you give or attempt this question, a lot of value addition comes with you, right? That is the core objective. So today we have not classified on the basis of easy, medium, or moderate or difficult. What we have done is we have gone with a continued way from 1 to 100, right? All right. So again, it's a very beautiful question which talks about the powers of Supreme Court and High Court, especially in the context of judicial review. देखिए, पहली बात, we have Article 13. ध्यान से, from the very starting, we'll focus on this. We have Article 13, which very clearly says, Article 13, subclause 2, that no law would abridge any of the fundamental rights. Now, once you're talking about law, we mean any rule, ordinance, by rule, custom, usage, okay? It should not abridge any of the fundamental rights. And the power to review is with the Supreme Court and the High Courts. Specifically, we have Article 32, which talks about right to constitutional remedies. If anyone's fundamental rights are abridged or infringed, that person has a right to directly go to the Supreme Court for the enforcement of the fundamental rights. Then we have Article 226, which talks about the enforcement of fundamental rights and other rights as far as the High Court is concerned. So any of the person, aggrieved person, can go to the High Court if any of the legal rights, what we call as ordinary rights, or any of his or her fundamental rights are infringed. ठीक है? तो judicial review का जो concept है, it's a very important core concept, and that has been declared as a part of basic structure by the Honorable Supreme Court in the very Kesavananda Bharti case, where the Supreme Court said that judicial review is the part and parcel of the very basic structure. You cannot nullify the concept of judicial review. अब judicial review के through क्या होता है, that if you have any of the legislative actions in the form of law, rule, anything, or any of the executive actions, if it violates the constitutional principles, then that can be declared as ultra vires. That can be declared as ultra vires. That is what judicial review means. Now, once we talk about in the context of Supreme Court and High Courts, consider the following. Both have the power of judicial review. Absolutely correct. Just a second. Screen पे तो आप कर लीजिए पहले. Just a minute, guys. Just a minute. Audible? Am I audible? Can you just confirm, please? Am I audible, everyone? ठीक है. So as I said, we have Article 32 and we have 226. In addition, we also have Article 13, subclause 2, which talks about that no law can abridge or infringe any of the fundamental rights. So both have the power of judicial review. Absolutely correct. What you'll have to understand is that once we talk about the subordinate courts, they don't have the power of judicial review. इतना याद रखिएगा, ठीक है? एक और value addition में दे देता हूं. Let's say you have any ordinary law. You have any ordinary law. On what grounds you can challenge that particular law? Can anyone tell me? Okay, maybe at the end, Vishal, please remind me. I'll do that. ठीक है. So देखिए, कोई भी अगर ordinary law है, that can be challenged on two grounds. One, as I said, Article 13, subclause 2, that it should not violate any of the fundamental rights. Second, it is the legislative competency. मतलब क्या है? That state of any state cannot make a law with respect to a matter in the union list. For example, let's say Tamil Nadu can't make a law with respect to the foreign relations of India with the other countries. ठीक है, तो legislative competency अगर challenge हो रही है या फिर if it is violating any of the fundamental rights, these are primarily the two grounds on which you can challenge any of the ordinary law. According to the Constitution of India, what is the ground if you want to challenge a constitutional amendment? Is there any ground mentioned in the Constitution of India? Because according to Article 13, constitutional amendment does not come in the definition of a law. So according to the Constitution, please remember that there is no ground on which you can challenge a constitutional amendment. There is no ground. But once we talk about that how various constitutional amendments are challenged, they are primarily challenged on the basis of that it is violating the basic structure, which is a judicial doctrine, which is a judicial innovation, you can say, right? It's nowhere mentioned in the Constitution as such. I hope it is clear. Next, both have the constitutional power to review their own judgment. देखिए Article 137 very clearly says that Supreme Court can review any of its own judgment. Any judgment which is passed can be reviewed, passed by the Supreme Court, can be reviewed by itself. ठीक है, Supreme Court can review any of its own judgment. And this is a constitutional article which says. But once we talk about high courts, there is no article as such. Per se, there is no article which talks about this fact, which says that high courts can review any of their judgment. It is primarily the Code of Civil Procedure 1908 which talks about this. It gives power to the high courts to review their own judgment. But this is not a constitutional power. Please understand. We have section 114 of the Code of Civil Procedure which basically talks about this, and order 47. ठीक है, तो वो बात करता है कि भाई high courts can also, not high courts specifically, any higher court can basically review the orders passed by it if the aggrieved party complains. ठीक है, so this is not a constitutional power of the High Court, but it is a constitutional power of the Supreme Court. I hope it is clear. ठीक है, both can accept petitions related to the public interest litigations. One more thing what you'll have to understand is कि भाई review क्यों होता है judgment? Why the judgment is reviewed? Again, a very important value addition. A judgment is reviewed primarily in order to make sure that two conditions are satisfied. In a very important case, which was the SC Kante versus Sheikh Habib of 1975, the Supreme Court very clearly said कि देखिए जो review हम कर रहे हैं, it is primarily to correct the grave errors. It is primarily to prevent the miscarriage of justice. It is not a kind of a phenomena where a new judgment would be delivered. You cannot think the review as a new judgment. What you'll have to understand is if the court is reviewing, then it can only do so in order to prevent the miscarriage of justice or to basically correct the grave errors. ठीक है, तो ये चीज है. Yeah, amendment definitely it can be challenged, but again it can be challenged only on the grounds that it violates the basic structure. और basic structure doctrine जो है भाई वो constitution में तो कहीं भी mention नहीं है. It's a judicial doctrine, right, Vishal? All right. Then both can accept petitions related to the public interest litigation. It's a very important concept, public interest litigation. देखिए generally, if my rights are infringed, I'll have to go to the court. ठीक है, in order to get the basically the remedy of it. But this particular concept of public interest litigation, इस concept को क्या बोलते हैं? पहले वाले concept को कि भाई जो aggrieved है, जो परेशानी में है, that person would have to go to the court, and this is known as the principle of locus standi. The aggrieved person must be present in the court itself to take his or her own case. But in the concept of the public interest litigation, what you'll have to understand is that it relaxes the principle of locus standi. And this was very clearly articulated by the Supreme Court in Hussainara Khatun versus State of Bihar in 1979, where the Supreme Court said that right to speedy trial. We had few of the petitioners on behalf of the under trials in Bihar. They basically petitioned in the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that right to speedy trial is a part of Article 21, right to life and personal liberty. तो यहाँ पे principle of locus standi PIL में waive off कर देते हैं कि कोई भी अगर public interest के लिए, if there is any person for the sake of public interest, if that person is actually petitioning in a court, then court can basically entertain that petition. That is what public interest litigation means. But frivolous नहीं होना चाहिए, ठीक है? It should not be something which is just wasting the time of the court. That is what you'll have to understand. Both can accept petitions related to the PIL. Yes, correct. Both can accept under Article 32 and 226. see whatever, even if I'll speak in Hindi, I'll make sure that I translate it into English, because we have many of the students who are not that comfortable in English. Chandan. All right, I hope this is clear. So the answer would be second is incorrect, first and third. Okay. All right. Consider the following situations. The Raj Sabha passes a resolution to remove an authority and it is agreed by the Lok Sabha. Okay. An authority is removed by a resolution of the Lok Sabha passed by a majority of all the then members of the House. Correct. An authority is removed by the President of India without any legislative procedure. The above situations correspond to the removal of which of the following constitutional functionaries in the given order. See, what you'll have to understand is we have, for different functionaries, for different offices, there are different ways of removal. जैसे बात की जाए President of India की, so we have a very elaborate procedure with respect to the impeachment of the president. ठीक है? The word impeachment is only used for the President of India. As far as the other offices are concerned, let's not I'll make sure that if I speak in Hindi, I'll translate it into English. Okay. We have the procedure with respect to the impeachment of the president, and that is very clearly elaborated in Article 61 itself. Then we have, let's say, the officers of the parliament. Officers of the parliament ki baat ki jaye, we have speaker and deputy speaker in case of Lok Sabha. We have chairman and deputy chairman in case of Raj Sabha. Now, once you talk about the removal of the chairman of the Raj Sabha, the vice president of India is the ex officio chairman of Raj Sabha. Okay? Whoever is the vice president would be the chairman of the Raj Sabha. Once we talk about his election, we have the electoral college, which consists of both the members of both the houses of the parliament. Okay? Nominated or elected दोनों. तो याद रखना, electoral college हमेशा याद रखना. Always remember the electoral college with respect to the vice president or the president. Both members of both the houses of the parliament. Now, if you have to remove the vice president, or if you have to remove the chairman, what you'll have to do is you'll have to pass a resolution with effective majority in Raj Sabha. First of all, motion आप कहाँ initiate कर सकते हैं? Where can you initiate the motion? Only in Raj Sabha itself. You cannot initiate the motion of the removal of the Raj Sabha chairman, that is the vice president, in Lok Sabha. It can only be initiated in Raj Sabha. That's the first thing. 14 days advance notice देना पड़ेगा आपको, ठीक है? And the resolution must be passed with effective majority. Effective majority मतलब total membership में से आप vacancy हटाइए, divide by 2 plus 1. ठीक है? It's again a type of special majority, effective majority. And then it has to be agreed by Lok Sabha. Agreed by Lok Sabha means what? That you pass with effective majority in Raj Sabha and then by simple majority in Lok Sabha. That is how you remove the vice president. ठीक है? So we have the first as the Raj Sabha passes a resolution to remove an authority and it's agreed by the Lok Sabha. Then let's talk about the speaker. Once we talk about the speaker of the Lok Sabha, the removal is by effective majority, but there is no participation. There is no participation of the Raj Sabha. ठीक है? तो speaker के removal में, what you'll have to understand, there is no participation of Raj Sabha. The speaker is removed by effective majority. ठीक है? अब बात करते हैं गवर्नर की. Very important office, has been in the news because of the tussle between the center and the states. Very dignified office, but has acted many of the times as the agent of the center. Okay? Or whatever the center says, the governor does that. We are already witnessing what is happening in Tamil Nadu or what has happened in Tamil Nadu or Kerala. And right now we have the appointment of Ms. Vajiram Ravi, as he has been given the additional charge of West Bengal, right? So let's see how things pan out. But what you'll have to understand is that we have Article 156, which talks about the appointment with respect to the governor. The 156 subclause 1 very clearly says that the appointment or the tenure of the governor is subject to the pleasure of the president. तो यहाँ पे doctrine of pleasure है. मतलब क्या हुआ? और बहुत सारे cases में interpretation हुआ है. We had the very famous case of Singhal versus Union of India, right? What you'll have to understand is the pleasure of the president. It is subject to limited judicial review. But president, whenever he or she wants, can remove or transfer the governor, obviously on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers, right? So that is what you'll have to understand. But the normal tenure of the governor is of 5 years, subject to the pleasure of the president. I hope it is clear. ठीक है? 156. अब आंसर देखो क्या होगा, बताओ. we have the very first statement corresponding to the vice president, then you have the speaker of the Lok Sabha, and then you have the governor. ठीक है, very simple question but very interesting. Sir also have a freedom of speech. ठीक है, all right, ठीक है, चलो आगे बढ़े. ठीक है. With reference to the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls conducted by the Election Commission of India, consider the following. Now, what we have seen is a pattern, is a kind of a pattern in UPSC, where many of the recent events, which obviously relate to the polity part, they are framed in such a manner that it tries to know that whether you are clear with the very basis of that particular activity or not. We have the special intensive revision which is going on. Okay? And this is a very good question, very probable question. What you'll have to understand is that we have the electoral rolls. We have that list which contains the names of the eligible voters. We have Article 326, which talks about the universal adult franchise. Then we have the Election Commission of India. We have 324, which is given the power of the superintendence and control of the elections to the offices of the president, the vice president, parliament, and state legislatures. This is what the structure with respect to the conduct of elections is. Then we have the Representation of People's Act 1950, which talks about the electoral rules. We have the Representation of People's Act 1951, which talks about the conduct of elections. ठीक है, भाई disqualification की बात की जाए, how the conduct of elections would take place, how the elections would take place. That is what is talked about by the Representation of People's Act 1951. The very first statement, it says it is done under the provisions of the RPA 1951. This is incorrect because it is done under the provisions of section 21 of RPA 1950. तो ये याद रखिएगा, very important. ठीक है. Providing Aadhaar number in the enumeration form is mandatory, and this has been the bone of contention. And this matter also reached to the Supreme Court, where Supreme Court had to intervene and say that you cannot make or require a particular document as a mandatory one. Look at the screen. ECI has published a list of indicative, not exhaustive, documents required for the revision of the draft electoral rules. There are so many documents, and Aadhaar is not mandatory. Aadhaar is not mandatory. That is what you'll have to understand. It's optional. If you want to give it, you can. Otherwise, it's not mandatory. ठीक है? और ये देखो कभी भी ये कहते हैं मतलब see again we have, for example, this statement is of absolute nature. Providing the Aadhaar number in the enumeration form is mandatory, right? And if you're revising the electoral forms, obviously there can be cases where people do not have Aadhaar with them, or they don't want to divulge the information as far as Aadhaar is concerned. So whenever you have these absolute statements, extreme statements, make sure you read it twice and then apply your logic. Okay? The last SIR was done in 2002-4. Again, a factual thing, but correct. It's correct. The last revision of the electoral rules was done in 2002 and 2004. Okay? So answer would be, we have the first is incorrect. Second is again incorrect. Third is correct. Okay? Third only, right? All right. With reference to the Prime Minister of India, who is not a member of the Parliament at the time of appointment, consider the following statement. If you have any doubt, anyone, please let me know. Is it clear, everyone? Is it clear? बोलो भाई, say yes or no. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं. With reference to the Prime Minister of India, who is not a member of the Parliament at the time of appointment, consider the following statements. ठीक है. Article 75, subclause 5. पहली बात तो भाई basis of parliamentary democracy क्या होता है? Basis of parliamentary democracy होता है collective responsibility. The Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. If there's a statement in the exam which says Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Parliament, please mark that statement as incorrect, because they are collectively responsible only to the Lok Sabha, House of the People. Okay? Then we have Article 75, subclause 5. Any person can be appointed as a minister, but within a period of 6 months, that person has to become either a member of the Lok Sabha or the member of Rajya Sabha. 6 महीने तक any person can continue to be a minister without being a member of any of the houses. ठीक है? 75 subclause 5. अब ये जो question है, this thing, was also applied in case of Prime Minister. And then Supreme Court in 1997 said that a person who's not a member of the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha can also be appointed as the Prime Minister. But within a period of 6 months, that person has to become the member of either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Okay? He or she can address and participate in the proceedings. He or she can vote in the proceedings. He or she is not eligible to be a part of the electoral college. देखिए कभी भी wherever there is this particular notion, always remember this dictum that voting corresponds to the membership. Voting corresponds to the membership. I am a minister and I am a member of Rajya Sabha. Am I allowed to take part in the proceedings of Lok Sabha? 100%. Yes. That is what the special rights of the ministers and the Attorney General is all about. Okay? I have a right. Let's say I'm a member of Rajya Sabha and I'm a minister, but I have the right to take part in the proceedings of Lok Sabha. I can go there and speak because there can be a person asking questions with respect to my ministry. So I'm answerable, right? Am I allowed to vote in Lok Sabha? The answer is no. Because since I am a member of Rajya Sabha, my vote is with respect to Rajya Sabha. I can only vote in Rajya Sabha. Okay? He or she can address and participate in the proceedings 100%. Yes. For a period of 6 months, definitely. But afterwards, the person has to become the member of either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. He or she can vote in the proceedings? Bilkul nahi. Not at all. Why? Because the person is not a member. You have to understand. You have to correlate membership with voting. Okay? Next is, he or she is not eligible to be a part of the electoral college for the president. President ka electoral college jo hota hai. What it comprises? It comprises the elected members of the parliament. Elected members, not the nominated. Elected members of the state legislative assemblies, including the elected members of the legislative assemblies of the UTs of Delhi and Puducherry. Elected members. And you have this particular person, a person who is not elected to any of the house, not a member of any of the house. So would he be a part of the electoral college? The answer is no. Okay? Which of the following statements are correct? First, can definitely participate in the proceedings. Second, can vote. Not at all. Cannot vote. He or she is not eligible. Correct. So first and third, they are correct. Correct पूछ रहा है ना? हाँ ये भी देख लेना. एग्जाम में कई बार क्या होता है, पूछता है इनकरेक्ट या नॉट करेक्ट, हम लोग करेक्ट कर देते हैं तो हमारा इनकरेक्ट हो जाता है. ठीक है? एंग्लो इंडियन तो खत्म हो गया ना भाई. एंग्लो इंडियन की कहां बात कर रहे हो? 2020 के बाद खत्म हो गया. देयर इज नो एंग्लो इंडियन नॉमिनेशन राइट नाउ. Okay, under Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam 2023, which of the following may be regarded as primary evidence? Again, quite a factual question, but good question. Why? Because we have seen such type of questions coming in the other exams of the UPSC, conducted by the UPSC, the CDS examination, almost a similar question. So there is a very high probability that the same questions, just to give a kind of, add some spice, the UPSC can basically come up with these questions. Now, what you'll have to understand is, we had the Indian Evidence Act of 1894. That has been replaced by the Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, 1872. Indian Evidence Act of 1872. ठीक है? Okay, Siddharth. Under Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, अब इसको हमने क्या किया है? The Indian Evidence Act has been replaced by Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam. अब जाहिर सी बात है, this is very obvious that right now we are living in a digital age. This session is being conducted online. You're able to watch me. You're able to learn new things, right? I'm able to learn new things from you. Okay? So what you'll have to understand is, in the age of digitization, there was a need to add a few aspects. कि भाई अगर कोई evidence digital form में है, can the court accept it or not? ठीक है? Now, there are primarily two types of evidences. एक तो होता है primary evidence, एक होता है secondary evidence. Primary evidence की definition ये है. And I, for your sake of convenience, what I have done is I've taken the snippet from the Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam itself. We have the section 57, which says primary evidence means the document itself produced for the inspection of the court. Whatever document the court is examining, okay, that is what the primary evidence is all about. There's also an explanation to this, which is explanation 7. I'll read it for you if it is not visible. Where an electronic or digital record is stored in multiple storage spaces in a computer resource, each such automated storage, including temporary files, is a primary evidence. तो यहां से देखो, third option, digital record stored in multiple storage spaces in a computer resource. ठीक है. अब सेकेंडरी एविडेंस क्या होता है? सेकेंडरी एविडेंस, इट इज सेक्शन 58 of the Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam. Just have a look. Certified copies given under the provisions. Then it talks about oral admissions, written admissions. I know it's a factual question. I know it's a factual questions, but we have seen such questions coming in the examination. Okay? So make sure that at least you go through this, that what is primary evidence, what is secondary evidence, and what all comprises the secondary evidence. Oral evidence, written evidence, that is what the secondary evidence is all about. So over here, the answer would be primary evidence, original document produced before the court, absolutely correct. Third is digital record stored in multiple storage spaces in a computer resource. समझ में आ गया? Oral evidence, oral admission and written admissions, they are a part of secondary evidence. ठीक है? Let's go to the next question. All right. The protections provided under Article 20 of the Constitution of India are applicable in which of the following situations? Again, Article 20, a bulwark with respect to the liberties of the citizens, protections in respect of conviction for offences. मतलब क्या है? A bit slow. Okay. See, we have many of the questions, and if I'll speak slow, then I'll try to do that. Oral admissions, you have the tape, the voice recording, or let's say you have the once the judge is examining the witness, or judge is examining the let's say the person who has alleged to have committed the crime. तो भाई वो हो गया, या victim हो गया. तो वो होते हैं ना oral evidences. So we have Article 20 which talks about protection with respect to the conviction of offences. बहुत simple सी बात है. पहला clause क्या बोलता है इसका? 20 sub clause 1. Let's say someone has done a crime. Someone has done a particular act. And that act is now, at this particular moment, when the act has been committed, is not an offense. Can the parliament or any of the legislative body make a law tomorrow and punish this particular person? The answer is no. No ex post facto law. ठीक है, ये याद रखिएगा. ठीक है. Second is with respect to 20 sub clause 2. A person has been prosecuted and convicted and sentenced, and the person has completed his sentence. Can the person be subject to the other punishment for the same offense? The answer is no. No double jeopardy. No one can be subjected to double punishment for that particular same offense. Third is 20 sub clause 3, which is no self-incrimination. Any person cannot be compelled to be or to give evidence against himself. अब आप बोलेंगे, sir, let's say a person has been alleged to be involved in a particular crime. Can the person say that I'll not give my blood specimen? Can the person say that I'll not give my thumb impression? No. That has to be given because that is a part of the criminal procedure. That is a part of the procedural aspect with respect to the investigation and the trial by the court. So any person cannot say कि भाई I'll not give the thumb impression or the blood specimen. But हाँ, कुछ चीजें होती हैं, जैसे for example we have brain mapping, we have narco analysis. These are extra constitutional. They basically violate the fundamental rights of the people. ठीक है, so they are not allowed to be done. They are not allowed. These things are not allowed. But yes, thumb impression, blood specimen, or the other things have to be given. Signatures, right? No one can say that I'll not give my signature. Okay? So these things have to be given. A person is prosecuted for an act that was not an offense at the time of the committed. ठीक है. तो ये पहला वाला हो गया. A person is not prosecuted and punished twice for the same offense. No double jeopardy. The first one is no ex post facto law. An accused person is compelled to be a witness against himself. This is again no self-incrimination. The answer would be all three are correct. Select the correct answer. All three. All three. So you can have C, first, second, and third. Okay? I hope it is clear. If you have any doubt, please ask. Let's because this session is for you, and I want you to understand each and every of the things. Okay. Let's talk about the next question, again very important, which is the passive euthanasia in India derives its constitutional validity mainly from which of the following fundamental rights? देखिए, passive euthanasia has been in the news primarily because of third statement. ठीक है, very good, very good. Primarily because of the recent case of Harish Rana, right? Harish Rana versus Union of India, where the court has allowed the passive euthanasia. What you'll have to understand is we have the concept of euthanasia, which is basically willful, someone is dying willfully, right? Now, what you'll have to understand is India being a democratic country, what we believe in is Article 21, which says right to life and personal liberty. We have not gone for active euthanasia, where there is deliberate killing of the person. You are deliberately killing a person. Okay? Even when the person has requested, right? We don't allow that. Why? Because again, there are philosophical reasons behind it. But India is witnessing a slow transition where we have seen many of the cases. Primarily, if you talk about the very first case of Aruna Schonborg, where the court allowed the passive euthanasia. Passive euthanasia mein kya hai? Let's suppose that there is a person who is in a persistent vegetative state. Persistent vegetative state ka matlab hai, let's suppose that a person is in a state of coma for years, or is in a state where the whole body is paralyzed, right? The person is not able to perform the day-to-day functions, let alone day-to-day functions, not even the basic functions, and is totally dependent upon the life supporting system. Life supporting system का मतलब क्या है? भाई आपने feeding tubes लगा रखे हैं. You have put feeding tubes in the mouth. Through that you are delivering the medicines. Through that you are delivering the liquid food. So again, in this case, what we do is that we take out, we withdraw, or we basically remove the life support system which are placed on that particular person, because of which the person is in the state of living. Okay? As such, there is no movement. The person is not actively dealing with the society. But what we do in passive euthanasia is that we withdraw that particular system, life support systems. In India, as I said, we witnessed this in the very first case of Aruna Schonborg. Then in 2018, in the common cause case, the Supreme Court came up with certain guidelines that we have to make sure, and it said a very beautiful thing. It said that Article 21 talks about right to life and personal liberty, where we talk about the dignified life. If there is a person who is in the state of undignified presence or undignified existence, then that person must be allowed to be given passive euthanasia. Passively matlab aap kya karenge? You would withdraw the life support system and let the person die naturally. There is no deliberate killing of the person, which is there in the active euthanasia. Okay? Yeah, Harish Rana's case is not the first. No, it's not the first, because as I told, the first case is with respect to Aruna Schonborg, and 2018 common cause case where the court deliberated upon this aspect, gave certain guidelines, and then we have this recent case. And understand, passive euthanasia, it is not something which is generically applied to everyone. No, it is on a case by case basis that the Supreme Court considers it and then either gives a permission for it or not. ठीक है, समझ में आ गया? Right to life and personal liberty, very simple. तो ये याद रखना, एक important concept है that right to life and personal liberty is not just with respect to the living aspect, but also with respect to the death aspect. Let's go to the next question, which says, which of the following statements with regard to the amendment of the constitutions are correct? Parliament can amend any part of the constitution under Article 368. बिल्कुल सही बात है. We have Article 368 which talks about that any portions of the constitution or its procedural aspect can be amended by the parliament. Constituent power है ना? No, lower court, no, it cannot, because it deals with the fundamental rights. समझो ना, lower court क्यों करेगा? Fundamental rights आ गया ना यहाँ पर. Article 21 आ गया. भाई किसी का Article 21 infringe हो रहा है. In Harish Rana case, what that person has said is that the family has said on behalf of that particular person is that he is in a state of undignified living. So this is a violation of Article 21. So Article 32 or 226 लगाओ वहां पर. ठीक है गौरव? The basic structure. So we have Article 368, which basically talks about this. Any part of the constitution, any of its procedure can be amended, and the power is given to the parliament. The basic structure of the constitution cannot be altered by the constitutional amendment. अब देखिए basic structure जो है, basic structure is nowhere mentioned in the constitution. It's nowhere mentioned. But again, what you'll have to understand is Supreme Court through various judgments, it has categorically said that you cannot alter the very basic structure. आप basic features के साथ नहीं खेल सकते. Secularism, federalism, right? Or you talk about the transparency in the electoral systems. So these are declared as a part and parcel of the basic structure. That is what you'll have to understand. The power of constitutional amendments is subject to judicial review. Absolutely yes. Though it is not clearly explicitly mentioned in the constitution. दोबारा मैं बता रहा हूं. The grounds are not mentioned on which you can challenge the constitutional amendment, because constitutional amendment does not come as a law, as a thing known as law under the definition of Article 13. Okay, it's not to be treated as a law. So there is no ground on which you can, according to the constitution, there's no ground. But yes, according to the judicial doctrine of the basic structure, you can definitely challenge it. It's not the first case in Harish Rana. I have already told that it's probably the second one, because the first one dealt with Aruna Schonborg. ठीक है? Power of constitutional amendment is subject to judicial review. Absolutely correct. Answer क्या होगा? All three. 1, 2, 3. बहुत simple है. आगे बढ़ते हैं. According to the Global Terrorism Index 2025, which of the following regions accounts for over half of the global terrorism deaths? पहली बात, it has been in the news. Understand that GTI is basically, it's released by IEP, Institute for Economics and Peace. It's a Sydney-based think tank which comes up with this report. Bhai, report talks about ki bhai, which all are the regions or the countries where we are witnessing more number of injuries or fatalities or cases with respect to terrorism. So ye yaad rakhiyega, important hai. It's the Institute for Economics and Peace. It's a Sydney-based think tank, and it releases the Global Terrorism Index. Okay. So as you can see, we have this country known by the name of Pakistan. Okay. It's performing the best as far as terrorism is concerned. Obvious reason. Okay. Country, it's a failed state, has nothing to do. So obviously, it would be at this particular position. But there has been a change. There has been a change in terms of which of the regions are witnessing more of the cases, more than half of the global terrorism deaths. It's the Sahel region. Sahel, as you must be aware, we have Sahel region in Africa. It's a kind of a belt which is there. We have certain areas. If you must have heard about Darfur in Sudan, right? So it comprises the part of Sahel, and above that we have Sahara. Okay, Sahara Desert, and then under that we have the Sahel region. Make sure that you know this. Okay, again a factual question, but it's correct. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं. Now, this is also a factual question. It was in the news, so therefore very important. We have different prizes and the domain under which, in which these prizes are awarded. See, there is no, don't, and I am telling this to everyone. ठीक है, तो ये कभी मत पूछो. Never ask that what is a safe score. You have to score the maximum. But what you can generally say is, if you're scoring somewhere more than more than 110, then that's a safe score, because at least you will have a sigh of relief after the prelims is done. You will feel comfortable कि ठीक है भाई, main सब लिख लेंगे. So you will not waste those 20-25 days. That is what you'll have to understand. तो भाई aim करो, target करो, 110 से ऊपर लेके आना. You have to score more than 110. ठीक है? We have different prizes. अब जब Abel prize की बात की जाए, what you'll have to understand, the very first prize, the Abel prize, it is known as the Nobel in mathematics. Nobel in mathematics, and this is awarded by the King of Norway. It's awarded by the King of Norway. So these are interchanged. Turing Award is with respect to computer sciences, the algorithms and everything. And again, it is given by the Association of Computational Machinery, ACM, Association of Computational Machinery, एक body है, वो ये award देती है, which is Turing Award. This is with respect to computer science. ठीक है? Pritzker Prize, it's absolutely correct. It's known as the Architecture Nobel. Okay, so again, this is correct. Goldman Prize, again, the Nobel with respect to the environment, and this is correct. So we have Pritzker as architecture, Goldman as environment, Abel as mathematics, and Turing as computer science. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Which one of the following British legislations is said to have introduced the principle of constitutional autocracy in India? This question relates to the historical underpinnings. देखिए क्या है, there have been constitutional developments. I'm talking about the pre Am I audible? Am I audible, please? Explain the term, sir. 51 questions. I'll explain. Pakka. Can anyone just respond? Am I audible now? Abhi dikh raha hai? Yes, correct. Okay. So bhai dekho, what I was saying was that we have had pre-independence, we have had different constitutional developments. Bhai regulating act aaya tha, PITS act aaya, theek hai, uske baad we have had charter acts 1813, 1833, we had the councils of India act, then the government of India act of 1919, and then finally we had the government of India act of 1935. दो तीन चीजें हैं समझने के लिए, there are 2-3 things which you'll have to understand. The very first is that once we talk about the government of India act of 1935, this was basically a result of the failure of the Simon Commission, okay? And then the result of the 3 round table conferences which we had, 3 round table conferences. The government came up, the British government came up with a white paper, and then ultimately we had the Government of India Act of 1935. अगर आप 35 वाले act को देखोगे, if you look at 35 act and that particular point of time, it seemed to be an instrument, a mechanism which provided for democratic, frameworks, which provided for representative democracy. But in essence, the true essence of Government of India Act of 1935 was autocratic in nature. Autocratic matlab kya? Where you hold everything in your hand. There is autocracy. ठीक है? तो भाई constitutional autocracy का मतलब क्या है? कि if you look at Government of India Act of 1935, from a distance, it would look like that it is providing for the diffusion of representative democracy, where people are being given the chance to elect their representatives, and they would then, form the government and lead the governance. But in essence, the Government of India Act of 1935 was autocratic in nature. Why? Because in almost each of the provisions, there was the discretion which was given to the governor. आप बोल रहे हैं कि भाई you will have the legislative assembly and you will have the people coming in together and framing the laws, but the implementation would depend on the discretion of the governor. So in essence, you have given all the powers to the governor, who is an unelected head. That is what you'll have to understand. ठीक है, unelected head. तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ऑटोक्रेसी की बात की जाए, और बहुत सारे फीचर्स हैं भाई. इमरजेंसी प्रोविजन ले लो, द फेडरल स्कीम or the judiciary, all have been inspired from the government. The very framework of the present constitution is based on Government of India Act of 1935. But in that particular act, there was a lot of discretion which gave a lot of power to the governor. That is the reason we say that it talks about the constitutional autocracy. समझ में आ गया? All right. With reference to the anti-defection law in India, consider the following statements. If a legislator votes against the party lines or abstains from voting, it is considered as an act of defection. Members of parliament are liable for disqualification on the grounds of defection if he or she publicly expresses support for another party by attending its rallies. Anti-defection law, there was this phenomena of ayaram, gayaram, ठीक है? तो भाई बहुत जरूरी था कंट्रोल करना. What is a defection? That I am from party A and I am, elected on the basis of the ticket given by party A, and then I defect to party B. This phenomena was something which was destabilizing the politics of India. So therefore, there was a need felt to come up with a framework so as to curb these defections. देखिए, if you are defecting, if you are changing the political party for valid reasons, it's fine. But most of the defections take place because of lure of money. भाई आप पार्टी में आ जाइए, you come in the party, we'll give you the ministerial position. ठीक है? This is what generally the picture is. 52nd Amendment, 1985, anti-defection law came, which said 4 things. If any person, any of the representatives of the people, be it MLA or the MP, if he or she involves in any of these 4 things, first, if that person voluntarily resigns from the party, second, abstains or votes contrary to the party directive. A party directive kaun hoga? Whip says vote for party A, but I am voting for party B. Third, if a nominated member joins a political party after 6 months, bit arbitrary, but it is there. After 6 months would be liable for disqualification. And fourth, if any independent member, I fought the elections independently, ठीक है, निर्दलीय हिंदी में बोलते हैं, ठीक है, and I won the election and now I'm joining a political party, that person would be liable for disqualification. 4 conditions. तो भाई ये पहला क्या है? If a legislator votes against the party line, absolutely correct. Second वाला provision है, ठीक है, would be liable for disqualification. Members of parliament are liable for disqualification on the grounds of defection if he or she publicly expresses support for another party. I am a member of party A and I am publicly speaking and saying that party B is right. Very important case, we had Ravi S. Naik versus Union of India. Ravi S. Naik versus Union of India 1994, in which the Supreme Court said कि भाई you need not to voluntarily resign on a piece of paper and submit your resignation. Your actions can manifest. आपकी हरकतें बता देंगी कि आप इस पार्टी में हैं या नहीं, or would or should you be disqualified or not. That is what the Supreme Court said in Ravi S. Naik. So second is absolutely correct. ठीक है. Which of the following statements is or above are not correct? ठीक है, तो भाई देख लेना इसको. ठीक है, बहुत ज्यादा गलतियां लोग करते हैं, तो यहां पर नॉट करेक्ट पूछ रहा है, तो नीदर वन नॉर टू, बोथ आर करेक्ट. ओके. Which one of the following is the most effective institutional safeguard against the concentration of administrative power in a democratic system? देखिए, there have been many instances worldwide where we have seen that there have been democracies, be it a presidential setup or a parliamentary setup. We have seen democracies, but what we have also seen is the accumulation of power by the executive, where the executive has assumed all the powers. ठीक है, तो वहां पर जो assumption of powers है वो executive का बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है. We have witnessed this during the times of emergency 75, 77. Right now we are witnessing in case of US, where President Trump is trying to amass all the administrative actions, ठीक है, taking decisions on his own. ठीक है, तो भाई एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव पावर मतलब एग्जीक्यूटिव को कर्ब करने के लिए, एग्जीक्यूटिव को लिमिटेशंस में रखने के लिए, बाउंड्रीज में रखने के लिए सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट क्या है? एंड this question has been taken from the very authentic Administrative Reforms Commission report, which very clearly says that there are two mechanisms in order to ensure the systems of checks and balance. देखिए इंडिया में क्या है, in India we don't follow the rigid separation of power. Separation of powers का जो concept है rigid, वो हम लोग follow नहीं करते. What we follow is the checks and balance. If one organ of the state, be it legislature, executive or judiciary, if any one of them breaches its limit, you will have the other two organs coming and restricting it. That is what the systems of checks and balance is all about. Okay? So whenever you have the executive coming and breaching its own domain, you will have the legislature coming and controlling it. कैसे? भाई Article 75, Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. या बाकी mechanisms देख लो, question hour हो गया, 0 hour हो गया, short discussion हो गया, no confidence motion हो गया, parliamentary committees हो गई, ठीक है, to ensure the accountability of the executive. Second is the judiciary. If you have any of the executive actions which is ultra virus, which is beyond the scope of the authority, or मैंने decision ले लिया, that would be, and if it is violating of the fundamental rights, that would be curbed or that would be stopped, struck down by the courts. So you have the first mechanism as the legislature and the second mechanism as judicial review. ठीक है, so answer क्या होगा? Legislative oversight combined with judicial review. हाँ, exactly. We have, you are right. You're saying that, sir, but expressing the against the party is not covered. It's not covered, but it has been interpreted by the Supreme Court. वही तो मैंने आपको बताया. It was interpreted by the Supreme Court in Ravi S. Naik case, where the Supreme Court said that your actions can manifest that you have voluntarily resigned. आपने पेपर पे लिख के resign नहीं किया, but your actions have shown this. All right. Consider the following statements with regard to the parole and furlough. अब देखिए दो concept होते हैं parole का और furlough का. What you'll have to understand is reformative justice को बढ़ाने के लिए, reformative justice क्या है कि भाई एक तो होता है retributive justice, an eye for an eye, ठीक है. Then you have reformative justice, the philosophy, the reformative philosophy of punishment. You have people who are incarcerated, who are in jails for so many years. Now you are allowing them to come outside, to have social integration, to have links with their own families and relatives, so that you are not suffering, you are basically having that mental stability, okay? And you also appreciate the importance of living according to the law, okay? In order to have that give effect to the social integration, we provide these two things. Parole की बात की जाए, it is done for specific purposes. Let's suppose you have a person who is basically serving the sentence in the jail, and any of the family members of that particular person dies, or there is health emergency, there is any specific urgent need, then that person can be allowed by the respective authorities to basically be with the families for a specific period of time. जो भी period of time that person would be outside, that would not be counted as a part of sentence in parole. That would not be counted as a part of sentence. Then you have furlough. In furlough, you have people, who are basically surviving or carrying out the long sentences for a specific period of time based on their conduct, based on how well they have behaved in the prisons, they are allowed for a specific period to come outside and integrate with the society. ठीक है, तो वहां पर कुछ टाइम के लिए they can come and integrate with the society. The period they stay outside with their families is counted as a part of sentence. It is counted as a part of sentence. Kai bar there are many people who say that parole is not a right, whereas furlough is a right. Relatively, you can say it's a right, but this is not an absolute right. The question says that there is absolute. Neither parole or furlough is an absolute legal right. Absolutely correct. बिल्कुल सही है. Absolute right नहीं है. ठीक है. Let's read this. Parole is granted. एक और चीज बता देता हूं. We have the Prisons Act of 1880s. Prisons Act, again, prison is a state subject. It's a state subject according to Article 346 7th schedule. Prison is a state subject. तो भाई एक common framework है Prisons Act का, plus you have the rules by the respective states. So ultimately it comes within the domain of the state. Prisons are under the state domain. That is what you'll have to understand. Parole is granted to meet specific urgent personal needs, whereas furlough is generally granted periodically. Correct. Unlike furlough, the period spent on parole is treated as a part of sentence served. This is basically unlike furlough. No, this is opposite. You have the period which you serve in the jail in furlough, it is treated as a part of sentence, but not for parole. Neither parole or furlough is an absolute legal right. This is absolutely correct. Laws relating to the parole and furlough are primarily made by the union government. No. They are basically, we have respective rules made by the state legislatures, and then those rules are followed. Again, merging with population type. I didn't understand. Nikhil, if you can elaborate your question, I'll be able to answer it. Is it clear? Let's go to the next one. Okay. In the context of Indian polity, consider the following statements with regard to the types of bill. अब भाई financial bills की बात की जाए, there are three types of bills. We have money bill, Article 110, which says if any bill deals with any of these six matters, any one or more matters which are given in Article 110 itself, then that would be deemed as a money bill. Who has the power to endorse the bill as a money bill? You have the speaker. ठीक है. बात की जाए financial bill type 1, we have 117 subclause 1. 117 subclause 1 क्या बोलता है? That you have any of the matters in Article 110, ठीक है, any one or more matter plus any matters of general legislation. जैसे भाई काफी लोगों ने बोला था that Aadhaar Act, ideally it should have been treated as a financial bill type 1, but it was treated as a money bill so as to bypass the scrutiny by Rajya Sabha. ठीक है. Then we have financial bill type 2, which says that if there is any bill, 117 subclause 3, if there is any bill which requires the expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India, but does not have any of the conditions which are mentioned in Article 110, then that would be financial bill type 2. Money bill or financial bill type 1 के case में, there are two conditions. First, can only be introduced in Lok Sabha, and you need prior recommendation of the President. Second, once we talk about the financial bill type 2, there is only one condition. One condition क्या है? You can either start with Lok Sabha or you can start with Rajya Sabha. That is not an issue. But let's suppose if Lok Sabha is considering it, the President would have to ask Lok Sabha to consider it. You would need the presidential recommendation at the consideration stage in both the houses. That is what the conditions on the financial bill type 2 is all about. ठीक है, अब देखते हैं इसको. Both money bill and financial bill second can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha and not in Rajya Sabha. So we have both money bill. No. Financial bill type 2 can be introduced in Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. First is incorrect. Money bill can only be introduced in Lok Sabha. Both money bill and financial bill 1 can be introduced only on the recommendation of president. Absolutely correct. ये दो conditions मैंने बताई हैं. सिर्फ लोक सभा में कर सकते हैं, and you need presidential recommendation. Money bill, financial bill type 1 and 2 can contain. It's saying can contain provisions involving the expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Because they can contain. और भी provisions हो सकते हैं, but हाँ, can लिखा हुआ है तो भाई this is correct. This is correct. ठीक है. Answer would be first and third. If you have any specific doubt with respect to furlough, again, furlough में क्या होता है that you have a person's, serving the sentence for a specific period. The person is given the permission to integrate with the society, to go outside, to live with the family. ठीक है. But subject to whether he has had good conduct in the prisons or not. It's not an absolute right. whatever time period, for whatever time the person would be outside with his or her family, that would be counted as a part of the sentence. Parole में ये नहीं होता, ठीक है? Again, which of the following water bodies are located in West Asia are strategically significant for global oil trade? Has been in the news because of what is happening, the crisis between Iran, US, and Israel. Strait of Hormuz becomes very important. You can just have a look. We have the Strait of Hormuz over here. Always remember, agar aap dekhenge, you would feel that the Strait of Hormuz is between UAE and Iran, but that is not the case. Strait of Hormuz, it is basically between, it is basically between, it is between Iran and the top part, which is, this part is basically, it comprises of Oman. So you have Oman and you have Iran, which basically links the Strait of Hormuz. We also have the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. We have the Strait Bab el-Mandeb, and that is between Yemen. That is between Yemen and parts of Djibouti and Eritrea. Djibouti and Eritrea. ठीक है, तो ये याद रखिएगा. It is between Djibouti and Eritrea. We also have Gulf of Aden over here. All these routes, they are very important as far as the trade, the oil trade is concerned. The oil trade is concerned. Just now, once we talk about the Strait of Malacca, Strait of Malacca is here. It's in the Indian Ocean. It links the Andaman Sea with that of the larger Indian Ocean between Singapore and Indonesia. That is what you'll have to understand. ठीक है, यहाँ पर, इधर. Strait of Malacca. Again, this is of strategic concern for China because most of its oil shipments pass through that of the Strait of Malacca. Same, no, bail is not. Bail is pre-trial. आपका trial शुरू नहीं हुआ, and then you apply for the bail. Then you are given the bail. But this is after you are convicted. After you are convicted, after you are serving the sentence. You are actually serving the sentence. उस समय parole और furlough की बात की जाती है. ठीक है? Simple. We talk about the West Asia, so the answer would be Strait of Hormuz. We have Gulf of Aden, and then we have Bab el-Mandeb, not Strait, Malacca Strait. Consider the following Constitutional Amendments Act. We have had 42nd, 44th, 86th, 97th, and 106th. ठीक है? How many of the above amended the DPSPs? ये देखिए list है आपके सामने. 44th ने बस एक ही किया था. It added that perspective of minimization of the inequality to minimize inequalities in income, status, facilities, and opportunities. What 86 did? पहले क्या था? 45 आर्टिकल में डायरेक्टिव था कि that the children from the age of 6 to 14 years of age, they must be provided the free and compulsory education. But that was made a fundamental right under Article 21A. तो भाई इसका wording change कर दिया. What we did was, now we talk about the early childhood care and education for the children under the age of 6 years of age. ECC, early childhood care and education under the age of 6 years of age. Okay, so that was a change done by 86th Constitutional Amendment Act. 97th, we talked about the cooperative societies. 42nd, this made a lot of changes. 106th, this is not the case. Nari Shakti Vandana Adhiniyam, it talks about the reservation of the women in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies and the Assembly of Delhi. Okay, so ये नहीं होगा. 5th is not correct. क्या पूछ रहा है? How many of the above amended the DPSPs? 42nd did, 44th did, 86 and 97th. Yeah, so we have only 4. See, ठीक है? All right, with reference to the Committee of Privileges in Parliament, consider the following statements. It can conduct a preliminary inquiry on a petition regarding the disqualification of a member on the grounds of defection. ठीक है? A court cannot issue the writ of prohibition to restrain it from considering a privilege matter. देखिए ये very interesting question. Why? Because generally when we talk about the anti-defection, what we feel क्या मतलब है ही, the power with respect to the decision making power is given to the presiding officer, either the speaker in case of Lok Sabha or the chairman in case of Rajya Sabha. But can the presiding officer basically, for the preliminary investigation, for that basic investigation, can he delegate the authority to the Committee on Privileges? Yes, absolutely. In both the houses, we have this particular committee, right? We have this Committee of Privileges. According to the rules made in 1985 itself, which were implemented in 1986, if the presiding officer wants, he can basically delegate the authority to investigate on a preliminary basis the case with respect to the anti-defection. So ये भाई anti-defection के लिए है. Members of Parliament disqualification under anti-defection rules 1985. It says that the presiding officer can delegate this authority to the Committee of Privileges for the preliminary investigation. The starting, ठीक है? A court cannot issue the writ of prohibition. जाहिर सी बात है भाई, आप 122 अप्लाई करो, आर्टिकल 122. This is a matter which concerns the proceedings of the house. How can the court intervene in this aspect? Once a member is disqualified, then the court can intervene. Definitely the court can intervene. But once we talk about a court cannot issue a writ of prohibition, and this was very clearly said by the Supreme Court in C. Subramaniam versus the Speaker, Madras Legislative Assembly in 1969. It was very clearly said by the Supreme Court that we cannot issue, the courts cannot issue the writ of prohibition as far as from considering a privileged matter. It cannot basically issue the writ of prohibition to restrain it, to stop it from considering the privileged matter. And also you can apply Article 122 that the courts are not allowed to intervene in this regard. We have limited judicial review available in case of disqualification under 10th schedule, which was very clearly highlighted by the Supreme Court in the Kehoto Holon versus Achilu 1992. But what you'll have to understand is कि यहाँ पर writ of prohibition issue नहीं कर सकते. Which of the statements is or above are correct? Both are correct. Both are correct. All right. Next question is, a state pollution control board failed to act on repeated complaints about toxic industrial discharge into a river, despite a statutory duty under environmental law to regulate and monitor such activities. A group of affected villagers approached the High Court seeking a direction to compel the board to perform its legal duty. Which of the following writs is most appropriate? So we have already covered this. We have the court, Supreme Court, and the High Courts. They can issue the writs, various writs, habeas corpus, mandamus, certiorari, क्यों वारंटो, ठीक है. अब issue कर सकते हैं for the enforcement of fundamental rights. Similarly, in this case, we have the writ of mandamus. Writ of mandamus can only be instituted as far as the official duty is concerned, statutory duty. अगर भाई कोई private organization है, उसके लिए नहीं कर सकते, ठीक है. If the duty is of discretionary nature, that cannot be done. The writ of mandamus cannot be issued. But if it is a statutory duty, definitely it can be released. It can be instituted. So यहाँ पर क्या होगा? Writ of mandamus. Habeas corpus would not apply because habeas corpus deals with the civil liberties of the person, to call the body if someone has been detained illegally. ठीक है, क्यों वारंटो नहीं होगा, to question with what authority the person has occupied the office. Then we have certiorari. Again, it is both preventive and curative, to stop a lower court from basically crossing its jurisdiction. That is what cure warranto is. So over here, the answer would be mandamus. Very straightforward. All right, that's all from my side. I hope you understood various concepts. Make sure that you give due importance to the solutions and you revise all these concepts because they are going to play a very important role. All the very best. That's it. And from now, we'll have Akansha ma'am taking the discussion for the economics. Okay, all the very best.
Yes, hello all. Am I clearly audible? Please confirm so that we can begin the discussion. And What about the economy questions? Do you find them a little bit difficult or easy, moderate? So, hello, my name is Akanksha Pathak and I'll be taking up your economy related questions. Now, beginning with the first question, I hope this question is very easy. You all must have heard about this idea of $5 trillion economy. Okay. And we are almost close to this thing. Currently, when it comes to Indian economy, it is more than $4 trillion. Okay. So the question is simply asking that when it comes to this particular goal of 5 trillion economy, it basically refers to which one of the following? Does it deal with the real GDP at constant prices, or is it nominal GDP measured in Indian rupees, or is it nominal GDP of India measured in US dollars? So by seeing this dollar only, I think you would have marked this answer correct. That is C, because we all know that whenever we talk about $5 trillion economy, so it is measuring in terms of dollar. Now, what you need to know apart from this answer is that when it comes to India, currently we are the fourth largest economy in the world, and it is projected that when you talk about this nominal GDP thing, we will be the third largest economy by 2030s. That is the projection. As you can see in the PIB also, this I have taken from PIB. As you can see that by 2030 it is projected that Indian economy in nominal GDP terms, it would be around $7 trillion. Okay. Now, what more concept that we need to know is what is this real GDP and what is this nominal GDP? So nominal GDP and real GDP, the quantity that we are going to take is going to remain the same. Let's suppose in current year, I produced 100 units, okay, of goods and services. Now, when I have to calculate this nominal GDP, what I'll do is, I'll just multiply this 100 units that I've produced with the price prevailing in current year. Let's suppose in the current year, I'll say that the price is 15 rupees. So my nominal GDP would turn out to be how much? 1500. And if in this particular place, in place of 15 rupees, I take the price of base year. Let's suppose the price of base year was 10 rupees. So in that case, what would be the real GDP? It would be 100 into 10. So it would be 1000. So when it comes to real GDP and nominal GDP, one thing that you need to keep in mind is the quantity of goods and services that we are taking, that is same. As you can see, 100 here, 100 here. What is the difference between the two? It is just the prices. So when I talk about the nominal GDP, it basically calculates the GDP at the current prices. And when I talk about the real GDP, it basically calculates the GDP at the constant prices. That is the prices of the base year. Okay. So here the answer would be C. Now, moving on, question number 21. This was a little bit tricky question, I suppose. Now, this is related to your money supply. We have to consider the following questions, following statements. First statement is a shift of household saving from bank's fixed deposit. Whenever you're reading economy statements, please underline the important concepts that you're coming across. Okay, so here we have the fixed deposit or the time deposit to cash holdings, that is currency with the public, will reduce the broad money supply in the economy. What is the broad money? Broad money is your M3. How do we calculate M3? M3 is basically equal to M1 plus the time deposits that we have in the banking sector. Now, what I am saying, just read the statement again. I am saying that I am reducing this time deposit and that same money I am adding up till here. Okay, that is currency with the public. So net effect would be what? It would be no change in M3. But if you talk about M1, there would be change in M1. M1 would increase. Okay, because what is M1? M1 is basically your currency with the public plus the demand deposits that you maintain with the banking sector. Okay, so first statement is saying that M3, that is a broad money supply, it is going to reduce. The answer is no, it is going to remain same. No change would happen because I am just reducing some amount from the time deposit and I am just adding up in the currency with the public. So net effect 0. Second statement, rapid credit expansion by commercial banks can increase the money supply even without any immediate increase in the physical currency issued by RBI of India. Let's understand this. Now, normally you have this thing in your mind that money supply is something regulated by RBI, and money supply would increase only when RBI would be injecting some money in the economy. That's not how economy works. When it comes to money supply, what would be the final money supply? The formula is your money multiplier, that is small m, into H. What is this H? H basically refers to the initial injection of money which is done by the RBI. So what would be the ultimate or the final money supply? That depend not just upon this H factor, that is the initial injection of money done by the RBI. It also depend upon this money multiplier. Money multiplier is the ability of the bank to multiply the money that you have deposited with the bank, because we have fractional reserve banking system. Okay, so when it comes to demand deposit, from there also the bank can use that particular money for creating credit. Okay, now when it comes to this M, it is basically inverse of your reserve to deposit ratio. Basically, apart from the required reserves, that is CRR and SLR, whatever money the bank is having, if that money bank uses for credit creation or for giving loan basically, then you will witness an increase in the money supply. So it's not like that the money supply can only increase when this H component is increasing. It can also increase if the bank are, after keeping the required reserve, that is CRR and SLR, they are utilizing that money for giving loans for creating credit. Then in that case, your money multiplier would be higher, and because of this, the money supply would increase. Okay. So here, this statement is incorrect. This is saying that rapid credit expansion by commercial bank can increase money supply even without any immediate increase in fiscal currency issued by RBI. This is correct. And the question has asked us that which of the statement is not correct. So answer would be A. Clear? Any doubt in this particular question? Because I suppose this was a tricky question. Okay. If in case you have any query, please let me know in the chat box. Now, this is a question that we have asked on the similar line on which UPSC has also asked. In the last year prelims, they have asked question related to deficits. So on similar lines, we have also created the question. Now, first thing that you need to know is what is revenue deficit? Revenue deficit simply is that you are spending more as compared to your receipt. But here, I would not be taking all the receipts. I'll be taking revenue expenditure. And from this, I'll be reducing revenue receipts. Okay, so just put this thing, the numbers given. Okay, revenue receipt is what? 20, and my revenue expenditure is 28. So 28 minus 20, you get 8. But I have been asked that you have to come up with this effective revenue deficit. What is this effective revenue deficit? Earlier, if you read the FRBM Act, in that we have stated that we have to bring this revenue deficit to 0. But then over a period of time, we realized that some of the money which the central government is giving to the state in form of grants, okay, that money is being used by the state government for creation of capital assets. Can anybody tell me that when it comes to grants given by the central government to the states, why are they a part of the revenue expenditure? And why not they are part of the capital expenditure? Can anybody let me know this? Yes? Money multiplier relation with CRR, it would be inverse. Higher the required reserve, lower would be the capacity of the bank to create or to multiply the money. Yes, can anybody let me know this thing, that why the grants given by the central government to the states or the UTs are considered as a part of the revenue expenditure, but they are not considered to be a part of the capital expenditure? Why? And why loans are considered as a part of capital expenditure and not revenue expenditure? Anyone? Very good, Manu. Because when it comes to the grants that the central government is giving to the states, in return, the central government is not going to get any interest payment. But when it gives the loan, it would be a interest generating asset for the central government from the point of view of central government. That is why loans would be a part of the capital expenditure, okay, because they are going to give that money in return. And when it comes to grants, they are part of the revenue expenditure. Okay. Now, can anybody tell me one more question, that if revenue deficit is increasing, what would be the implication of this? Anyone? If my revenue deficit is increasing, what would be the implication of this thing? First and foremost, if the revenue deficit is increasing, what the government would try to do? It would try to reduce this revenue deficit. To reduce revenue deficit, what I have to reduce? I basically have to reduce the revenue expenditure. And basically, when you look at the revenue expenditure, this is the expenditure done by the government on social welfare programs. Okay, so ultimately your welfare programs would get impacted. That is going to be the first impact. Second impact is, if I am not able to meet the expenditure from the revenue receipt, what I'll do? I'll increase my capital receipt. And capital receipt, what are the two ways to increase? What are the two ways of capital receipt? One is you do disinvestment, okay? And the second one is that you do the borrowing from the market. If I borrow from the market, what would happen? My credit worthiness would go down. Okay, so in future, if I'm taking more money, I'm borrowing more money from the market. In future, if I have to borrow, credit worthiness going down basically means that in future I'll be getting that loan at a higher rate of interest. Okay, so this would be the implication of increased revenue deficit. Okay, coming back to the question, we calculated that revenue deficit is what? It is revenue, your expenditure, that is 28 minus 20, that is revenue receipt, and we got it as rupees 8. Okay, rupees 8 lakh crore. Now, we have been asked that we have to tell what is the effective revenue deficit. Now, I was telling you that in FRBM Act, earlier we have this target that we have to reduce the revenue deficit to 0. But then we later on realized that the grants given by the central government to the states, they are actually being used by the state governments for creation of capital assets. Okay, that is when we come up with this idea of effective revenue deficit, and that is when in 2012 we amended the FRBM Act based on the recommendation given by Rangarajan Committee. And from then onwards, you see in the FRBM Act, we have stated that we don't have to reduce this RD to 0. Now, the target is that we have to reduce this effective revenue deficit to 0. How do you calculate it? Simple. Your revenue deficit minus the grants that you have given to the states for the capital asset creation. So, RD was 8 minus 3, you get 5. So, answer would be 5 lakh crore. Anybody having any doubt in this case? Okay, let's move forward. Question number 23. Now, this is something that you should be aware of, because this is an area from which there are high chances that you will be seeing a question in prelims this year. Okay, one is the GST changes that we have done, GST 2.0 reforms, and the other one is this. And another area from which it is highly anticipated that you will be getting a question is the changes in the GDP estimation that we have done. Okay, so do prepare this particular thing effectively. Okay, coming to the CPI, what all changes we have done? Just have a look and then we'll be coming to the question. So we have changed the base year. Earlier it was 2012, we have made it 2024. Then what we have done, we have increased the number of groupings. Earlier we had these 6 grouping, as you can see here: food and beverages, housing, this tobacco, fuel and light, clothing, etc. So we had this 6 group wise weights. Now we are going with 12 division. And what are those 12 divisions? This. And from this picture, if you are able to see clearly, I know the image is a little bit blurred, but you can easily find this picture at the PIB website as well. Okay, now when you look at the weight given to food and beverages, earlier it was around 45%. Now we have reduced it to around 36%. Okay, so these are the major changes. Then we have made certain new additions. What are these new additions? Rural housing, online media service, because OTT platform is becoming a new reality nowadays. And we have made this particular changes in the CPI. Why? Because we need to understand that why we are coming up with CPI. Basically, to understand that how the consumer pattern are changing. So nowadays, we are no more using this DVD, CD, or the radio, tape recorder, etc. Earlier, they were important component, but now they are not that much used. And that is the reason we have removed these items, but the new emerging items which are there, that is your online media, streaming services, value-added dairy products, barley and its products, pen drive. Okay, so in place of this DVD player, we are now incorporating pen drive. Then we have attendant, then we have babysitter and exercise equipment, because they have now become an integral part. Now, people are spending more on these particular items. Babysitter services has become a new reality nowadays, because mothers like me are working. Okay, so that is the reason we have to take into account these new items on which the today's consumer is spending. Now this question is very simple. If you have understood this thing, if you have just eliminated this radio thing, the question is asking that how many of these are new addition to the updated CPI series. Now, you know, radio was something that we used to, you know, use earlier. Nowadays, you have what do Saregama, Karma and all. Okay, so it is very less likely that you use radio and all. So we'll be eliminating this. Then you have these two options, A and D. And free social transfer is not something on which the consumer is spending. In CPI, we only take into account those elements on which we as consumer are spending, not something that we are getting from government as free. Okay, that is the reason earlier there was a debate that whether we should incorporate the rice, you know, the subsidized food grains that you're getting under the PDS and all, because we are not Am I audible? Visible? Shall we continue, everyone? Okay. So as we were discussing, that radio is an item that has been removed from the updated CPI series that we are coming up, and these are the three items that we are adding. Okay. Now, is it going live or is it still paused? Just confirm, everyone. Okay. So the answer here would be A, 1, 2 and 3 only. Now, this is an interesting question, question number 24, which is dealing with the key features of the 4 labor codes that we have come up with. Now, labor, can you tell me that it falls under which list? Labor is a part of state list, central list, or the concurrent list, or the residuary list? Let me know in the chat box, everyone. Labor is a part of which list? Anyone? You can decode this thing that when it comes to labor, very good. It is in concurrent list because we have more than 40 laws, central laws when it comes to labor, and we have more than 100 state laws when it comes to labor. So that led to a lot of confusion and ambiguity when it comes to the labor laws. And the previous labor laws, they were over regulating the formal sector, but they were not adequately regulating the informal sector. Okay, so that was another reason, because platform, gig workers, all these were not covered in the previous labor laws. And you know, to avoid this multiplication of labor laws that we had, we came up with these 4 labor codes. So one is the code on wages. It would not be possible for me to, you know, deal with all the key provisions of these labor codes because it is huge. So we'll be just sticking to what has been asked in the question. Okay, because we also have to ensure that the discussion is done on time. Now, when it comes to code on wages, yes, it established a statutory right to minimum wages. Earlier, I'll tell you what was the scenario. Earlier, it was the state government which through separate notification used to tell that, okay, now this kind of work which is being done, now these kind of people who are doing a particular kind of work would be covered under the Minimum Wages Act. So separate notification every time has to be issued. But when it comes to code on wages, now we have stated that irrespective of the nature of work, everybody would be entitled to this minimum wages thing. Okay, so yes, it established a statutory right to minimum wages. And now it's not like the case which we used to have earlier, that state government is coming up with separate notification notifying this thing that, okay, this kind of work would be covered under the Minimum Wages Act. That is not the scenario now. So yes, first pair is right. Second is social security, code on social security. Now, this basically gave the benefits to gig and platform workers. For the first time, we are providing some social security benefits to the gig and platform workers. Now, under this, we have created a social security fund for the gig and platform workers, wherein the platforms have to contribute 1 to 2% of their annual turnover. But it is subjected to a maximum cap, and that cap is 5% of the payment that they are giving to the gig or the platform workers. Okay, and this money would be used for the benefit of gig and platform workers. So second, this pair is incorrect. And when it comes to the industrial relations code, this is the code which has actually institutionalized fixed term employment. What are this fixed term employment? These are the people who are hired for a particular period of time, maybe 6 months for a particular project or for a year. Okay, So it is the company which would be directly hiring them. We don't need any kind of mediator between the company and the fixed term employee. Okay, we don't need any contractor in between. It is the company which would be directly hiring them, and everything would be done on a contract basis. And how this legalization or institutionalization of this fixed term employment thing is going to benefit the corporate houses, because earlier what used to happen under the Industrial Dispute Act, if an enterprise is hiring more than, okay, it is having more than 100 workers, then if it has to fire a employee, then it has to get the prior approval from the government. But since now we can, hire employees based on this fixed term employment thing, so once the contract is over, you are out of the service. Okay, so I don't need to get the approval from the government time and again when it comes to removing you. What is the benefit for the worker who is going to work as fixed term employment? Okay, worker, they will be provided with all the social security benefits which are provided to the permanent employees, okay, like the provident fund and all. But when it comes to the earlier scenario, what was the, I would say, exclusionary behavior that we used to do with the fixed term employment workers? They were not eligible for gratuity, because when it comes to gratuity, the condition was you need to be continuously associated with that company for 5 years. But when it comes to fixed term employment workers, I told you the contract is signed for 6 months only or for 1 year only. So how they would meet this particular deadline of 5 years? So what we have done under this code on social security is that now the fixed term employment workers also, they would also be eligible for the gratuity thing, provided they have worked continuously with the company for a year. Okay, that is what we have done. But when you talk about this institutionalization of this fixed term employment thing, that has been done by Industrial Relations Code. And when you talk about Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code of 2020, yes, we have set up a National Occupational Safety and Health Advisory Board. Earlier we have multiple boards. Every board was used to, supposed to give their own guidelines, and that led to a lot of confusion, okay, that which guideline should be followed. That is why we have set up one and only National Occupation Safety and Health Advisory Board, and their guidelines are supposed to be followed. So only this and this have been correctly matched. So answer would be B, only 2. Now question number 25. This is related to that when it comes to Iran, it is a member of how many of the above groupings? So except this Gulf Cooperation Council, which was created in 1981, the Iran is member of all the 3, BRICS, SCO and OPEC. So answer would be C. And when it comes to this Gulf Cooperation Council, since we are trying to finalize trade deal with this GCC, you need to know which are the members. So we have 6 members, that is Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE and Oman. Iran is not a member. Make note of this particular fact. So answer here would be C, only 3. Moving further. Question number 26. This is dealing with the Atmanirbharta in pulses. So we have launched a mission for this particular thing, because previously what used to happen, we were importing a lot of pulses despite being, a major producer of pulses. But what used to happen, we used to import a lot because we are also a major consumer also of pulses. So when it comes to this mission on Atmanirbharta of pulses, what we are trying to do, we are trying to bring in the fallow land which is not under cultivation currently, under the pulses cultivation. Okay, so it is a centrally sponsored scheme. Anything usually related to agriculture scheme, you will see this, that it is a centrally sponsored scheme. Okay, so under this, we are planning to increase the production of pulses to around 350 lakh tons by 2030-31. So it is going to be a 6-year program from 2025-26 to 2030-31. Okay, and herein post-harvest infrastructure would be provided, processing units would be provided, quality seeds would be provided, and one important fact that you need to make note of is 100% procurement would be done of only 3 major pulses, that is TUM, TUM, that is Tur, Urad and Masoor, and this would be for 4 years. Okay, let's read the question now. First statement says that it prioritized Tur, Urad and Masoor as they together account for 34% of India's total pulses area. This is correct. Second statement, it provides for procurement of all the pulses at MSP. Whenever you see such hard statements, okay, all, always, usually these statements are incorrect. So here this would be incorrect. So answer would be A, 1 only. Now coming to question number 27. Whatever questions that we have discussed, if you have any query, please drop down your queries in the chat box. I'll address that. Now, when it comes to blue ports, why do you think we have asked a question on this blue ports thing? It is an initiative. Blue port initiative is of FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. Okay, because India has joined hands with this FAO when it comes to implementing this blue ports initiative. What is this blue port initiative? If you have heard about the blue economy, what does blue economy basically talks about? That we have to ensure sustainable use of the ocean resources. More or less the same thing would be there. We have to keep in mind the ecology, that is sustainable fishing ports, and at the same time we also need to enhance the infrastructure and market linkages. Okay, just read the other statements. Traditional fishing ports with increased cargo handling capacity. Do you have sustainability element here? No. Then navigation ports designated for international naval exercises. No sustainability element you will see in rest of the three options. So if you have heard about the blue economy, okay, which basically talks about sustainable use of the ocean resources, you would have got this question correct, even if you don't know about this particular initiative, that this initiative is of which organization. So one additional piece of information you need to know, that it is an initiative of FAO. Okay, and India is collaborating with FAO when it comes to implementing this blue ports initiative. Now, coming to question number 70, this is a very straightforward question dealing with private final consumption expenditure. Whenever I say that this is a final good does not mean that, you know, whether a consumer is using or that producer is using. It depends upon whether that good would be further used in the production cycle or not. Let's suppose me being a consumer, I bought the tea packet. Okay, now I am preparing tea for my family. I am not going to sell it. So that tea packet would be a final good for me. Okay, and from the economy point of view also. But if I am a tea stall owner, okay, I am running a tea stall. If I am using that chai patti ka packet to make tea and I am doing value addition and I am selling that to you. So if that good is being used for the production and I am doing value addition, then that would not be a final good. So whether a good would be considered as an intermediate good or a final good, that is dependent upon the use part. Okay, it does not depend upon who is buying that. It depends upon this particular fact that whether you're going to use that particular good for further production or not. Okay, so when it comes to private final consumption expenditure, basically tells me that a final consumer is buying that and no more value addition would happen, and that particular good would not be used for further production. Okay, and when it comes to private final consumption expenditure, it does not mean the expenditure that we are doing within the Indian territory. It can also incorporate the expenditure that we are doing outside the India's economic territory. For example, I'm spending something on tourism. I have paid medical bills abroad. Okay, so that would also be a part of the private final consumption expenditure according to MOSPI ministry. Okay, so except this third statement, other statements are correct. First statement talks about it represents the expenditure incurred by residents, households and non-profit institutions serving households on final consumption of goods and services. That means these goods are not going to be used for further production purpose. It includes expenditure on durable goods such as automobiles, household appliances purchased by the household. So first and second are correct, third is incorrect. Now, again, the similar question is on the lines of consumer goods versus capital good. So what is a capital good? A good which would be, which would not be going transformation. Okay, that means it would not change its characteristics, but it would help in the production of other good. So that is what is capital good, and capital good is that good which would be used for continuous production cycle. It would not be used for one production cycle, it would be used for continuous production cycle. But when I talk about the consumer good, it is a good which is consumed by a final consumer. That means I'm not going to add any value to that, and it is outside the production cycle. Okay, so here, except this refrigerator purchased by a household, all the three are basically capital good. If I tweak this third statement also, I'll say this refrigerator is bought by an ice cream making company. You need to let me know in the chat box. Will then, in this case, it would be a consumer good? Yes, let me know, everyone. Manu, expenditure outside of territory is not considered in GDP, then why to count that inside? No, if you go by the MOSPI website, Manu, it clearly states that when it comes to private final consumption expenditure, it goes by the residency rule. It is not related to the territory rule, that expenditure you're doing within the territory. Okay, it goes by the residency rule. So whosoever we are considering that this is the Indian resident, that person, if he is making the expenditure here in India, or that person is making the expenditure when he is traveling abroad, or he is spending on medical bills abroad, that would also be taken into account in the private final consumption expenditure. Okay, Manu, is that clear? If you want, you can refer to Ministry of MOPSI website in this respect. Okay, yes, so very good, every one of you have understood this particular concept, that when it comes to consumer good and when it comes to capital good, it has to deal with whether that good would be used for further production cycles or not. And if it is not going to be used for further production cycle, then we'll say that it is a final consumer good. Okay, so in this case, the answer would be C only. Okay. And can anybody tell me, I told you that when it comes to private final consumption expenditure, we go by resident rule. Can anybody tell me, how do you define a resident? Anyone? I'm giving you a minute. Let me know. If nobody will tell, then I'll tell. Okay, question number 72. It is dealing with the indirect taxes in India. Anyone? Who is a resident? How do you define it? So resident is basically a person who is ordinarily residing in a particular country for around a year, and it's not 6 months, you are going by the IT Act, okay? But when you talk about this BOP thing, therein or the GDP thing, resident is basically a person who is residing in a country for around a year, ordinarily residing in that country, and his or her economic interests are associated with that particular country. Okay, it's not like I'm coming here just for tourism purpose, for some medical, emergency, and then I'm going back. No, my economic interest should lie here. That means I'm producing here. Then in that case, we'll say that this is a resident in case of India. Okay. Now coming to this indirect taxes in India. Now, when it comes to indirect taxes in India, we understood, I think, this particular fact that they are regressive in nature. Why I am saying that this is regressive in nature? Because if, let's suppose, I am buying maybe a milk packet, okay, I am assuming that everyone is paying ₹5 as taxes. Okay, my income is around 1,000 rupees, assume it. So if I'm paying 5%, okay, let's make it more simple. Let's suppose I am spending ₹10, okay, as tax, because 1000 it becomes easier, and my income is around 1,000. So what is the percentage that I'm spending? Everyone, just do the maths. %? No. Yes, 1% of my income I'm spending on this indirect taxation thing. If the tax is ₹10, my income is 1,000. I'm spending how much? 1% approximately. If a poor person is spending the same money, giving ₹10 as indirect tax, and his income is around 100 only, then in that case, what is he spending? It would be 10%. Yes or no? So when it comes to indirect taxes, since everyone has to pay this ₹10, so if you look as a percentage of your income, then in that case you will realize that a poor person end up paying more when it comes to in percentage term of his or her income. Okay, that is why we say that when it comes to indirect taxes, they are regressive in nature. And if you know this particular characteristic of indirect taxes, you would have been able to eliminate statement number 2. What statement number 2 is saying? That indirect taxes ensure equitable income distribution, because all consumers pay the same tax rate on goods and services. This is right, that everybody is paying the same ₹10 on goods and services. But if you look at in percentage terms of their income, then you will realize this thing, that indirect taxes are regressive in nature, whereas the direct taxes are progressive, okay, in nature. Because as and when your income increases, you will be paying more amount as taxation, in form of taxation. Okay, one more thing that you need to understand is, when it comes to indirect taxes in India, if you have went through this year economic survey, it rightly points out that Before pandemic, what was the scenario? That direct taxes were accounting to around 52% of the gross tax revenue. But in last year, we have made great advancement, and now around 59% of our taxes are basically direct taxes. Okay, so 59% of our gross tax revenue is basically the direct taxes. Why? Because direct taxes are progressive in nature, whereas indirect taxes are regressive in nature. Okay, so this is a fact which you need to quote whenever you're writing an answer on taxation thing. Okay, so this we know that this is incorrect. Let's read statement number 1. It is saying that a shift from income based taxation towards the consumption based taxation. Consumption based taxation is what? Basically indirect taxation, and income based taxation is basically your direct tax. Okay, so it is saying that if we shift from direct taxes to indirect taxes, this is going to enhance my revenue stability even during the period of economic slowdown. Can anybody tell me why this would happen? Why the revenue stability would be there if I switch to this indirect taxes? The answer to this is ratchet effect. In economics, ratchet effect is that phenomena which is easier to move in one direction, as you can see, move easily in one direction, but it is difficult to reverse this thing. Let's suppose you have become fond of, visiting a 5-star restaurant, but now there is some recession going on, your income has fallen down, then also you'll not prefer eating food at dhabas. Okay, that is what is ratchet effect when it comes to consumption. And economics, we have observed this thing, that even when your income is falling, it is very difficult for you to stop the same consumption pattern that you were observing previously. Okay, you're not able to reduce your consumption expenditure. That is the reason the credit card culture is increasing nowadays. Okay, that is what is ratchet effect. So because of this ratchet effect, what would happen? Even if the economy is witnessing slowdown, people would not be able to reduce their consumption expenditure, and that is the reason the government would be able to get the revenue. Okay, whereas if it relies more on the direct taxes, what would happen? During the economic slowdown, the income would fall, and if the income would fall, the government would not be able to raise more revenue. That is why one good quality of the direct taxes is that they are providing that stability when it comes to the revenue. Okay, that is not available with the direct taxes. So first statement is correct, this is incorrect. Now let's understand the third statement, because cascading effect of taxes confuse a lot of students. Let's understand this with the help of example. Now let's suppose from a factory a mobile phone is given to, is taken by a shop, and then from the shop this mobile phone is bought by me. Okay, this is the diagram. Factory has provided the phone at ₹100, and the tax on this is 10%. So ultimately the shopkeeper is giving this factory owner around 110 rupees. Yes or no? Now let's suppose the shopkeeper owner then value addition of around 40 rupees, maybe cover and all, it has added some accessories and all. So 40 rupees ka value addition this shopkeeper has done. Now the total is 150 rupees. Now again, till here everything would remain the same. When it comes to before GST, and even in GST, till this stage the things would remain the same, 150 rupees. Now before GST, what was the scenario? I will be putting a 10% tax on this 150 rupees. So this would turn out to be 15 and plus 150. So before GST, what was the final amount that I have to pay? That is 165. But in GST, what has happened is this cascading effect of taxes has been done away with. How? Now I don't have to pay this 10% on this entire 150 rupees, because one component of this 150 rupees is 110, on which I've already paid the taxes. So I'll not be paying tax on this 110 rupees on which I've already paid the taxes. On which amount I'll be paying the taxes? I'll be paying the taxes on that 40 rupees, which is basically the value addition done by the shopkeeper. So this would turn out to be how much? So this would be 150 plus 10% of this 40 rupees, that would be rupees 4, and this would be 154. That is the reason when GST was introduced in India, we said that this would help us in dealing with the inflation also. Ultimately, this would be beneficial for the final consumer like you and me, because we'll end up paying less prices. Before GST, what was the price that we were paying? 165 rupees. Now only 154 rupees, because now the tax would be implemented on the value addition, not on this 110 rupees on which I have already paid the taxes. Okay, so that is why the statement third, which is saying that the adoption of value addition taxation mechanism, basically your GST, eliminates cascading effect of taxes by allowing the credit for taxes paid at the earlier stage of production. This is also one of the things. We have input tax credit mechanism as well. So the taxes that I'm paying while procuring the raw materials, on the final product, whatever tax I'm paying, I'll be deducting the tax that I have paid already on the inputs. Okay, so that is input tax credit that I'll be getting under the GST. So here only first and third are correct. Second is incorrect because indirect taxes are regressive in nature. So answer would be B. 1 and 3 only. Question number 73. This is something that you read in the BOP chapter, balance of payment. International liquidity, basically the money which a country is having so that it can meet the BOP related requirements, balance of payment related requirements. And what are the elements that we take into account here? What are the 4 elements? Yes, one is gold, the other one is foreign currency assets, then you have SDR, special drawing rights, and then you have reserve tranche position. Now when it comes to this reserve tranche position that we have with the IMF, this is what? This is that 25% of my quota of a particular country, which that country has given in form of foreign currencies or the SDR. Okay, foreign currency assets or in form of SDR. SDR you can understand is like if you have credit card, some points are given by the credit card companies for payment. Either you can give the payment in cash or you can redeem those particular points. So SDR are like those, additional points that you get from the IMF. So based on your quota, the IMF would be allocating SDR to you, which you can use to meet the balance of payment related deficits. Okay, so first statement, it refers to stock of assets held by the monetary authorities to settle international transaction and bridge balance of payment deficit. This is correct, and it includes the SDR as well as the reserve transposition with the IMF. An increase in the international liquidity always leads to proportional increase in the exportable surplus of the developing nations. I've told you, whenever you come across such hard statement which is using all or always, majority of the time the statement is incorrect. Now in this case, how, on what basis I can say? Just because always I cannot say na that the statement is incorrect. The statement is incorrect because I might be getting the foreign currency like dollar if more FPI is coming into India. So more foreign investment is coming, but that is basically the hot money, FPI, which can leave the country anytime. Whenever turbulent situation would come, it would leave the country. So maybe for a short period of time, I might be having higher international liquidity. I might be having more foreign currency assets. Okay, but that is not sure that this would be helping in improving my production mechanism, because that happens more with the FDI, which is for long-term purpose. So whenever we have this always thing, majority of the time the statement is incorrect. So first 2 are correct. So answer here would be B, only 2. Reserve transposition is basically the 25% of my quota, okay, which a country has to give to the IMF either in form of foreign currency assets like dollar, euro, pound, yuan or yen, or in the SDRs, because SDR is basically a weightage of these 5 currencies. Okay, and one more thing, when it comes to this reserve transposition, if my country is facing some balance of payment deficit, I can freely use this reserve transposition. Okay, and IMF cannot impose any conditions on me. Okay, like this LPG reforms that were enforced on us, that cannot be enforced on us if I use this reserve transposition. If I use beyond this 25% limit, then the IMF can impose certain, reforms on that particular country, that you have to introduce these reforms, only then you will be getting the money for meeting your balance of payment deficit. But if I'm using this reserve transposition, I can use it based on my will whenever I have balance of payment related issues, and IMF cannot impose any reform conditions on me. Okay, Divyakirti, is that clear? Yes, remittances, Rahul, very good. This is also one good example. If more remittance is coming, then also my international liquidity would increase, but that does not point to the fact that the production ability is going to enhance. Very good. Now, recently, if you people are following the newspaper, you must have come across this particular thing that the government has changed the definition when it comes to startups in February 2026 itself. Okay, now realizing this fact that there are certain startups which are capital intensive, they have to do a lot of R&D, okay, and there's long gestation period also. And those startups we are categorizing as deep tech startups. This is a new category that we have introduced this very year when we made the changes in the definition. Now, when it comes to deep tech startups, these are the startups which are dealing with new emerging technologies like your machine learning, quantum computing. Then you have this semiconductor industry. Okay, so if they are dealing in this emerging technologies, then in that case, we have given them a higher age limit. Okay, from the time they are getting registered for 20 years, they will enjoy this status of startups. Okay, and whatever schemes which are run by the government for the startups, they'll enjoy the benefit of the same. And here we have increased the turnover limit. So for deep tech startups, the turnover limit is 300 crore. Whereas when it comes to the normal startups, there the age limit is basically 10 years. Okay, they have been operating for less than 10 years. And for them, the turnover limit has been increased. So earlier it was 100 crore. Now the limit has been increased to 200 crores. And one more addition that we have done this year is now the cooperative societies would also be eligible to be recognized as startups, provided they meet certain conditions. And what are those conditions? That is to be decided by this Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. This is the final authority which would decide that whether a particular startup is a normal startup or a deep tech startup, and when it comes to cooperative society, whether they should be registered as startups or not. Okay, so here all the three statements are correct. So answer would be D. Question number 75. This is very easy, I suppose. Yes or no? What is fiscal slippage? You have just slipped. Okay, so some target you have decided, but you could not stick to that. Okay, so that is fiscal slippage. So when it comes to this year, the government has decided that we'll keep the fiscal deficit within this range, 4.4% of the GDP. And one more fact that you need to keep in mind for this year prelims is, if you go by this year economic survey, the fiscal deficit has been continuously falling. Okay, so usually in economics, when we have such statement that for last 5 years, the graph is going down, fiscal deficit is going down, we usually say, mark that statement as incorrect, that it is not a correct statement. But this is my humble request, please go through the highlights of economic survey and see the trend. Okay, just see the trend. Mostly questions you'll be able to deal with that also. Okay, yes, you'll get the PPT, nothing to be worried about. Okay, what it is 200 crore? Yes, for normal startup it is 200 crore, but for deep tech startup, Farike Shekabar, I'm sorry if I'm not able to pronounce your name properly. For deep tech startup, it is 300 crore. And in the question, I suppose we have asked the question related to this deep tech startups. Okay, not with respect to normal startups. Is it clear? Farike Shair? Just scroll it down. I need to see one big comment that has come. आप में ले जाइए chat में. हाँ, just previous question, does the consumption based model not cause loss in stability as the slowdown could reduce consumption? No, consumption, Viraj, Gaur, you need to understand that when I say that we have to go with this consumption based model thing, I am saying that we will be relying more on the indirect taxation, and indirect taxation is related to consumption. I told you about the ratchet effect. Were you able to understand this ratchet effect thing? It is easier to, increase your consumption expenditure, but it is very difficult to reduce that. If you are fond of going to 5-star restaurant, it would become very difficult for you to have the food at a dhaba, local dhaba. Okay, because that is what your consumption pattern. So even when you are witnessing slowdown, that is what we have observed in economics through various studies, that even when the income of the people goes down, they are not able to reduce the consumption to a greater extent. Okay, that is what is the ratchet effect. It moves in one direction very easily. It is very difficult to reverse the direction. So if I go with the indirect taxation, which is basically, related to consumption pattern. So since even when there is economic slowdown, I'll not be able to reduce my consumption. So the government would be able to get the adequate revenue. But if I go with this income-based taxation, which is basically the direct taxes, if there would be economic slowdown, the incomes would go down and there would be a considerable decline in the revenue. And that is the reason, if you observe this thing, majorly the developing economies or the least developed economies, if you see, they are majorly dependent upon indirect taxation. Why do you think that is so? Yes, Viraj, just scroll it down. Why do you think that is so? Because it provides them the revenue stability. Okay. Whereas the developed economies, they go with more direct taxes. Question number 74, statement number 2. So this is the change in definition. You can see in the PIB website also. For deep tech startup, we have created a new category, that is deep tech startup. And therein we have said that from the date they are registered, they will enjoy the benefits, whatever the scheme and the policies the government is going to come up for the deep tech startups, till 20 years from the date of their registration. And the annual turnover limit, till the time they don't breach this annual turnover limit, 300 crore, they'll enjoy the benefits. Okay, clear, Rahul? Okay, let's move on to this question number 75. As I was saying, fiscal slippage. That means you set a target, but you could not stick to that promise. Okay, so that is fiscal slippage. You could not keep your promise. So when it comes to the government, we have said that we'll keep the deficit within 4.4% of the GDP. And if you just read this particular statement, the question is asking that which of the following factors are most likely to result in fiscal slippage. So fiscal slippage basically means that my fiscal deficit would increase. And when my fiscal deficit would increase? When my expenditure is going to increase. Or another scenario could be when my receipts are going to fall. Okay, so if my receipts or my expenditure is increasing or the receipts are going down, in that case, the fiscal deficit would increase. Okay, so just read the statements. Shortfall in non-tax revenue receipt. Yes, the receipts is falling, meeting that first criteria. Higher than expected revenue expenditure, meeting this criteria. Third, decline in capital receipt, meeting this criteria. Okay. Last is major cuts in defense spending. What did I told you? Fiscal deficit would go up when the expenditure is going up. But here we are reversing the situation. We are saying that the expenditure is falling down. So if you just eliminate this thing, you arrive at the right answer. The answer is C. What about inelasticity? Inelasticity of demand with respect to different commodities, don't go into that much of depth, because then it becomes very difficult to think, to link the things at a macro level. Viraj. Okay, for different commodities, we have elastic demand, we have inelastic demand when it comes to different commodities. When it comes to crude oil and all, you have inelastic demand. But at a macro level, if you start looking into this particular nitty-gritties, it would become very difficult to arrive at a macro level based conclusion or generalization, I would say. Okay. Now, double contribution convention. This was something that you heard when India signed the agreement with the UK. So therein, earlier what used to happen, if I am a skilled Indian professional and I am going to work there for less than 3 years. So in UK, if I'm working there, the company where I'm working, they also have to make a contribution to the social security scheme, which is there. Like in case of India, you have EPFO, Provident Fund and all. So in UK, you have the national insurance thing, okay, which is dealing with the social security part. So if I'm working in UK, even though for temporary period, I have to make contribution to their national insurance thing also, and I have to make contribution to the Provident Fund scheme run by EPFO also. So that is leading to double burden for me, and that is also reducing my take-home salary also. Okay, because I'm making social security contribution in UK also and in India also. So in this particular agreement, what we have decided is, now if I'm going to work in UK for less than 3 years, then in that case, I can go with the social security schemes being run by EPFO. I don't need to do the social security contribution when it comes to the national insurance thing, which is there in UK. That would increase my take-home salary also, and that would also reduce the burden on the companies as well. Okay, so this is a social security coordination between India and UK free trade agreement. So answer would be B here. Last question, very straightforward. And I'm giving you a minute. If you have any query with respect to whatever thing we have discussed, just let me know your question. Okay, Sujal, I'll be coming to your question. Just wait a minute. This indirect tax, your GST is an example of indirect tax only, Sujal. Okay. Now, consider the following countries. The question is very simple. In how many of the above we have this UPI thing applicable? Okay. So in all the countries, we have this UPI thing applicable. Okay. So all these countries except UPI based international merchant payments. I'm giving you a second. If anybody is having any query, please let me know. Otherwise, now Shashank sir would be taking forward. Yes, everyone? Any doubt anybody was having? Okay, then make sure that you are doing your economic survey, especially if you don't have time, go through the highlights of economic survey as well as the budget. Okay, observe the trends and you will be good to go, and rest of the concepts try to incorporate from here. That's it from my side. Have a great day, all of you. And now Shashank sir would be taking forward and he'll be dealing with your geography part. Have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible to you? If anyone can please confirm, am I audible to you? Okay. Okay, so my name is Shashank Shekhar Singh and I'll be taking the discussion for geography and environment section. So in this discussion, we'll be focusing on few things because answer is, you are already aware about the answer, what is the correct answer. And most of you might have read the explanation also. But we'll be focusing upon various aspects like what kind of question you should be attempting, how you should be attempting it. If you have you are not equipped with the exact knowledge, then how you can attempt the question, and what kind of question you should be simply skipping. So all these things we'll be taking up in the discussion along with the concepts and the inspiration behind the questions. So let us take the discussion. So the first question was rather factual, and as I said that we will be focusing on what kind of question we should be attempting. How many of you had idea about this initiative in union budget? How many of you? Anyone? You just have to tell yes, I had the idea, and if you don't have any idea, then simply. So those who had idea, they should have attempted this question. Otherwise, it would be simple, a blind guess, because see the options that have been given. Eastern coast, okay, one person will say that this is coastal land. Okay, I will mark the guesswork that this area is east coast. Now, what kind of guesswork you will do? Special economic zone for export, possible. Dedicated rare earth, okay, this was the correct answer. Proposed site for mega offshore wind, which is also possible, but one can eliminate this because more suitable is what we consider the western coast. Okay, but no, but not the affirmative thing to eliminate this statement. Then comes the coastal nodes for blue economy. Again, very likely that this could be true too. So this was the question which then you should have attempted. And if you have a % doubt, just skip it. But for your information, this budget has delineated some amount and announced to create a dedicated rare earth corridor in Odisha, Kerala, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu. As you know, the rare earth element, nowadays we call them the vitamins of industries, the new industrial revolution, and persistently in news because recently in the last year, November or December, government came up with this rare earth permanent magnet manufacturing scheme, which is very important component of modern day industry. So this permanent magnet is stronger. It can handle high temperatures. Uh, it has this strength that it can handle the critical situations in a manufacturing process or in otherwise any machinery, and that is why it is very much suitable for this electric vehicles, aerospace engineering, satellites, you name it, and you will find this permanent magnet. This is such a strong magnet, the strongest magnet you can find. And if you know the current situation, India is presently dependent, if you will ask it in term of value, 60 to 70% of the total import, and around 90% quantitatively, 90% of rare earth element and permanent magnets we are importing. And who is controlling the rare earth element market in the world as of now? Anyone? Anyone? Which country is controlling? China, correct. China is controlling, and that is why every country is trying to uh, strengthen their value chain, because the expected demand is going to be doubled. And we are not looking at 2050 or 55, we are looking at 2030 itself. By 2030 itself, the demand will be doubled, because where we are investing, we are trying to invest in EVs, we are trying to invest in renewable energy, we are trying to invest in high class electronics, we are trying to invest into aerospace engineering, defense, and everywhere rare earth elements are required. So in this budget, this was announced to give impetus to this rare earth permanent magnet manufacturing program, which is targeting around 6,000 metric ton per annum of manufacturing capacity, with an incentive like PLI incentive. 6,450 crore has been earmarked, and 750 crore capital subsidy will be given for the advanced facility. The geological survey has identified this much, but for your knowledge, at present the proven reserve India is having roughly around 6% of the global reserve. 6%. This is reserve. We are not extracting, because in that sense our share is just 1%, below 1% in fact. And if you will see the market share of China, it is around 90%. If you will take the this processing part, yes, solar and thermal energy, everywhere it is required. So again, a question where if you are aware, you should have attempted, otherwise no risk should be taken in such questions. Okay. Next question, question number 29. Circle of illumination. Circle of illumination. Now what is it? This is an imaginary line. Imaginary line. India don't have the viable resources, because rare earth element are not rare in terms of just understand this in simple language. They are not rare because they are not to be found, but their extraction is extremely tough. They are not available in financially viable quantity, and India is having 6% reserve only. That too, most of it is not financially viable, while China is having proven reserve, which is 35 to 37%. Reserve itself is 6 or 7 times different. Okay. Now, circle of illumination, what is it? As the name suggests, you have one face of earth which is facing the sun, and now the line that is dividing the part that is illuminated by sun, that is this one where day has been written, with the part that is in dark, that is night. So this imaginary line is circle of illumination. Now just understand this with this simple just try to imagine this is face of the earth which is facing sun. Now this is straight, so every place is getting same perpendicular sun rays and everywhere you have illumination. But now you know that it is tilted. It is tilted. Now you can see sun is still here. This part is away and this part has come closer to sun. This part has come closer to sun. Now this part has gone away. Now maybe this part, some part of it is not illuminated now, and that is what you can see here. This tilted earth, this part you can see is not illuminated, and that is why we say the it is that says that it always coincides with axis of earth throughout the. No, it does not, because of the tilt of the earth. Some part it comes closer, some part goes away, and similarly when the different solstice will be coming, the same thing, apparent movement of sun, the northern part coming closer, southern part going away, this thing I will explain that. But just understand this circle of illumination, that is imaginary line, is not something that always coincides with axis, because axis is 23.5 degree tilted. Okay, it is not in line, and that is why it is not always. But two dates, 2 points in a year where it coincides. How? Now this is your circle of illumination. This is December solstice, when apparent movement of sun is in the southern hemisphere directly above the Tropic of Capricorn or Cancer. What it is? Capricorn or Cancer? December solstice around 22nd December. Tell me. Sun is directly above Tropic of Capricorn. Yes, correct. Now, this part, the southern part, is towards the sun, while the northern hemisphere is away from the sun. Circle of illumination is not coinciding with the axis. Same case, the reverse is June solstice, where the northern hemisphere, when sun is just rightly perpendicular, like just above the overhead the Tropic of Cancer, this northern hemisphere is tilted, and southern hemisphere is away, again not aligning with axis. But just imagine this equinox, March equinox and September equinox, when it is rightly above the equator. Now what is happening? This tilt is sideways, not towards the sun. Here it was towards the sun and away the sun, away from the sun. Here it is sideways, not towards or away. These are the times where this illumination line will be crossing the axis also, which is what during the equinoxes it passes through both north and south poles, and that is why this statement is correct. While first statement is definition, which is also correct, imaginary line that divides the day from the night on the globe, while the second statement that it always coincides, no, not correct. It passes the north and south pole during the equinoxes, and that is why the answer would be D, that is 1 and 3 only. Next question again. based okay. So the next question is based on conceptual understanding, conceptual knowledge. Only thing that you need to read both the statement carefully. And first statement says the rate of decrease of temperature with depth in the ocean is generally higher at the equator than at the pole. Now tell me, when you track, if you have read the standard books, what is the line, what is the name of line which tracks the temperature decline with depth? What we call them? What is the line? Anyone? Anyone? Please. Isotherm is a line which connects places of same temperature. Thermocline is the correct. Thermohaline is salinity. Thermocline is the correct term used for tracking the decrease of or increase of temperature. Now read the first statement. The rate of decrease of temperature with depth in the ocean is generally higher at the equator than the poles. Now tell me one simple thing. There are two vessels. In one vessel, there is lukewarm water or hot water, and gradually this is getting colder and getting stored here. In the second one, it is already normal, or you can say cold, and this water is also getting settled at the bottom. Now tell me, while you will go in this direction, you will go down, the rate of change of temperature, where you will find it high? Rate of change of temperature. Yes, it shows the change in temperature. First one, because the upper layer is hotter. The moment you will go down, you will suddenly find that sunlight penetration is decreasing slowly and the water is getting cooled. While going down the column, you are finding subsequent colder layers. And then you will feel the perceptible difference as you will move down, because you are moving from hotter area to colder area. Now in the second case, this area is already cold, so it is same like you exited one AC air conditioned room which was set at 25 degrees Celsius and you entered another room which is at 24 degree. So you won't be feeling much of a change. But suddenly if you will enter a room which is set at 20 degrees Celsius and you were sitting outside on a chair, you will feel sudden change. And that is what the rate of change. So see, rate of decrease of temperature with depth in ocean is generally higher. Obviously, equator, the surface temperature would be higher. So as you will go down, the rate of change will be higher. Second says the polar region experience nearly constant temperature, obviously, because the surface layer is already cold. You will go down, you won't be feeling much of a change. That is why answer is both the statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 explains statement 1. Say this, thermoclines. This is low latitude, surface water roughly around 35 degree. See the change, how fast it is reducing. Going to mid latitude, this line is summer, the month of summer, 22-23 degree, a gradual decrease, then after 500 meter sudden decrease. But in winter, see the decrease. It is not that gradual also, it is very linear. Then see the high latitude, already 0.5 degrees Celsius, not much of a change. Not much of a change. And that is what the question was. Yes, rate is high because polar area is already having a low temperature water at the surface, so you won't be feeling any change, or rate of change would not be there. Moving to the next question. Time zone. So how many of you know this? Let's say this is GMT. You are moving east and you are moving west. While moving from GMT towards east, you will add time or subtract time? Tell me this. Anyone? Anyone? From GMT moving towards east, let's say you are moving from somewhere in okay, don't take names of city, just add. See, understand this. Now see this map. GMT is here. This is GMT. Crossing Ireland, United Kingdom, nearby area. You are living somewhere in India, the eastern part of it. Okay. Now, who will, because Earth is rotating from west to east. This is the eastern part. This is the western part. Earth is moving like this. This finger is eastern part. This is western part. Earth is moving like this. This area will witness the sunrise first. So time will be ahead in this area. That is why if you are moving from GMT towards east, you will add time. Moving west, you will subtract time because this area is behind. So just take an example. You are in India. You have witnessed sunrise at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. You have witnessed sunrise. But London is far behind. So moving from India to London, that is from east to west, you will subtract. But from London to India, you will add. Is this clear or not? Is this clear or not? Am I audible? Okay. Okay, clear? Now you will add. Now just see, GMT 10 a.m. and 12 noon. What it is? 10 a.m. in western part, 12 a.m. and already 12 noon is there. This area, whatever this area is ahead of this area. That is why 12 noon. 12 noon towards east. That means every 15 degree you move 1 hour. So you have to move 30 degree towards east. And that is why this area is ahead. Because in my clock there is 10 a.m. I called my friend and he told me, no, it is 12 noon here. He is towards east of me. He is ahead of me. Now, this is your GMT. Somebody is towards east. Now you can do the elimination itself. West African coast, no. This is western part. East coast of South America, again western part. Central Pacific, again somewhere west of it. And even if you will cross the date line, it is way ahead, not just 30 degree. So correct answer would be This person is 30° ahead somewhere here in Mediterranean region. Got it? Question number 32. Consider the following crops: paddy, jute, sugarcane, tea, wheat. How many of the above are most suitable for, now read carefully, for a humid climate with high temperature throughout the year? Throughout the year. Now, how to do this? Because many students say, sir, how to remember this rainfall for every crop? How to remember the temperature for every crop? No, you don't need to. You need to just understand, just have this visualization, which part of India is growing which kind of crop, which is suitable for which kind of crop, what is the cropping pattern around India. And you can find the answer without looking at data. Though I have brought this table also, but without looking at any data, you can solve this. How? Just eliminate wheat, because this is a Rabi crop. Winter temperature, you are saying high temperatures throughout the year. Just eliminate wheat. So now all 5 is gone. Out of 3, you have the option only 2, only 3, only 4. Now just imagine paddy, jute, sugarcane. Now first paddy. Let's start with paddy. High rainfall is required. Area where rainfall is high, we have the paddy. That is why the rice is the staple food for coastal region, for Terai region. All this, we know this. We don't know temperature, we don't know rainfall. But just identifying the area, the coastal region, the Terai region, we know, yes, they are humid areas. High temperature, moderate to high temperature throughout the year. I can take this, okay. Jute, similar, the overlapping area of paddy. In fact, the Terai and the West Bengal region main producer. Again, I will keep this. Sugarcane and tea. Now sugarcane, what are the growing areas? Growing areas where you have this good temperature throughout Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, and we always talk about that it takes lot of water, so we are growing it in areas where it can deplete the groundwater. Okay, so kind of favorable thing is high rainfall is favorable. That is when it will survive. Okay, if I am confused, I can eliminate tea. Easily I can eliminate tea. How? Just recall, if you can just imagine what kind of area you have found the tea farms. Hilly areas, Nilgiris, Darjeeling, Assam. Do you think these places have high temperature throughout the year? Answer is no. And here you can quickly eliminate that C could not be the answer. But yes, sugarcane is something which prefers a humid climate with high temperature throughout the year, because areas I know, Maharashtra, yes, tea I told, just there could be. That is why I stopped at these 2 only, sugarcane and tea. Totally agree. Sugarcane, just try to recall what are the areas. Maharashtra, UP. These are the highest producer. Now Tamil Nadu and all these areas have also started growing good quality sugarcane. Now what kind of temperature, what kind of rainfall you are expecting from these areas? In these areas, sorry. Rahul. Rahul, am I audible? No? Rahul, am I audible to you? Hello. Yes. Okay. So Rahul, is it clear? If I have to pick a sugarcane crop, what kind of area you can imagine where it is being grown? Maharashtra, UP, Tamil Nadu. And now contrast it with tea. Nilgiri Hills, Darjeeling. Do you think tea requires high temperature throughout the year? Yes. See, just focus on tea. Right now, just focus on tea. Tell me, do you think tea requires high temperature throughout the year, considering Nilgiri Hills and Darjeeling and Assam, valleys of Assam? I totally agree that high rainfall is required. Well distributed rainfall is required. It should not be concentrated in few months. I totally agree with that. But do you agree that these areas which I am naming are having very high temperature throughout the year or high temperature throughout the year? Rahul, am I audible? Yes, humidity I am not questioning. Temperature I am just focusing because there are two factors, humidity and temperature. Humidity is high in these areas. Very well distributed rainfall, in fact very high rainfall areas. But temperature is moderate. If you will see the range 13 degree to maximum 32 degree. Throughout the year you will find a pleasant, moderate temperature range. And that is how tea can be eliminated. And yes, sugarcane has both the quality, like it requires humid climate and high temperature. And that is why answer would be 3 only. Lag kar raha hai. Is it because if I'm asking something, unka reply. Okay. Now they have. The next question, again a basic question, should have been attempted. Why picked? Because UPSC has been asking question based on the vegetation in India. Vegetation in India. Several times they have asked. They have directly given the climatic characteristic, and they have asked what kind of region it is. They have given various species, and they have asked which category do these plants belong. So several kind of question. Basic theme is vegetation. And question says, which of the following statement is are correct? Out of the given option, there are 3 trees commonly associated with tropical deciduous forest. The majority of land area in India is covered with tropical deciduous forest. And if you will go through the standard books, you will find the most prominent species in the tropical deciduous forest are teak, sandalwood, and margins pe you will find khejri also. Khejri. While the second statement says 3 trees commonly associated with tropical thorn. So we know khair and babool, no doubt, but khejri is part of this also, because if you can relate it to your environmental studies, the first Chipko movement, which was in Rajasthan, was for saving these khejri trees only. But yes, it is kind of tree which you will find in both the climatic zones, like in both the vegetation zone, tropical deciduous as well as tropical thorn forest. While The ebony is evergreen forest. A straightforward fact-based question. So that is why both 1 and 2 are correct. Yes, there are 3 trees in deciduous and 3 trees in the thorn forest, both the categories. Okay. Moving further, a basic concept. Yes, Amrita Devi Bishnoi. She led this Khejri movement, the Chipko movement. Now, this question is based on a definition. If you know this, then you can solve this question. Otherwise, you can solve this question through elimination also. If you are confident enough that these other explanations, they are not something which we call river avulsion. What is river avulsion? This is a phenomena when what happens, a river is following its channel, suddenly flood happened or any tectonic activity occurred, and this channel that this river was following, it completely abandons that channel and shifts its course. Okay, so this is what happened with Tista river. Till late 1800, that is till 1781, the recorded data shows that Tista river was a tributary of Ganga, a tributary of Ganga. But right now, if you will track Tista river, you will find that it has shifted its course completely, and now it is tributary of Brahmaputra. And this phenomena we call river avulsion. Now, those who don't know river avulsion, just read other options. Radial drainage pattern. You have read the drainage patterns. Okay, radial, no. Cutting deep gorges, phenomena of young river in Himalayan course, the young rivers of this young age of these Himalayan rivers, deep gorges. Then Narmada river flowing, simple itself, it is saying that it is flowing through a rift valley. This was the only option which could have been the possible answer. If you are confident that other things are not related to this definition of river avulsion, yes, you can solve this. Otherwise, just understand, in river avulsion, river shifts its course altogether due to maybe flooding happened. So the course was blocked due to sedimentation, then it shifted, or maybe tectonic activity happened, then it shifted. You can see Tista river shifted completely, earlier going to Ganga, now going to Brahmaputra directly. This is what the river avulsion mean. Moving further, why this question? Because monsoon has been the favorite theme, and this is one, I would say, the basic question which you should have attempted about the trough. Indian monsoon. Now you know the ITCZ movement. With the apparent movement of sun, we see that ITCZ is moving. And a part of that ITCZ we call the monsoon trough. This is a low pressure zone which extend from Bay of Bengal till the northwestern India. Low pressure zone. And you know this low pressure, whenever there is low pressure, it will create a conducive condition to pull the air. And here in this case, they are very fit for the monsoonal wind to come and strike the India and move till the western margins or the western borders, western parts of India. It plays an important role. Now statement 1 says, southward migration of monsoon trough results in vigorous monsoon over major part of India. Now this is correct. Because if it lies somewhere here, it causes intense monsoon, and you can say the best monsoon rainfall that entire India receives is during this period. Now the second statement says, Heat low is a low pressure system over northwestern India during summer, forming suction device for moist air. Again, this area in adjoining Pakistan and India, due to the high insolation during this period, this area is characterized by extremely high temperature and resultant a low pressure. This is a low pressure line. This is the low pressure area. It acts as a pump. That kind of, because in low pressure area, the common understanding says wind will come from all the side, from high pressure area. So this is an intense low pressure area. This trough is there. This acts as a suction pump for the monsoonal winds. Suction pump for the monsoonal winds. Okay. Now, third statement says breaks. Now, this is very important concept again, break in monsoon, because this line, this shifts towards the foothills. This line shifts towards the foothill of the Himalayas. Now, since this is a low pressure area, okay, since this is a low pressure area, it will bring huge rainfall in the foothills of the Himalaya, but rest of India will witness a break in monsoon, a sudden break in monsoon. That is why all three statements are correct and answer would be A, that is 1, 2, 3. A very basic question based on the concept of ITCZ, movement of ITCZ and monsoon trough. The next question is somebody mentioned also that 2025 UPSC asked a question about isotherms. 2024 also UPSC asked the same question. 24 and 25 back to back, same question with rephrased line based on isotherm, the movement of isotherm. So it says that in January, while moving over the ocean, isotherm tilts towards pole, and while moving over the land, it tilts or moves towards the equator. This is what the question was. So similarly, that question also, the answer was based on specific heat. Now you know, specific heat is the heat required to raise the temperature of unit mass. And tell me, land has higher specific heat or water has higher specific heat? Tell me this. Land or water? High specific heat. High specific heat. Water. Correct. Correct. Water has high specific heat. Simple understanding. If you want to understand through a simple example, if you will take a piece of land, piece of water, or a volume of water, water will take more time to get heated or to get cooled, while land will take lesser time to get heated or get cooled. That is what the simple understanding is. Now question says, this question was also, the previous year question was also based on this very concept, the specific heat. Question says, if earth consists entirely of water, now just think about it. Think about it. Which one of the following statement will be correct? Now just think about one thing. Let's say you are in a desert. In morning, you are getting insolation and feeling the heat of the desert in morning time. Okay, because it is getting heated up very rapidly. But in night time, when you have a clear sky, you will often hear that you will be feeling cold in desert, because the heat dissipates at a faster rate and it gets cooled very fast. Now, what is this temperature difference you call? Diurnal temperature contrast. Okay, so in morning a very high temperature and in evening a very cold temperature. Diurnal change. Because of the low specific heat of landmass, it gets cooled and it gets heated up very rapidly. Now just remove this desert with an ocean. Ocean. Okay. Ocean. Now it will take a longer time to get heated up. So by the time temperature will increase, and why it takes more time? Simple explanation. The sunlight penetrates to deeper layers. Ocean water gets mixed up very rapidly and very easily. So that is why the high quotient of the specific heat. And that's why it will take a longer time to get heated. Somehow, let's say by 7, 8 p.m. you found, and yes, salinity plays a role. Just a general understanding why it takes more time. Temperature increases. Now night came and now it is started decreasing. What you will find, it was never too hot and never too cold. It is moderate throughout. And this is what the question was about. Day and night and seasonal temperature contrast, how it will be affected. If you will cover entire earth with water, in morning time it will take time, slowly it will be increasing its temperature, and then in night time it will be gradually decreasing the temperature. You will always find a moderate temperature. Case is not as the case is with desert, which is getting heated up rapidly and getting cooled down very rapidly. So their contrast is very high. Here contrast will be very minimal, and that is why answer would be A. While if you will see, the only confusion would have been with this. Otherwise C and D are polar region would experience extreme heating. Why especially polar region? Everywhere. Only equatorial would show temperature contrast. Why? When there is no land, why equator is special, is given special status? So A is the correct answer because of the difference in the specific heat. Now this question again, I would say pay focus on one thing. What is the correct chronological order of physiographic feature given above in terms of their geological evolution? So just don't, again, many students say that how to remember this chart, age and all those, they find it very difficult. True. Just tell me, you have read it in your standard textbook, how Indian landmass moved from the Reunion Island or the Gondwana land till the present position. It moved over Reunion Island. Okay. Most every now and then in newspaper, in textbook, which is the oldest landform on like in your country, which is the oldest landform? Tell me. Out of these option, which is the oldest? Whenever you will find a comparison between Himalaya and Aravalli, what you will find? Yes. And which is the latest one? Because Indian plate, it moved. Jo hua bhi rehne do, don't think about it. It came, it collided with Eurasian plate, tilted. Himalaya, the genesis of Himalaya is there. Now rivers will cut through and deposit the sediments. Now most latest is Indo-Gangetic plain. Yes or no? Because they have developed after Himalaya. Even if you are confused, that at least you can put Himalayan Gangetic Plain in your equation and you can eliminate other options, isn't it? If you will put Himalaya and Indo-Gangetic Plain, the only options that you will be left with is this one. Rest of them are gone. Rest of them are gone. Now you know the oldest is Aravalli. You got the answer. Oldest is all you need to understand the oldest and the latest. कोई मतलब नहीं है pre-Cambrian, Cambrian, late Cretaceous, post-Deccan. Even if you should remember all these things. If you are practicing and revising, I'm not suggesting that you should be ignoring all these things, but just pay focus on options and you can get answer even if you know two extremes. Bhai hamara the oldest one is Aravalli and the latest one is Gangetic Plain. Ek hi option hi hai. See, we don't need to know about others. And that is how this question should be done. Now coming to the next question, the flying rivers. Now what is flying river? Flying river is a phenomena in Amazonian basin because of its sheer size. If you want to compare it with the Ganga river, just understand, while Ganga is covering around roughly around 20 million square 2 million square kilometer. This is something, Amazon is 7 million square kilometer. Length is, Ganga is roughly 2,500 kilometer. It has around 6,000, 7,000 kilometer long it is. Huge. Along with the equatorial rainforest. Plus adjacent to Atlantic Ocean. Now these three factors, what they are doing, there is evaporation here in Atlantic Ocean, evaporation in Amazon river itself, okay, plus transpiration, that is vapor from the forest also. All these three, they combine, and if you will just recall the location of equator, this area is under the influence of trade winds. Okay, now this entire air is coming in, bringing moisture from Atlantic, vapor from Amazon and forest. This all they combine, they create a river in lower troposphere, a river of vapor and moisture in lower troposphere. And due to these trade winds, they move towards the western part. And here lies the mountain ranges. Which one? Which one? What is the name of mountain range here in South America? Rockies or Andes? Rockies, Andes. So these Andes, they act as an obstruction, and this river kind of takes turn and provides moisture, vapor and humidity for a huge rainfall in entire area, covering around 8 to 10 countries in the South American continent itself, plus affecting the weather till the North America, the western coast of North America. So it is not a localized phenomena, but such a huge phenomena that is the impact goes beyond the South American continent. So they are atmospheric flow of water vapor generated partly by evapotranspiration from Amazon rainforest. This is correct. They transport moisture from Atlantic across Amazon basin towards Andes. Correct. They contribute to rainfall region beyond Amazon in South America. This is also correct because they contribute towards the rainfall in Mexico and North America. In fact, the western part of North America, they contribute rainfall and they influence the rainfall pattern there. And that is why the answer would be D, that is 1, 2 and 3. Moving further, ore and minerals, how to read, what to read. Do I need to read each and every mineral? Answer is no. Please pay focus on minerals which have been asked in PYQ, either prelims or mains, plus the minerals and ores which are in news. Okay, so pay focus there. So REE, rare earth element, critical element like this lithium, bauxite, right now again became very important due to this Iran USA war in natural gas and all, and the copper. Now this question again I would rate it very simple, not because question is simple, but because options are simple. I'll show you how. Just see this news, because India is aiming to have this contract and MOUs with the South American countries, which we know, the Chile, Argentina and Bolivia, the lithium triangle we call them, and very important. And India is signing MOUs, especially with Argentina, to explore the lithium extraction with the companies there. And as we know, bauxite, important ore for aluminium, the largest reserve in the eastern part of India, the Odisha Plateau. Natural gas, again a very important region in the North Sea, especially UK and other countries surrounding North Sea have developed a very good infrastructure for the exploration, extraction and export of the petroleum products, natural gas and all. Formed only in equatorial region, yes, because, and specifically Amazon basin, not all equatorial region. Congo basin में नहीं है. Indonesia, Jakarta, sorry, Thailand, Indonesia, this area में नहीं है, because the scale, because the simple reason is a scale. The Amazon river, the Amazon forest and the Andes. So that is where the term flying river is used for Amazonian basin. Am I audible? Am I audible? Now this question could have been asked by simple understanding, that is this one. Arabian Peninsula, known for the petroleum reserve, not copper. Copper is more related to the South America and African countries. Okay. Yes, you can assume, but major producing region, because it is not specified. So even if they would have given you some major producing region in let's say any country in South America or in Africa, that would have also that would have been taken as correct answer. So here they have given a major producing region. Largest they are not saying, major. Okay, so you could have you should have taken this correct. But again, I am telling you the simple way. Copper, Arabian Peninsula. You could have simply eliminated fourth option and you could have got the answer. No news you will find that copper is being extracted from Arabian Peninsula. And that is how you could have got the answer, even if you are confused with natural gas or bauxite. Okay. Again, a question based on the vegetation. I would rather say a factual question based on memory, nothing to like analytical जैसा कुछ भी नहीं था. There was nothing analytical in it. But yes, I can tell you a simple trick. In future, if you are going the Himalayan region altitude wise, you can simply learn one thing, that beyond 4,000 or 5,000 meter, you will find meadows, alpine meadows. Beyond 4,000, the upper reaches, you will find meadows. Below that, you will find stunted forest of junipers. That is the top limit. Beyond junipers, it is all about meadows. So just search for an option which is having third as the last. You are left with B and C. Junipers. After that, it is all meadows. No tree line after that. After that, it is all meadows. Junipers. Just below the juniper, you can call it around like subalpine region. You will find spruce. Just below the juniper. Just below the spruce, you will find deodar and cedar. In temperate region. Below that, you will find broadleaf forest, which is more cheer, pine, oak, chestnut. And now you have got the answer. Going down to up, cheer, pine in Himalayan. First, you will start with sal, teak, all these, up to 500, 600 meters. Beyond that, cheer, pine starts. Then goes upper limit, deodar, spruce, junipers. Beyond junipers, it is grassland. So not all, but at least remember this. Beyond juniper, it is all grassland. Below juniper is a spruce. Below that is deodar. Just this is a method to remember. Nothing I would say that one could have eliminated or did something. It is more about a factual question. So if you know, then you should have attempted it. Otherwise, no strategy would have worked here, because ऐसे तो it is not advisable that you are memorizing each and every species. But yes, you can have certain levels that, okay, if it is manageable through this, the topmost, the lowermost layer, then I will solve the question. Otherwise, no issue. Okay, again, favorite question of UPSC, the local wind question has been asked. How many above are warm and dry winds? Warm and dry winds. To understand this, you need to focus on source region, where they are being originated and where they are being moved. First is Chinook. Area is North America. What happens? It rises on the western slopes of the Rockies and comes down on the eastern slopes of Rockies. So what happens when it comes down? Temperature increases. Now pay focus on one thing. Temperature of Chinook is not very high. It is around 4.4 degrees Celsius. It is rather a cold wind. But what makes it warm? Because here where it is blowing, this is sub-zero temperature. So it feels warm, and that is why it becomes snow eater, because relative temperature is very high, and it results in the melting of the snow. Same pattern, same thing, everything is same, is with Foehn. The difference is Foehn crosses the Alps. Foehn crosses Alps and goes downside towards Switzerland, and that is why the pleasant weather in Switzerland, they call it oasis of weather, because of this pleasant Foehn air, because it goes down on the leeward side and increases the temperature a bit and brings the warming effect, which becomes pleasant for the residents and for the agricultural community. Another interesting Local wind is Harmattan. Where it is? Harmattan here. From northeast to coast of Guinea. Coast of Guinea. They call it doctor wind. Why? Because of the reason that this area, the coast of Guinea, you will find, because it is coastal area, you will find very humid and oppressive climate. And this Harmattan coming from Sahara Desert, extremely dry air, having dust, everything. But point is, air is dry. So when this dry air reaches to a region which is extremely moist and humid, it gives a relaxing effect to the population. And then that is why they call it doctor wind. Doctor wind. Because it helps them to maintain the temperature and kind of brings a pleasant effect to the population and rescue them from oppressive humid climate. Next is Sirocco. Sirocco, again a wind of the African continent. Sirocco, known by various names. Tunisia, in Tunisia they call it Chile. In Khamsin they call it Ghibli. In Egypt, Egypt or Libya they call it Ghibli, and Khamsin they call it in Egypt. This is Sirocco, again originating from a warm area, dry area. That means warm air and hot air. It becomes humid only when it crosses the Mediterranean region. There it lifts the moisture. Plus, as the case with Harmattan, what happens? Harmattan is lifting the dust also. Similar way, Sirocco is also lifting dust with itself. But with case of Sirocco, it is also getting moisture. So it causes a very spectacular phenomena, that is blood rain. Blood rain. A red color rain in Italy and Spain. Red color rain in Italy and Spain, but only after crossing Mediterranean. But here it is in source region, it is a very hot and dry air, warm and dry wind. It is only becomes moist when it crosses Mediterranean. These three. Now comes Bora. Bora, you can see from northeast direction it comes, crosses Adriatic Ocean beside Italy and causes huge rainfall in Italy and snow, kind of cold wave in Italy. Why it is cold? Simple, coming from higher latitude to lower latitude, coming from colder area to warmer area, crossing Adriatic Sea, giving rainfall in Italy. That is why this is not a warm or dry air. It is cold and moist air. Then comes blizzard. Blizzard is again, some call it wind, some call it a situation. Blizzard is again, if you can see, comes from a colder area, causing sudden temperature drop in the destination area, very high speed winds. They call it blizzard here. Again, not a warm, but coming from a high latitude to low latitude, a cold wind. So you can eliminate. So answer would be only 4. Only 4. Again, UPSC has asked a question about international rivers and their course and origin, and also especially the rivers which are in news. Here we are persistently referring to West Asia and Nile River. So Nile River originates in Lake Victoria, crosses Uganda, South Sudan, plus Egypt, and draining into Mediterranean Sea. The second branch, that is blue line, it starts in Lake Tana in Ethiopia, meets the White Nile, which is the headwater, and drains. So as has been given, Egypt and Sudan, this is correct. Egypt and Sudan it crosses. a factual question. Mekong River already asked in UPSC previous year questions. So Mekong River, if you can see, rises in Tibetan Plateau. Very interesting thing, it crosses two tri-junction. One, tri-junction between Myanmar, China and Laos. Second, a tri-junction between Myanmar, Laos and Thailand. And then traveling all the way down Cambodia and South Vietnam and drains into South China Sea. So option was Cambodia and Vietnam, which is correct. Zambezi, again a correct option has been given. Zambezi originates in Zambia, travels through Angola and Angola, Zambia, Zimbabwe and Mozambique and drains into Indian Ocean. The only incorrect was Danube, which is an important river apart from Dnieper, and if the rivers which drain in Black Sea, Nestor and Dnieper. Apart from that, Danube is a very important river which starts in the Black Forest of Germany, crosses countries like Austria, Hungary, Romania, Serbia, Bulgaria and Ukraine and drains into the Black Sea. You could have easily eliminated if you have gone through PYQs, because something which is associated with Eastern Europe, originating in Germany but moving towards the Black Sea. You know that is Spain and Portugal are located in the western margin of Europe. So you could have easily eliminated this one and answer would have been 1, 2 and 4 only. But for that, you should have a clear-cut idea about Danube, Dnieper and Dniester. 3 important rivers that drain into Black Sea. Read about them, their countries and their channel. Just the countries you should be knowing. Danube, Dnieper and Dniester, 3 important rivers draining into Black Sea. So that was all from the point of geography. Let us discuss the question from the environment section. How was environment section? Those who have attempted the paper, how did you find it? How was it? Anyone? Am I audible to you? Moderate. Okay. Okay. So let's take up the first question. The conceptual. Okay. In recent times, ammonia is being explored as a clean alternative fuel. Now, all of you know that what is the most important application of ammonia? If I have to talk about its uses. Moderate to hard. It is changing like vegetation in Himalayan zone. Moderate, conceptual, hard. And somebody said, yes, sir. I don't know to whom you are agreeing with, hard or conceptual or moderate. But okay, clean fuel. No, I'm not asking green ammonia as a clean fuel. As of now, ammonia, if I have to ask, where it is being used? As of now, don't forget about clean fuel and fertilizers. Good. How it is being produced? If somebody can tell. See, this Haber and Bosch process, if you know, Haber and Bosch process, it remains same. Okay. Now, what is happening as of now? You are taking hydrogen from the this electrolysis. Fine. Right now, methane and atmospheric nitrogen, these are being used to create the ammonia. What is happening here? This methane, methane is being processed with steam, that is H2O, and then you are getting hydrogen. But problem is not hydrogen, you are also getting CO2, carbon dioxide, that is a greenhouse gas. Now that is the only problem. Yes, Haber process. Now in this green ammonia, a new initiative which is aimed at removing this CO2 emission. What we are going to do? We are going to do electrolysis of H2O, that is splitting the H2O, but power that will be used will come from renewable sources. So green from one side, renewable sources will be used to find to get H2, and direct trapping of the N2 from atmosphere, nitrogen. Now this nitrogen will be mixed with this hydrogen under high temperature and pressure, as we know Haber and Bosch process, and now ammonia will be produced. Here previously what we were doing, we were using methane, and that is why CO2 was being produced, which was problem. Now this methane is eliminated, directly getting H2 from electrolysis, N2 from atmosphere, mixing them, finding green ammonia. Now this green ammonia is a very potent fuel, very already being used in the fertilizer industry, this textile industry, refrigeration industry. So this is the benefit, and it is very easy to handle also, because due to this expertise in nitrogen related, this nitrogen is being used, this ammonia is being used as a fertilizer, it is being used in the industry. So we have a well established handling apparatus chain, so there is no problem in handling it. Plus it requires, if you will see hydrogen, it requires more than minus 200 degrees Celsius temperature to store it. It doesn't require that low temperature, so it is easy to handle, and that is why it is being promoted. Now read the question. In recent times, ammonia is being explored as a clean alternative fuel. Correct. When used, ammonia only byproducts are water and nitrogen, which is again correct. NH3, the byproduct is nitrogen and water. But be careful about the statement. If ammonia is not, the combustion is not done properly, without any catalyst or without proper engine, without modification of engine, it has the potential to release nitrous oxide and nitrogen oxide. I repeat, if you are not using a specialized engine, catalyst and method, it has potential to release nitrous oxide and nitrogen dioxide, which is again harmful and potent greenhouse gas, as was the case with CO2. But as of now, it is being projected and promoted as a green fuel, because if you will use the correct ecology, the only byproduct is nitrogen and water, and that is why option A is correct. As you can see, government has announced recently a standard for green ammonia, and government is also providing incentive for the same. And this green ammonia can be used as fuel, as industrial chemical, as fertilizer, as was being used previously. Okay, so answer would be A, that is both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and statement 2 correctly explains statement 1. Yes, it is stable, but you are extracting it and then mixing it with hydrogen, no? That is the problem. Nitrogen, the temperature, it is very stable. We call it noble gas. Okay, very stable. So that is why you are converting it into ammonia by mixing it with hydrogen at a very high temperature and pressure. You are not using it as a nitrogen. You are using green ammonia as a fuel. Divya. Divya, okay. Am I audible to you, Divya? Okay. Okay. Again, a question based on relationship between symbiotic relationship between two species or two organism. Here the case was mistletoe and oak tree. Now, if you know, I would say that if you know about this species, because the students, they come, they have attempted the question, and my only question to them is, do you have any knowledge about mistletoe or oak tree? They say no. Then what is the point in attempting such questions? Without knowing about the species, without knowing about the relation that they share, how you can eliminate all these? How you can eliminate all these? So this is what the mistletoe, first thing, is a shrub. As you can see here, it has a specialized root system, which penetrates into the host plant, in this case oak. But this is hemiparasite. What is it? This, you can see green color pigmentation on mistletoe. Okay, mistletoe, you will find green color pigmentation. Here what is happening, they have chlorophyll, they can make their food, however, for mineral and water, they suck it from the host plant. So in a way, what they are doing, they are taking important and crucial mineral and water from the host plant, negatively affecting the host plant while getting benefit out of it. What is it? This is parasitism. Most commonly iron they use, catalyst. Rahul. Okay, now others, just have a quick understanding about the others relationship. Mutualism, as we know, both get benefited. The best example is egret and this bee and flower, where both are getting benefited. Bees are getting their food, flowers are getting the pollination done. Similarly, lichen, algae and fungi, and they are living in association, getting benefited. Two types, obligatory, where there is an obligation, other one will not survive without the partner, that is host, and there are two organisms involved. So obligatory is something where they need to have this symbiotic relationship. Okay, no, Harshvardhan, you don't need to. If you know, then you know. If you don't need to attempt the question itself. As I told, that if you know about the organism, if you know about the relationship, then only attempt the question, otherwise is no. Okay, commensalism, one gets benefited, other one is not affected. You are there or not. So Best example is cattle egret. So when you will find cattle, they are grazing in field, you will find the flies, they move up from the grass and egret feeds on them. So there is no harm, no benefit, no loss to the cattles, but egret gets it food. That is why plus and 0, one gets benefited. Here I told you obligatory and facultative is nothing, but if they are together it is fine, if they are not together it is still fine. That is what facultative is. Obligatory is they need to have this mutualism to survive, to grow. Okay, now comes the parasitism, what was in question. So one is getting benefited, other is getting harmed. So one kind of harm is the person is getting the immediate death, that is sorry, that would be predation. Parasitism is one is getting benefited, one is getting harmed. So one condition is ectoparasitism, where somebody is living outside the body, like lice on humans. If the parasite is living inside the body, like tapeworm in human, that is endo. Another interesting thing is brood parasitism. What it is? Brood parasitism is where they are taking help to take care of the offspring. The parental care is being misutilized, or you can say has been utilized, is being utilized through a deceptive mean. Can you give any example? Here it is written, I guess. Yes, cuckoo and crow. So you might have heard about the quail and crow relationship, where the cuckoo bird, what they do, they give their eggs in the nest of crow, and crow taking it mistakenly its own egg, they keep on feeding. Now you will ask, what is the loss of crow? Because the food is being shared between offspring of crow and cuckoo. So competition is there, and definitely the offspring of crow is getting affected because someone else is getting food and care. And that is why the brood parasitism, where only parental care is getting manipulated. Then comes the predation, again positive for one, negative for another, carnivore and herbivory. Then competition, both get affected negatively. Amensilism, again an important, one is getting negatively affected, other one is not getting affected at all. How come? See this, penicillium killing bacteria, no effect on penicillium, 0, but bacteria is getting killed, minus. That is why minus and 0, one is getting negatively affected, one is not affected at all. Neutralism, both are not affected, and proto-cooperation, both are benefited. Now in amensilism there are two categories, allelopathy and antibiosis. Allelopathy is done by plants, antibiosis by organisms. Now what they do, they release a chemical which inhibits growth of the other plant. Similar is the case with organism, they release a kind of toxin that kills other organism. We call it antibiosis. Allelopathy is among the plants. So based on this, answer was parasitism. The next question, microorganisms have been listed. You need to identify where there were nitrogen fixing bacteria or not, or nitrifying bacteria or not. Now a simple understanding is nitrogen is free in atmosphere. Now it is being fixed. The first stage, nitrogen is being fixed through two ways. One is symbiotic, second is non-symbiotic. So symbiotic bacteria which are living in symbiosis with roots. So best example is rhizobium. While there are free living bacteria which are fixing this nitrogen into ammonia. The best example is Clostridium and Azotobacter. So yes, there are 3 nitrogen fixing bacteria: Rhizobium, Astobacter and Clostridium. Second statement says there are 2 nitrifying bacteria. So this ammonia gets changed into nitrite and nitrate through Nitrosomonas and Nitrobacter. So yes, there are 2 nitrifying bacteria, while the Pseudomonas is denitrifying bacteria, which again changes the nitrites into the free nitrogen. So yes, there are 2 nitrifying, that is Somonas and Bacter, and 3 nitrogen fixing bacteria. So both 1 and 2 are correct option. This question again kind of waggle dance type of question based on some news, butterflies and all. Again, if somebody is saying, are we required to read all the species, such details? No. If there is something in news, you should be reading it. If not, just leave it, because in environment question, I can tell you one thing very clearly and honestly. If there are 17-18 questions, getting 12-13 correct, 60-70% accuracy, if you are getting in environment, it is absolutely fine. You cannot cover each and everything in environment. Kind of question that they are asking randomly, species, whether it is creating burrow or not, all these kind of question, you should not be worried about these questions. It would be great if you are solving more question, getting more question correct through your notes. But if you are revising, I will tell it at the end how to prepare environment section. Just solve this question first. First statement says some butterflies obtain essential mineral by feeding on animal dung. Again, a statement which is inspired from PYQs of UPSC. Some this species are poisonous, some are vegetarian, some are omnivorous. These statements are usually correct. And for your understanding, because butterflies, they are getting nectar. So glucose they get, but other minerals, they do this feeding, and in groups they feed on the mud and animal dung to get necessary minerals. Second, bats are the only mammals capable of sustained powered flight. Correct it is, because other mammals who we assume that they are flying, that flying squirrel and other that kind of mammals, they are basically gliding, they are jumping, they are spreading the modified parts of their body, and they are gliding. They are not into sustained flight through their muscle. Okay, so this is again correct statement. All true flies possess two pair. What is true flies? Basically, the name is Diptera. That means 2 wings. But here is the catch. 1 wing is there, but the next set of wing, which you can see here, the next set of wing, it has modified or evolved into halters. So no, they don't have true functional wings. 2 functional wings they don't have. They have 1 functional wings, and other, this one, this halters, it act as a sensor to judge their motion, turn, flip and speed, all those things. So 1 and 2 only would be the answer. GIE, Greenhouse Gas Emission Intensity Target Rule 2025, as you can see here, was in news. Government notified it in October. And the first thing that they say, sector specific greenhouse, yes, at the time of launch, it was sector specific: aluminium, cement, chloralkali and pulp and paper sectors were covered. Latest updation is that 4 more sectors have been covered in this GHG emission regime: petroleum, petrochemical, textile, and secondary aluminum in January. But that does not make this statement incorrect, because this statement say they currently apply to aluminum and this sector, which is true. They are not saying it is applied to this sector only. They are saying currently applies to this sector. Yes, correct. Additionally applies to these 4 sector also. But as of now, these sectors are covered. Greenhouse gas emission intensity target for selected. This is correct. Yes, they provide framework for India's carbon credit trading scheme, which was launched in the year 2023. And there are 2 mechanisms. One is compliance, one is offset. What is compliance mechanism? So government will give a target. You have to comply to that target. If you have complied to that target and reduced your intensity, reduced your emission, you will get credits. You can trade that credit. Second is offsetting. So it is more voluntary in nature. So what you are doing? You are doing afforestation, you are investing in technology. So that is offsetting, that I am reducing emission through different means. Okay, target I will achieve or I will trade, but as of now I am investing in some other technology or measures to reduce the emission. That is the offsetting measure. So yes, all 3 statements were correct based on current event, current news, factual question. It was based on a recent initiative. Okay. Recently, the University of Sher-e-Kashmir University in Jammu and Kashmir, they have achieved a remarkable feat. This is what we call a bulb. It is now this is the flowering. This particular plant has blossomed and flowering is there. Otherwise, this bulb is a kind of core of this plant. What they do, why they do, first understand. Actually, flowering season is late winter, and tourist season and wedding season and all the demand globally, it passes by the time it flowers. That is why scientists found that they were trying to find a solution that they can expedite this blooming so that they can match this demand period. So what they did, they preserved this bulb at a lower temperature and some regulated temperature. So this dormant character of this bulb, what was activated, was disturbed, and this bulb got activated, and due to this, once it got activated, they shifted it to a moderate regulated temperature. And what they achieved flowering in winter season itself, aligning it with the demand period. And this was the question. Based on that, D would have been the correct answer. It is being applied for tulips and lily, successfully done in Jammu and Kashmir. And it is not the first time. Netherlands is already doing this thing, and they have achieved this bulb programming technique. So again, if you had any idea about this bulb and the news that came a month ago, so this was an easy question. Otherwise, I don't think there was any clue that one can guess such questions. So yes, to some extent, the conceptual, and to some said it was hard. So I do agree with them that yes, some questions were conceptual and hard to attempt. But that is what we have to learn, that if we don't know, then we don't know. We should not go for the blind guesses. You cannot cover everything on earth. Next question, based on a report which came in December by NOAA, the Arctic Report Card 2025, which highlighted that Arctic ice is melting at a rate which is more than 2 times of the global average of warming. This report highlighted. But some estimate says that Arctic warming is 4 times higher. So different agencies have claimed. So what NOAA has claimed, that it is more than 2 times. So it could be 4 times, it could be 3 times, it could be anything. So yes, the Arctic region is experiencing faster warming. This is correct. Average due to feedback mechanisms such as reduction in sea ice albedo. Now just understand this. This is correct statement because of the simple thing. You have learned about the insulation process. Now albedo plays an important role. Albedo from the frozen surface and ice blocks. Now if ice gets melted, if this melting of ice will take place, this albedo will be reduced. This albedo will be reduced, so ice is gone, water is there, more absorption of heat. More absorption of heat, more melting. So kind of a mechanism will take place where feedback loop will be created. One thing is feeding other, and then again a cycle will be, vicious cycle will be created, which will gradually raise the temperature altogether. So yes, correct. Melting of floating Arctic ice directly contribute to global sea level rise. This is incorrect. Simply understand one thing. Take a block of wood. Take a tub of water. Put that block of wood into the water. Now what will happen? You will find ripple on the boundary of your tub. But that ripple is not because melting of wood. That ripple is because you dropped that wood block, and that wood block displaced the water equal to its weight. Understand this? You understood this? That block displaced the water due to its weight. Now water is already displaced. Now just remove this wood and imagine an ice cube, ice block, drop it. Now same ice block will remove the water. Now this removed water, once this ice will melt, weight is being lost. The more melting of ice will take place, the weight will be going down. With the weight going down, the water will take back its place, isn't it? So this melting is not contributing to sea level rise, because whatever rise it could have resulted or caused, it has already given that rise by removing the water. Now it is all about melting of water and getting replaced by water. That is why melting of Arctic ice directly, floating Arctic ice, usne already it has removed the weight. Now melting of it won't change the water level. Okay, so that is why this statement is incorrect. Changes in polar ice cover can influence global ocean circulation pattern. Obviously, polar ice cover may, if there are changes, melting is there, salinity will be down. First thing, fresh water will come and meet the ocean water, and salinity will be reduced. The moment salinity will go down, density will go down. Moment density will go down, the conveyor belt, the Atlantic Meridional Ocean Circulation, AMOC, that this coming down, this am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible to you? Anyone? Okay. So the moment salinity will go down, density will decrease, and this dense water which was subsiding earlier, it will not subside anymore. And this subsidence, then movement, then upwelling, then movement, this conveyor belt circulation will be disrupted. Second, more fresh water will come in, temperature variation will be there in ocean water. Ultimately, warming will start happening. Then due to this temperature change, the atmospheric circulation, wind circulation, everything will be affected. So yes, changes in polar ice can influence global ocean circulation pattern and climate system beyond polar region. Yes, it will affect. That is why answer is 1 and 3. I would say an easy question based on basic concept and basic understanding. Decline in pollinator population can reduce ecosystem stability and agricultural productivity. Now, what pollinator do? They simply take up the pollens and they drop it or distribute it to the next plant of the same species or other species. Kind of genetic variation comes in, pollination happens, germination happens, seeds get birth, fruit gets the germination of fruits takes place. So pollination is very important. If just to understand, it is the basic reproductive cycle of plants, where particles from male plants are being transported to female plants, and entire reproduction, that is fruit, seeds, everything is happening and everyone is getting food. That is what pollination does. If you will reduce the number of pollinators, if you will affect the population of pollinators, it will directly affect this germination, the new plants germination. It will directly affect the genetic diversity. It will directly affect the food supply. It will directly affect the food web. It will directly affect the stability of ecosystem. Everything will be collapsed eventually, and that is what all three statement is talking about. Flowering plant depend on animal medical for genetic diversity, yes. Otherwise, weaker plants inbreeding will start happening, because I told you this is all about reproduction cycle. So male particles are being transported to female particle. If you will not do, inner breeding will start, and ultimately the plants will be weaker. And one tragic incidence, one tragic you can say disease, and entire population will be wiped off, because there is no genetic diversity. Loss of pollinator can disrupt, already explained. Yes, all three statements are correct, and that is why answer is A, that both second and third, because they will affect the genetic diversity and the food web. That is why they are explaining statement 1 correctly. Anther to stigma. Yes, anther to stigma. Anther is the male part, stigma is the female part. Correct, Rahul. Okay. Now this is a question based on your general fooding habits. Today we all are preferring these nutritious seeds. So we were aware about chia seed, sesame seed, other we know flax seed, sunflower seed we know, pumpkin seed we know. Almond we, okay, there could be doubt, but it is also a seed. The main thing was related to makhana, that is foxtail. Okay, and that was the only thing. And why picked? Because of the news. Consistently a superfood, because India is kind of maintaining a dominance in the supply. That is why it was picked up. But makhana is also a seed which is very rich in calcium and protein and very healthy for the bone strength. So all these four are seeds including makhana. So yes, if you know about it, it is absolutely fine. It would have been an easy question. Otherwise, thoda sa risk lete, then it would have been a correct marking from your side. So the only confusion for those who don't know would have been makhana. Otherwise, baki to we could tell that this is seed. Question number 93. Again, a very self-explanatory question, an easy one. Seed is the basic building block of, see what we call seed, we say fruit, we say vegetable, we say. So we say that seed we are eating. These are the basic building block of any plant, seed. Seeds and fruits, vegetables. Vegetable have seed. Like if you will cut papaya, you will find seed. Now, some plants and some fruits have their seed, and some plants have their seed which are very nutritious. So they are drying it and making it edible, as is the case with pumpkin seed, sunflower seed. Rahul, clear? Okay. This is the question. That is the technical definition, if you want, fertilized ovules. Pushpanjali gave the definition. That is what, if you want the technical definition, that ovules we call seed. Okay, let's take up this question. Which one of the following best explains the environmental significance of managing construction and demolition waste? Now just understand this. If you have construction waste, what you are expecting to have? You have brick, you have mortar, you have steel, you have iron, you have asphalt, you have cement, you have dust. That is what you are having. This is what you are having. Now, if somebody is saying disposal of inert construction, how it is inert? It is not inert. It is not inert. Rather, it is cause of dust and pollution. This is wrong. Management primarily aims at energy recovery. How you can recover energy? You need a biodegradable substance. Where is the biodegradable substance? Again, you can eliminate. Mixing construction debris with municipal solid waste, you are complicating the thing. We are talking about segregating the waste, and you are saying mix them. Then how do you segregate? How do you make it a segregated, organic, inorganic, all those things? Again, an incorrect. The first statement is correct just because it explains the fundamentals of the construction waste. Recycling mineral debris, at least this recycle can give you some metals, some building material which can be utilized, and you will not be mining it again, you will not be purchasing it again. So kind of this way it is going to help. So A is the correct answer. Question number 94. Again, I would say highest to lowest contribution in black carbon. For that, you need to understand what is black carbon. Black carbon is particulate matter, very fine size, and primarily it is germinated or comes into environment due to the incomplete combustion of fossil fuel or anything for that matter, not only fossil. Just take an example. Take some local quality incense stick and burn it for some time. Don't diffuse the lit, just lit it and leave it. You will find black suits here and there because the combustion is not complete. This quality of fuel is not that great. And same things happen with when we use the wood, when we use the cow dung for cooking purposes. So that is when the black carbon emission takes place. Now, anyone could have solved if they would have focused on one thing. Option 4, gas-based household cooking. Now, this is being promoted. Ujjwala scheme. Everything was to eliminate the use of this fuel which which are creating the black carbon, issue of black carbon. Just this one option could have solved this question. That is why government is promoting this gas based cooking, because this will release lowest black carbon emission, and that is how you could have got the answer. Just one option, gas based. And yes, others are in this order only: biomass cooking, cook stove, agricultural residue burning, and diesel engine also, because even without advanced particular filter, they were lesser polluting even compared to biomass cook stove, because this advanced BS stage and all those things, more stringent norms have come after 2010-11. So basically before that the diesel vehicles were there, but they were not that polluting as you can compare it with the cook stoves. So yes, in that order, but just the fourth option, that is gas based household cooking, would have solved the question. Question number 95, a factual question based on natural indicator. Now out of these three are a very good indicator of pH level in the atmosphere. pH level, that is less hydrogen, that is more acidic. High hydrogen content, hydrogen ion, that is basic, and neutral is the value 7. So water is neutral pH. Again, I would say this was something I would say factual and tough, because okay, somebody could have been sure about lichen, because lichen is used as a dye for litmus test. So in acid it turns red, and basic it turns blue. So one could have understood or read about lichen. But for others, because the main confusion was between turmeric and saffron. So turmeric is, yes, it changes into reddish brown when the solution is basic, and does not change color when solution is acidic, remains yellow, but reddish brown when basic is there. Hibiscus, yes, acid magenta color or dark pink color it changes, and basic it turns into green, while saffron is not an indicator. So only three, a factual question. If you have not read about it, this was kind of question that one should have skipped. And okay, natural blanket. I will quickly explain this, why the answer is yeah, so lowest is gas, no? In this question you must be asking. Sorry. Highest to lowest contribution to black carbon. So if you are cooking gas stove, you are giving you are contributing lowest, no? That's why fourth. Highest contribution is traditional biomass, lowest contribution is gas stove. Okay, just quickly understand this composition of atmosphere. Now out of this, these three are greenhouse gases. Okay, these three are greenhouse gases. This should have been eliminated, because it does not it is more associated with trapping of UV radiation, incoming UV radiation, not outgoing terrestrial radiation. Concern was with these three, but concentration is roughly around 0.04% and varies. This is a variable gas. We have learned this in geography. Water vapor concentration is 0 to 4%, much more than carbon dioxide. Methane, life is very small, potency is very high. Potency is very high, can absorb, can cause global warming 20 to 30 times more than carbon dioxide. But life is very short, so long-term effect is not that great. So main competition was between carbon dioxide and water vapor. And methane is a trace gas, not available in that. And that confusion could have been solved through this. See the quantity, 4%. See the quantity, 0.04%. And that is why water vapor contributes around 60 to 70% of the greenhouse gas effect. Contrary to the understanding that carbon dioxide ही सब कुछ कर रहा है, it is not like that. Water vapor is natural blanket in true sense. And that is why answer is C, that is water vapor, because concentration is much, much, much higher than carbon dioxide. And that is why it acts as a better blanket or natural blanket to trap heat. Okay. Now, consider the following technologies: biomethanation of organic waste, waste to energy incineration, aerobic composting. Now, ये तो नाम ही वही है, energy from waste, so second would be correct. Aerobic composting is not, because it is more about fermentation. So kind of you might have seen in villages that organic waste and cow dung and all this slurry is kept in open, and there are some organisms which are left, and they do the decomposition work, and you get the fertilizer, manure, or solid stable humus you get in general parlance that we say. But this is not associated with energy. It is associated with compost making. A solid humus is created, fertilizer is created through a fermentation. While this is, as the name suggests, ये तो हो ही रहा है, high temperature and presence of oxygen. You are burning something, you are getting heat, steam, ash, everything, and through this you are making the turbine work, and you are making this thing happen, the waste to energy. Now coming to the first, biomethanation of organic waste. Biomethanation, what happens? The organic waste is kept in in anaerobic condition, oxygen is not present. The bacteria is put in there, okay? Methanogenic bacteria is put in there, and they do the process of decomposition, and result is the biogas dominant with methane. So yes, again that gas can be used directly for as a fuel for burning purpose, or create or producing electricity. So yes, these two can be used as a means to produce electricity. And this waste and new waste management, solid waste management rules have come in news, as you can see, and that is why this question was there. And now it is not just about segregating and handling the waste, but it is more about the circular economy. So creating energy out of waste is the agenda. Moving further, sentinel species. If you know the meaning of the word sentinel, sentinel is someone who is kind of protector. But for your understanding, just this is kind of a natural alarm. So what you do, if you have a doubt that something is toxic, something is polluted, you bring this species, it kind of reacts to that toxicity, that pollutant. Their muscle, they absorb it, and you can calculate, basically you can calculate, count and assess what kind of pollution is there, how much pollution is there through these species. They are different from indicator species in a sense that indicator species is located in that like lichen is present there, responding to a change. These species are not necessarily from that particular environment. So they behave differently or in a certain manner for certain toxin or pollutant, while the indicator species, they tell you about the stability or the, you can say, exact condition of the environment. These sentinel species tells you about a particular pollutant. And biological monitor, you can say, these are the bio indicators, sentinel species, which is correctly defined by option D. If you can find it on internet, canary bird, it was used in coal mines of UK till 1980s, till very late they have used it. I'm not certain about the year, but what it used to do, in coal mines there were toxic gases, and this bird used to react abruptly and used to kind of faint whenever they encounter this particular gas, and miners, they immediately vacate the mines. They used to vacate the mines just because this alarm was just indicated them that something is wrong here. So sentinel species, basically the identifying the pollutant and issue with the atmosphere. Now again, tropical forest forever facility, what is it? Few points, try to understand. This is a new facility which has been initiated by government of Brazil in COP30. It was initiated in 28, but now launched in COP30 Bellum. India has also joined. What is this? Just understand, earlier the funding was given to prevent deforestation. This time, first time it is going to happen, that funding or the money or the incentive is provided to protect the existing forest. Simple understanding is, earlier they were rewarding the person. So there was a country where deforestation was happening. So a country brought in some law, some measures, and stopped that deforestation or reduced that deforestation. So they were rewarding them. Now what is happening? They are rewarding a country which has already preserved a forest. Okay, so this is not for reforestation, but preservation of what is already existing there. And they are using market mechanism. So what they are doing, they are taking money from two sources: sponsors, that is countries, rich countries or philanthropists. 20% funding out of 125 billion will come from them. 80% they will pick from market. They will invest it somewhere, and the profit will be shared among these investors. Plus, certain amount will be given to local community who is involved in protecting the forest. So this is a new mechanism where market strategies are involved, and local communities are getting rewarded directly. But this is plan. This has just started, initiated and launched. Let's see what is going to happen. So as the first statement talks about reforestation, it is incorrect. It is not about reforestation or deforestation. It is about preserving what you have. Second, it aims to reward developing tropical forest for keeping old growth forest intact. Yes, this is the basic premise. It utilizes annual satellite remote sensing data for transparent forest monitoring. Yes, through the platform of UNEP and FAO and other agencies, they are monitoring this data and providing real-time update to the member countries. So second and third statement are correct. Moving to the last question, which is again factual. These four species have been enlisted and have been asked that how many of the above are commonly used as traditional medicines in India. So all four belong to northeastern India. They have medicinal values, and that is why the Bodhekra, it is a fruit used mainly for the heart health and used an antioxidant. Mishmitita again is an anti-malarial and anti-inflammatory. Agarwood, if you know, it is perfume used in perfumes, incense stick, and medicinal use. And Bhoot Jolakia, which is used for the pain relief and antimicrobial properties. So these are the four plants which were in news, and that is why they have been asked. All belong to majorly the northeastern India, and that would be all for this session of geography and environment. The next session will be taken by Suyash sir, and he'll be discussing questions from history. So stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Hello, mic testing 1 2 3. Guys, can everybody please tell me, am I audible? Anybody can please confirm, am I audible? See? Okay, perfect. So, first of all, a lot of appreciation to your perseverance, right? And to your dedication. If anyone has survived the entire lecture till now, ठीक? तो अगर जगे हुए हो तो hats off to that first, ठीक? I think we have run out of time, so we do not have that much of a time to go into the utmost detailed discussion possible or something like that. क्या करेंगे, सिंपल रखेंगे, ठीक है? I will tell you some small stories, है ना? And in those stories itself, we will try to basically weave around some facts, incorporation of facts, ठीक है? इतना करते हैं, okay? Idea would be, we will try to integrate the current affairs also. So, for example, if there are certain themes which are prevalent in the current affairs and you guys are coming across them again and again, like for example, the very important site of Kizadi or the Sangam age, तो थोड़ा सा पढ़ लेंगे. We will also try to revise everything through this new methods of incorporation of mind maps, flow charts, diagrams, picturization, ठीक है? And ultimately, we'll try to keep our focus entirely on the PYQs. जैसे कि for example, if you look at this one slide, ठीक? Repeated number of questions which has been asked on one central theme of history, and that is Buddhism, ठीक है? So the idea is that अगर हम बुद्धिज्म को पढ़ रहे हैं तो we'll try to read it in the utmost detail possible, ठीक है? If you are compromising on these important topics like Buddhism for the examination, then गलती किसकी है, तुम्हारी, ठीक है? जैसे कि for example, when we read history, ठीक है, basically we are reading about those events which have already been conducted in the past, ठीक है? So basically those events are done and dusted. We are reading them in the present, trying to basically incorporate some learnings for the administration for the future. So how we can basically assess that whatever we are reading is actually true or false? For that, we refer to basically two sources, okay? One is literature and one is archaeological evidences. Like for example, if you want to learn about Buddhism, the best thing is to actually refer to the sayings of Gautam Buddha himself. कहाँ मिलती है? सूत पिटाका में. So for example, you guys already might be aware about the three important canonical texts of Buddhism: Sut Pitaka, Vinay Pitaka, and Abhidham Pitaka. Sut Pitaka is nothing but the Pali term for sutras, basically the sayings of Gautam Buddha himself, जो वो कह के गए. Second is Vinay Pitaka. Vinay Pitaka is basically हम विनय करते हैं, so basically the rules which has to be followed by the bhikkhus and bhikkhunis of the Sangh. And ultimately the Abhidham Pitaka, which is nothing but the philosophical interpretation of the sayings of Gautam Buddha. ठीक है? Three canonical texts are there. In this context, we are basically referring to the Brahmajal Sut said by Gautam Buddha himself, in which text Digh Nikaya, and this Digh Nikaya forms part of which canonical text? Sut Pitaka. ठीक है? What Gautam Buddha is saying in this Brahmajal Sut? He basically said that in my time period, when he was living from 563 BC to 483 BC, in my time period there existed 62 school of philosophies. ठीक है? 62 school, like for example Nyaya, Vaisheshika, Samakhya, Yoga, है ना? Similarly, there existed another school of philosophy among these 62, and that was Shraman. What was the ideology of the Shraman tradition? They basically rejected the Vedic tradition itself. ठीक है. So they rejected all these yajnas which were taking place, rituals, sacrifices, as well as the authority of priesthood altogether. They said we will not depend on any external authority for our own liberation from this endless cycle of life and death which is samsara. ठीक है. तो हम क्या करेंगे? We will leave this materialistic world which is maya, है ना? And we will eventually, right, will try to become a sannyasi, do tapasya, go to Himalayas. So basically we will do shram or work by our own self, right, to find the truth or the distinction between Atman and Brahman, and thus we will basically eventually get liberation, that is nirvana, moksha, swarg, etc. Shraman, a very important term which also featured in your UPSC PYQ. ठीक है. So one such Shraman sect. So Shraman sect consisted of again various schools, like for example Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas. One such was Buddhism. Buddhism which was founded by a person called as Siddhartha Gautam. Siddhartha Gautam, who was born at a place called as Lumbini in Nepal. हमें कैसे पता? Archaeological evidence. Rummindei inscription of Ashoka, where Ashoka himself says in this pillar which you guys can see that this is the place where Shakya Muni was born, and that's why I am exempting this place from any future taxation. ठीक है. So basically here Siddhartha Gautam is taking place the birth, right? कहाँ पे? Lumbini में. The reason which was at that point of time was being ruled by a clan called as Shakya clan, and the king was Sudhodana. ठीक है. So when Buddha was born, there came a monk. The name of the monk was Asita. Asita made a prophecy that this young child is either going to be the greatest king in the world in the future, or he is going to be the greatest monk. Thus, the king Sudhodan basically ensured that Gautam Buddha is sheltered in all the luxuries of the world, in the palace itself. However, at the age of 29 years, Gautam Buddha basically left the palace to actually experience the world, the real world outside, where he saw 4 visuals which change his perspective towards life. Chatro Maha Nimitta. What he saw? He saw basically an old age man. He saw a corpse, that death is the ultimate reality. He saw basically a person who is suffering from disease. All of us are suffering from one or another. And ultimately a person who has left the materialistic world and has become a pravajaka or a wanderer at that point of a time. Thus, looking at this Chatro Mahanimitta or 4 visuals, what Gautam Buddha felt at that point of a time was some wake or spiritual urgency to actually search for higher truths in the world. If all of the people are suffering from so many issues, there can be one uniform solution. And thus, he basically left his palace, his materialistic life, an event which is termed as Mahabhinishkraman, which is very vividly depicted at your Sachi Stupa panel. तो अब गौतम बुद्ध क्या बन गए? खुद वैंडरर बन गए, प्रावजका बन गए. ठीक है. And thus he started wandering from place to place for next 6 years. Ultimately, he reached to a place called as Uruvela, the ancient name of Bodh Gaya, at the bank of which river? Fagun river. You guys can see. ठीक है. Uruvela forest meditation vihar is there. ठीक है. Where he is going to now meditate for the next 49 days and ultimately going to get nirvana or enlightenment, where he realized the 4 noble truths, also called as Arya Sachani. ठीक है. What is that? Sabbam dukkham, everyone is sad. What is the reason of that? Samudaya or the world. Is there exist any solution or nirodh to that? Yes, indeed, and that nirodh is the Ashtangika mark. Why? Why everyone is sad? Because of these 5 skandhas. The Roop, the Vedana, the Sun, Shankhara, and Vinan. ठीक है. If UPSC gives you these terms, what are these? These are 5 skandhas or the 5 different aspects of desire or Maya. Trishna भी बोलते हैं. ठीक है. So I hope terminology is clear to all of you. है ना? अब जब when Gautam Buddha has realized, right, the 4 noble truth, and he has also, kind of devised an Ashtanga mark. So he is basically feeling a fear of missing out. He's like, मुझे किसी को बताना है that I have become enlightened. And thus, he actually goes to the search of those 5 monks who had deserted him earlier. And thus, he ventures to a region at that point of a time called as Rishi Patna or the modern day Sarnath. And he found them at a deer park. जहां पर ये first 5 followers of Gautam Buddha, जहां पे उनको मिले, वहां पे आज क्या exist करता है? चौखंडी स्तूपा. And just 80 meters away from that, ठीक है, finally, Buddha and his first 5 followers sat down, where Gautam Buddha is now going to tell them about the Ashtangika Marg itself. वहां पर आज क्या exist करता है? This Dhamek Stupa which you guys can see, right? So let's say, for example, if there is a Sarnath complex which is going to be designed, Chaukhandi and Dhamik Stupa is going to be the integral part of it. It is as obvious. कहानी याद है तो facts याद रहेंगे. ठीक है? Who were the first 5 followers? Right? You guys can write the name of it. Kaundinya, Bhadrika, Ashwajit, Mahanaman, and Vashpa. KBVAM. ठीक है? Ultimately, the moment he is going to propound, right, this Asangika mark, it is going to basically change the wheel of the law. So earlier it was Vedic tradition, and now it will transition into Shraman tradition, and that's why the event is basically termed as Dharma Chakra Parvartana, the changing of the wheel of the law. Another significant event in the life of Gautam Buddha. ठीक है? I hope यहाँ तक everything is clear. So now when Gautam Buddha is going to die, ठीक है, उस event को क्या बोलते हैं? Anyone? If I'm audible. What we basically term the event of the death of the Gautam Buddha. There is birth, there is Mahabhinishkraman, that is living of the materialistic life. ठीक है? Then there is attainment of nirvana at Uruvela or Bodh Gaya. Then ultimately the first sermon which he gave, that is the Dharma Chakra Parvartana. And what is the ultimate event? The fifth important event of the life of the Gautam Buddha is Mahaparinirvana, or basically the death of Gautam Buddha. ठीक है? Where the death of Gautam Buddha took place? At a place called as Kushinara. ठीक है? When he died in the year 483 BC. And thus in the memory of him, there was a council which was conveyed by a king. The name of the king was Ajat Shatru. Clear? कहाँ पे हुई? राजगीर में. किसने चेयर किया? महाकश्यपा ने. 2 important texts were compiled at that point of a time, that is Sutta Pitaka and Vinaya Pitaka. ठीक है? Second important Buddhist council took place under which king? Kal Ashoka. Where? Vaishali, presided by whom? Sabakami. What took place here? The first schism in Buddhism took place. Between which 2 sects? Sthaviravadins and Mahasamkhika. ठीक है? Third important Buddhist council. Now who is convening that? The very important king Ashoka. Where? At Pataliputra. Who is basically presiding that? Mogliputra Tissa. So you guys can note down that Mogliputra Tissa wrote a very important text called as Mahakatha Vathu. ठीक है? और Katha Vathu. Katha Vathu is considered to be the earliest text on Theravada Buddhism, where he defended the orthodox section of Buddhism. Mogliputra Tissa. Ultimately, in this third Buddhist council, there was a compilation of another text which is Abhidham Pitaka. And I think you guys are familiar that how in the 4th Buddhist council, which will take place at Kundalwan, Kashmir, conveyed by the Kushan king Kanishk, where there was a final schism, that was Mahayana and Hinayana. ठीक है? When we talk about the text of the Buddhism, this is the entire literature which you guys need to remember. ठीक है? Simple सी बात है. Vinaya Pitaka consists of the rules for some. Vinaya Pitaka consists its largest text which is called as Mahavagga. ठीक है? Mahavagga. Just a minute. I think आप click कर रहे हैं, उसको ऐसे change हो रहा है ये. So I think it is changing. Just a minute, guys. I think there is some technical default here. ठीक है, so we will continue. I think जहां तक हमने पढ़ा अभी तक clear है. ठीक है, these are all 4 important Buddhist councils for all of you. ठीक है, just remember these slides. I hope the PPT is provided to you. नहीं तो you guys can take the screenshot. ठीक है, this is the entire literature. Vinaya Pitaka, which talks about the rules which has to be followed by the Sangh, consists a very important text which is called as Mahavagga. Mahavagga is basically the text which tells us about the entire functioning of the Sangh. ठीक है, Pushpanjali is saying how to remember all these terms. Remember the story. You remember the story, you remember the terms as well. जैसे कि for example, I will give you an example. This is the Sangh. So when Gautam Buddha was giving his first sermon, in the very first sermon, he established the 3 ratnas or the 3 jewels of Buddhism. ठीक है, क्या थे? उन्होंने बोला सबसे पहले तो मैं ही हूँ, diamond, Buddha himself. Second is going to be the entire idea of Dham which I have created, Dharma. and the third is going to be the Sangh, right? The order for the bhikkhus and the bhikkhunis. Okay. Here we also get a very important literature called as Theri Gatha, which tells us about the stories of the bhikkhunis at that point of a time, considered to be the earliest collection of the women's literature. Okay. Now remember, just like for example, someone was asking how to remember these terms. Why Buddhism got so much popularity at that point of a time? Because he created something at that point of a time which was kind of groundbreaking. He said, if any one of you wants to join this Sangh, the moment you join a Buddhist Sangh, you become Vairniyanti, or devoid of your Varna itself. So the kind of the social hierarchy which has been created, which is basically kind of imposing some limitations from your birth itself. If let's say, for example, you have been born in Shudra or Vaishya, ठीक है, कुछ limitations है, कोई बात नहीं. Join the Buddhist Sangh. All that Varna classification basically stands now as a kind of a something which is obsolete. ठीक है? Don't you think it will get too much of a popularity? So you learnt a new term now, Vairniyanti. ठीक है? I hope itna clear hai. So these are the literary evidences. Then come a king who basically starts promoting Buddhism. हमें कैसा पता चलता है? Because of a text. The text now is Mahavamsa. ठीक है? Mahavamsa tells us that after the battle of Kaling, which you guys might be aware about, Ashoka basically got very sad. ठीक है? He was like, अरे मेरे से बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई. I have ended up killing more than 1 lakh people. What to do now? So he basically come across a merchant monk at that point of a time whose name was Samudra. It was Samudra, according to Mahavamsa, who converted Ashoka into the fold of Buddhism. So Ashoka basically asked Samudra that I have done such a huge crime, right? So how basically I can wash up my sins? Samudra said, no problem at all. ठीक है? Just create as equal number of stupas as many people you have been killed. So for example, if you have killed 1 lakh people, how many stupas Ashoka is required to create? 1 lakh. And Ashoka was en route doing that, right? He died in 232 BC. By that time, he had already created 84,000 stupas. Stupas were basically nothing but the burial mounds which consisted of the chitta of the Buddha, right? And thus they will basically end up becoming the place of veneration at that point of a time, where we will actually see the symbolic depiction of Buddha, as well as some Jataka stories which will be basically created on the panels of these stupas. ठीक है? जैसे कि for example, one very famous stupa in our country, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is your Sachi stupa, where at Vidisha or Base Nagar at that point of a time, modern day Raisin district of Madhya Pradesh. ठीक है? Remember one thing, did Gautam Buddha ever visited Sachi in his entire lifespan? Nahi. Why then Ashoka is creating an important stupa there at Sachi at that point of a time? Why? Because it basically acted as a kind of an amalgamation point of two बोलूं? ठीक है. I think we are facing some technical errors because of the long span of the class, but ठीक है ना? Remember, Sachi Stupa destroyed by Pushyamitra Shunga and rebuilt by Agnimitra Shunga, who also added Toranas and the gateways. कुछ important architectural key terms हैं. UPSC can ask you that. Let's say, for example, if UPSC asks you what, in the context of ancient history, what was Medhi, Torana, or Vedika, you know that these are basically specifically architectural elements of Buddhism or Buddhist stupa. ठीक है? I hope यहाँ तक clear है. If UPSC asks you, where is the world's tallest stupa? That is Kesariya stupa. The second largest Buddhist stupa is your Phra Prathom Teri, which is basically at Thailand. Which is the largest excavated stupa site? That is Sannati in Karnataka. ठीक है? Now, if we refer to these questions, now it seems very easier to us. So, if there is a UNESCO nomination of Sarnath, you know, yes, Dhamek stupa will be there for sure. Chaukhandi will be there for sure. Mahaparinirvana took place where? At Kushinagar. It is not the part of Sarnath complex. Very easily you can remove the fourth, right? And yes, obviously the Ashoka's capital, right? The inscriptions of Ashoka. One of very important is the Sarnath inscription, okay, which basically consists of a lot of Buddhist elements in this as well. Which specific text tells us about in detail about the functioning of the Buddhist tongue is Mahavagga, because it forms the largest corpus of your Vinay Pitaka. ठीक है? So remember two important things: literature and the architecture of Buddhism. Moving ahead, ठीक है? A question comes, ठीक है? पहले हम काम करते हैं, कहानी बाद में पढ़ेंगे. थोड़ा सा we'll also discuss about the sati of this question. So do not relate it with the practice of sati, which was prevalent in our country, right? The earliest epigraphical evidence of which actually comes from Iran period inscription of Bhanugupta. Not that sati. Sati is a term which exists in Buddhism, which talks about your present sense of mind, mindfulness basically. Arthashastra, a very simple description which you guys obviously might be knowing and keeping in your mind, is that it is a very important statecraft, or a basically very important treaty on the economy of the statecraft at that point of a time. Will, in the present context, start thinking, will it ever recommend you to the Indian economy shall mainly rely on foreign trade, specifically the events which are taking place in the West Asia now? Nahi. Will it ever suggest that the wealth creation is secondary altogether? Government shall not do any taxation. नहीं करेंगे तो Article 38 welfare state establish कैसे करेंगे? Third, revenue collection must be minimal. So then how the government will do all the capital expenditure? How Ashoka is going to eventually create all of these Buddhist stupas? And then a very generalized and a very normal statement, that is private economic activities should be permitted. Yes, obviously. ठीक है? So again, यहाँ पे हमें क्या करने की जरूरत थी? Even if we did not knew a single thing about Arthashastra or ancient Indian history, these were 2 marks which are waiting for you in the examination hall, remember. As I said, we will refer to some important text if you are talking about, let's say, the context of Mauryan history. One such very important text at that point of a time is Mudra Rakshasa. Mudra Rakshasa, which was written by Vishakha Datta in the Gupta period, okay, where he basically tells us about a conversation which takes place between Dhannanda, right, the evil king at that point of a time, and a monk whose name is Kautilya or Vishnugupta, where basically Dhannanda asks Vishnugupta that what is the most important objective of kingship? He says nothing but the welfare of the state, welfare of the people. Dhannanda says, Acha, so the king is important or the people? Kautilya says it's obviously the people. He says, so according to you, what is the position of the king in your Shastras? Kautilya says nothing but a regular wage earner who is earning this wage for providing administration services to the citizens. And then ultimately, the Dhannanda asks, so okay, so what is more important, is state or king? To which obviously Kautilya replies, it is the state. है ना? सरकारें आएंगी जाएंगी, पार्टियां बनेंगी बिगड़ेंगी, पर देश बना रहना चाहिए. ठीक है, यहां तक क्लियर है. किस टेक्स्ट में बात हो रही है? मुद्रा राक्षसा में. किस पीरियड में लिखा गया है? गुप्ता पीरियड में. कौन लिख रहा है? विशाखा दत्ता. Which also tells us that how Kautilya is going to help Chandragupta Maurya to eventually dethrone Seleucus Nicator in the battle of 303 BC. And thus another important text which actually tells us about the Maurya period is the Indica by Megasthenes. Megasthenes was nothing but the court ambassador in the court of Chandragupta Maurya during the time period of Kautilya and Arthashastra. ठीक है? So दो important texts हमें पता चल गए. We will remember this. Now you guys might be very well aware that how there are new NCRTs which has been published by the government. These are the maps which has been taken directly from that, where the new NCRTs tells you in detail about the Saptang Raja theory of Kautilya, or for example the Raj Mandala theory. ठीक है? Raj Mandala theory which tells us that how we have some enemies, like for example who are called as Ari, and then there are some countries which are friends of our enemies, China in this context. Then if the fight is taking place for this reason, 2 neighbor states are there, they have mutual interest, so we have a Mitra also, that is Afghanistan in this state. Some states which are neutral right now, but if they take any side, it becomes detrimental to the war. Some states who are entirely not interested in the geopolitics, okay, and thus they shall be conquered. The enemy at our rear, just like Ari here, Pakistan, is called as Pershingra, or the friend at the rear is called as Arkant. Okay? So remember these terms mentioned in your new NCRTs. I'm just covering that. Also the important administrative terms which has been mentioned in your Arthashastra itself. Okay? All of them have been given here. We could have gone into that much of a detail, but हमारे पास वक्त की कमी है. ठीक है? So I hope you guys are either taking the screenshots or you guys will get the PPT. ठीक है? All the important administrative terms mentioned in the Arthashastra. So if they like ask you who were Rajukas, the officer to award and punish people in the villages. Okay? Coming to, so if let's say for example another question comes, very generalized in the nature, it just asks you a simple thing. How many of the text actually tells us about the regulation of corruption and the misuse of power? Don't you think that these terms are so generic in the nature that any text, even if it is let's say a romantic story, somewhere or other it might have any reference to the administration at that point of a time, and thus it will tell us something or other about these things, right? Like for example, Yashastilaka, which basically tells us about the story of a king Yashodhara at that point of a time. Yashodhara had become basically, kind of completely deviated in the opulence of wealth. So he started basically indulging into the practices of corruption. However, there comes a Jain monk, because it is a Jain Sanskrit text written by Somdev Suri 959. So there comes a Jain monk who basically converts Yashodhara, right, into a kind of a peace-loving king, right, people-loving king. Or for example, your Narmala. Narmala is nothing but the garland of satires at that point of a time, written by an author whose name is Chamendra, who basically talks about the operation of the Kayasth bureaucrats. Or for example, there was another text, that is Raghuvamsa, written by a very great Sanskrit poet, and that was Kalidas. Raghuvamsa basically traces the history of the Raghu or the solar dynasty at that point of a time for 29 kings, which also include your King Dashrath, King Ram, hai na? So it's very obvious that, like for example, the book actually tells us that how Ram used to actually tax people so that he can collect money and basically create various welfare projects. All the other text which has been written by Kalidas has been given here for you. Take it. So remember that these slides are very important for the prelims examination. Take it as a value addition also. Hai na? Coming to something which is very much in the news, repeated number of times, right? The site of Kizadi found at the bank of Vagai, which actually has kind of shifted the date of Sangam age. तो पहले क्या था कि जैसे नॉर्थ इंडिया में there are two waves of urbanization which you guys read about. First is obviously the Indus Valley civilization, and the second is the time period of Mahajanpadas. So when you read about the second wave of urbanization which is taking place in the North India, or basically the various 16 Mahajanpadas which exist, 16 Mahajanpada, whose kind of a detailed list has been given in a Buddhist text called as Anguttara Nikaya. है ना? When you are reading about that, and then you come to the South Indian history, the ancient books, like the books of the ancient history, like for example the old NCRTs, they used to tell you that the first wave of urbanization in South India is started from 3rd century BC. But with the discovery of this new site of Kizadi at the bank of Vagai, we can basically attest that no, the first wave of urbanization in South India started from the 6th century BC itself. And this site actually tells us about the very important Sangam age. ठीक है? Many of the time the people are basically confused कि Sangam age क्या है. We will just try to understand this in a story format in 1 minute. ठीक? Simple concept है. There is a Chola king whose name is Kulothunga II, and we are talking about 12th century C. ठीक है? A Chola king Kulothunga II. And what was the language or the court of the language of Cholas? It was basically Tamil and not Kannada. ठीक? So he is basically getting bored. He tells his court poet, the court poet name is Shekizar. He basically tells Shekizar that, you know what, I'm getting bored. Do you have a great story to tell? Shekizar says that, yes, sir, I have a great story. The name of the story is Periya Puranam. Okay? Now, Kulothunga II is interested. He's like, Acha, tell me about what is this Periya Puranam. He says that I am basically writing about the 63 great Myanmar saints. Okay? Who were these Myanmar saints? They were basically Shaivite saints who lived around 7th century C. Okay? So now when he is telling, Shekizar is telling this story to Kulothunga II in a book called as Periya Puranam, Kulothunga says that how I will trust you, right? That whether you are telling correct things about these Myanmar saints or not. To which Shekizar replies that, sir, I am referring to 3 great Myanmar saints, Appar, Sampandar, and Sundarar. Okay? All of them have basically wrote some or other important couplets, important poems about Shaivism. when individually they are writing these couplets, they are called as Tevram. So Tevram is what? Nothing but a Nayanmar couplets, right? Or the couplets dedicated to Shiv at that point of a time. And together their literature is basically termed as Thirumurai, or a great collection of the great poems of Nayanmars. Okay? So he is basically saying that, see, in this book, when I am telling about these 63 Nayanmar saints, I am directly using their couplets, that is Thirumurai. ठीक है? Kulutunga too is still doubtful. He says कि हाँ ठीक है. But how we can actually know that these saints, they were basically saying the truth in their time period? To which Shakespeare replies that yes, sir, all the knowledge which they are giving us about Lord Shiv at that point of a time, they are also deriving it from what? From the great Sangam assemblies which were basically conducted by the god at that point of a time. ठीक है? The Sangam assemblies which took place for 9,990 years, which were basically attended by 2,598 poets, who in total wrote 2,381 poems, and all of this was basically compiled under 197 Pandyan kings. Clear? These Pandyan kings in these Sangam texts are mentioned as Vendan, or for example Mannan, or at various places at Kon as well. ठीक है? This assembly of poets which took place are basically termed as Muchangam. ठीक है? Changam basically is nothing but assemblies, and Much is nothing but three. So three great assemblies which took place. And then there were certain people who provided, the kind of the bardic legend which was passed from generation to generation, just like how it happened with Vedas. ठीक है? Those people were basically called as Valiyars and Paniyars. This is basically your entire Sangam literature. ठीक है? इतना क्लियर होना चाहिए, बस इतना ही है संगम लिटरेचर. ठीक है? Just remember this. And now when we come back, and now when we refer to the three assemblies, it becomes very easy for us to understand. Look, है ना? Years have been given. Only one dynasty under which it was all conveyed, Pandyas. कहां पे हुआ? First and third took place at Madurai. Second कहां पे हुआ? Kapatpuram. First say there is no book which has been surviving. Who presided it? Sage Agastya. In Rig Veda, who is the first sage who crosses the Vindhya mountain? Sage Agastya. And later Shiv. And then ultimately, initially it was Agastya and then Tolkapiyar. Tolkapiyar, who basically wrote a book at that point of a time. That is Tolkapiyam. ठीक है? Third was presided by Nakkirar. And all the Sangam texts which you have now, right? Your Pati ke, Neel ke Nakku, right? All of that. Ettu Togai, Pattu Pattu. All of them comes from the third Sangam assembly. Itna clear? All the important terms has been given here. तोलकापियम किसने लिखी? तोलकापियार ने. किस असेंबली में? सेकंड असेंबली में. कहां पे हुई थी? कपाटपुरम. एंड दिस कंसिस्ट ऑफ पार्ट्स, जैसे बाहुबली 1, बाहुबली 2, वैसे ही देयर इज योर एजुटाधिकरम, द वेरियस टेक्स्ट ऑन साउंड्स एंड द स्क्रिप्ट, योर सोलाधिकरम ग्रामर, योर पोरुलाधिकरम अकम एंड पूरम टेक्स्ट, वेलर एंड लव, एथिक्स एंड ऑन वॉर, लेजेंड्स. ठीक है? संगम असेंबली, आई होप इट इज क्लियर. ठीक है? Now this is your entire division of Varna which existed during the time period of Sangam assembly. Kudi bolte hain. So this is the best thing, right? The way you can actually remember. Like for example, there was, I guess, Pushpanjali, if I am not wrong. ठीक है? पुष्पांजलि ऐसे याद करना है. Visualize करिए. ठीक है? तो for example, उस टाइम पे अरासर कौन है? Ruling class है. अथनार कौन है? Polity and religion. कड़ाई CR, the landless laborer, you can exactly see. Who were Inadis, the captain of armies? Or for example, Vanigar कौन है? Vanigar, Baniya, Chetti, Shetty, trade and commerce. Velalars कौन है? Agriculturalist. Velalars जो है, अब यहीं से अगर एक टर्म आता है वेलन वगई, तो you know कि this might be related to agriculture. अगर इतना भी पता है तो क्वेश्चन सॉल्व हो जाएगा. क्लियर है? And this Sangam literature tells us about three important dynasties. ठीक है? I would have loved to go into detail and tell about them, पर नहीं है वक्त. ठीक है? 3 डायनेस्टीज हैं. ये आपके न्यू एनसीईआरटी का मैप है ना, जहां पे उन्होंने आपको उनके इंपॉर्टेंट कैपिटल दिए हुए हैं. जैसे मान लीजिए चेरास का कैपिटल क्या था? तो वंजी था या करूर था. पांड्यास का क्या था, मदुरई था, चोलास का क्या था, उरैयूर था, उनके स्पेसिफिक फ्लैग्स दिए हुए हैं। मैप नहीं याद हो रहा है, टेबल याद कर लीजिए, ठीक है। ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट कैपिटल्स, देयर इंपॉर्टेंट पोर्ट्स एंड देयर सिंबल्स, ठीक है। These are three early dynasties, not the later ones. तो जैसे कि इंपेरियल चोलास आर डिफरेंट एंड संगम चोलास आर डिफरेंट, है ना। इंपेरियल चोलास विल कम परंतका चोला, राजा राजा चोला, राजेंद्र चोला, दे आर डिफरेंट। दीज चोलास आर डिफरेंट, ठीक है, इतना क्लियर। इनफैक्ट ये भी नहीं हो रहा है तो मैप याद कर लीजिए, ठीक है। जैसे जब आप लोग सतवाहना डायनेस्टी के बारे में पढ़ते हैं, वेरी रिसेंटली देयर वर 2 inscriptions which were in the news related to Satavahanas, है ना। Two new inscriptions which has been found, ठीक है, which actually establishes the link between Satavahana dynasty and Chutu dynasty. I will not go into that much of a detail, but उनके ports important है, जैसे भृगु कच्छ, है ना। तो भृगु कच्छ, मॉडर्न डे बरोच, कल्याणी, सुपारका और सोपारा, ठीक है। Then here there were Gupta time period, ports asked in UPSC also, Ghantasala, Kadura, Chaul, etc. ठीक है। The important port of Kakatiya is Motupalli, Arikamedu and Pumpuhar of Cholas, Tuticorin and Korkai of Pandyas. हमें इतना पता होता, Cheras who were ruling the region of Madurai, Calicut and Mujiris. Very important port is Mujiris, as well as the port of Satavahanas. ठीक है, very repeatedly asked by UPSC, one of the favorite themes. ठीक है, why these ports were being utilized by these kingdoms at that point of a time for these trade purposes, है ना। तो आप ऐसे समझो कि जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल व्हेन दीज डायनेस्टीज आर रूलिंग इन द रीजन ऑफ साउथ इंडिया एंड दे आर प्रोड्यूसिंग ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स व्हिच आर डिजायर्ड बाय द यूरोपियंस एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ अ टाइम, सैंडलवुड, कैम्फर, कार्नेलियन, कॉटन, सुगर, स्पाइसेस, योर सिनेमन, क्लोव, पेपर, टर्मरिक, ऑल ऑफ दिस सेम पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम पे देयर इज बीइंग एस्टैब्लिश्ड द ग्रेट रोमन एम्पायर, है ना। एक बैटल होती है, बैटल ऑफ एक्टियम, व्हिच टेक्स प्लेस इन 31 BC, through which the great Roman Empire, which was ruling in the region of Europe, they actually came till the region of Egypt, Persian Gulf तक आ गए, ठीक है। And the first such king who actually unified all of the Europe as well as the regions around the Mediterranean Sea, the name of that person was King Octavian, ठीक है। King Octavian started trading with these Sangam dynasties, जिसके coins आप लोगों को मिलते हैं, ठीक है। क्या, what are the products which they are procuring? These are the products, and for which what they are providing us? Gold, horses, wines, jars, ठीक है। For example, in the court of Octavian, there was a historian whose name was Pliny the Elder, wrote a book called as Naturalis Historia, and says that Rome is being drained out of gold. Why? Because of the Indian products. इतनी डिमांड है इन प्रोडक्ट्स की, क्या करें, ठीक है। So these are the products of export and the products which we were importing. Recently, there was this new discovery which was made, where Tamil Brahmi inscription has been found in the pyramids of Egypt also. So that showcases that how the Indian traders in the 1st century CE, 2nd century CE were not only limited to the coast of Africa, rather they were actually following the Nile River and going to the hinterlands also. वहां तक हमारे ट्रेडर्स पहुंच गए थे, ठीक है। बस एलपीजी गैस के लिए नहीं पहुंच पा रहे, बट ठीक। क्वेश्चंस अब इजी है ना। ऑल द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ द वेंडर्स, ये इंपॉर्टेंट टर्म्स हैं, ये सारे सेलेक्टेड टर्म्स हैं, एटलीस्ट इतना याद रखिएगा, ठीक है। आई होप यहां तक क्लियर है ना। टाइम की कमी है, आगे बढ़ते हैं। चालुक्य डायनेस्टी के बारे में पढ़ते हैं, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट साउथ इंडियन डायनेस्टी। हु वाज द फाउंडर? पुलकेशिन I. हु मेड द चालुक्याज ऑफ बादामी का कैपिटल बादामी किसने बनाया था? कीर्तिवर्मन। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट किंग विच यू गाइस शैल रिमेंबर इज पुलकेशिन II. पुलकेशिन II, about which you guys read in the Ahole inscription. Ahole inscription issued in Sanskrit by an author. The name of the author is Ravi Kriti. Ravi Kriti ने एक टेम्पल बनाया साउथ इंडिया में। अगर आप लोग जाएंगे तो he will create a temple. The temple is called as मेगुती जैन टेम्पल। यहाँ पे देखिए, इस मेगुती जैन टेम्पल में एक इंस्क्रिप्शन है जिसको बोलते हैं एहोल इंस्क्रिप्शन। इन एहोल इंस्क्रिप्शन वो बोलता है कि आई स्वेयर दिस पर्सन पुलकेशिन II, ठीक है, he defeated Kadambas of Banwasi, Gangas of Talakkad, as well as Battle of Narmada में he defeated Harshvardhana also, है ना। So this Vardhaman dynasty king Harshvardhana, he was trying to basically cross Narmada river and enter into South India. My lord Pulakeshin II basically ended up defeating him and stopped his march, ठीक है, and thus he became the lord of Dakshinapath. उसके बाद पुलकेशिन II ने टाइटल लिए अपने तारीफ में महाराजन, Satyashrayan, Shri Prithvi Vallabhan, a very important avatar of Vishnu ji, which had become popular at that point of a time in South India. The popularity still exists. ठीक है, एक प्लेट हमें मिलती है, that is your Heer Hadgalli plates, which tells us that how these Chalukyas, they revived the Vedic tradition in the region of South India. They started performing the Vedic practices like Vajpaya, Ashwamedha, etc. And your Tamil Nadu class 11 book, very important. Okay? It tells us that how these Chalukya kings, they actually started appointing the royal ladies as the provincial governors. जैसे कि हमें एक स्पेसिफिकली एक क्वीन के बारे में पता चलता है जिनका नाम है विजय भट्टरिगा, a Chalukya princess who issued inscription on his or on her own name. ठीक है, अब मान लीजिए यूपीएससी ने आपसे पूछा कि who was the first queen, right, in the ancient Indian history who started issuing inscriptions on her own name as an independent queen, है ना? So before any one of you starts talking about the Nane Ghat inscription of Naganika, who was a Satvahana queen, she was issuing the inscription, yes indeed, but on the behalf of her husband. So one Indian queen who basically issued inscriptions as an independent queen itself was Prabhavati Gupta, right, the daughter of Chandragupta II, who was basically ruling in the region of Vakatakas. है ना? So her husband has died, Rudrasena had died, and so she had become an independent ruler. तो ये बात याद रखिएगा, that is Pune copper plates of Prabhavati Gupta. ठीक है? I hope ये clear है. Very easy question now. These are all the important texts which will start developing in the region of South India. I have provided you a list of it. A very important Kannada text. Kannada was the court language of Chalukyas. Kaviraj Marg of Amogh Varsha. And all the other important texts, including your Perya Puranam of Shekizar, जहां पे पहली बार मेंशन होता है किसका, नयनमार सेंस का, जहां पे जिससे हमने उसको डिराइव किया. ठीक है, I hope it is clear. Moving ahead, one another important dynasty of the South India, that is Cholas. ठीक है, again UPSC asked a very important question this year. ठीक है, देखिए कितना डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन है. डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन क्या है? Which of the dynasty actually started ruling this entire Malay Peninsula and Sumatra Peninsula, the modern day region of Malaysia and Indonesia? Kingdoms कौन कौन सी दी हैं? अमोघ वर्षा राष्ट्रकूटा, ruling in the region of northern Karnataka. ठीक है, northern Karnataka is here if your geography is good. Second, Kakatiyas of Warangal, ruling in this region, Kaling region, Oda region, northern Andhra Pradesh. Third, Vishnuvardhan of Hoysalas, again another dynasty ruling from Halebeedu in Karnataka. So one dynasty which is at the tip of the southeast India, right, that is Tamil Nadu, that is Cholas. So that's why the name of the kingdom has been given. अगर इतना भी पता होता तो it was very easy for you to solve. Two important kings which has been mentioned here. All the things which you need to learn about Raja Chola has been given here. ठीक है? So for example, if UPSC asks that this important text of Thirumurai, which basically consists of the Nayanmar sets, Upper, Sampandar and Sundrar, it was compiled for the first time under which king? Raja Chola. So Chola की language क्या होगी? Tamil होगी. ठीक है? Raja Chola who also created this Brihadeshwara temple which you guys can see here. ठीक है? A UNESCO World Heritage Site. But what it is actually called in Tamil? It is called as Thanjai Periya Kovil. So who created Thanjai Periya Kovil? Raja Chola. All the battles which he fought and the regions which he captured. So for example, he was the first person who captured the entire northern Anuradhapur or Sri Lanka at that point of a time and created a new capital altogether, Jannath Mangalam. ठीक है? All the battles which was fought by Rajendra Chola, he also created a capital just modeling his father's, right, Brihadeshwara temple at Thanjavur. He created a new city altogether called as Gangai Konda Cholapuram, where he created the Shiva temples, ठीक है, where you can also see the Ardhanareshwar. है ना? इतना clear है? ठीक है? Remember that we do not have that much of a time to go into the details. ठीक है? I think there is a still entire discussion of science and technology remaining, so I am just skipping a lot of parts. ठीक है? These are important terms for your the land administration of Cholas. मैं कहता हूं कुछ नहीं आता है, अच्छी बात है. शाल भोग. If you guys will start reading from the Rig Vedic history also, you guys will come across such terms. Like for example, specifically in the later Vedic text, you come across terms like Dan, Rai, right, Pan. It is considered as a kind of a taxation system at that point of a time. Terms for taxation. Bhog आप लोग पढ़ते हो, भोग, कर. इससे मैं इंटरप्रिटेशन कर सकता हूं दैट इट माइट बी रिलेटेड समथिंग टू द टाइप ऑफ लैंड एंड इट्स रेवेन्यू, राइट? फॉर एग्जांपल, वेलन वगई to the normal peasants, Brahmadeya given for the specific land gifted to the Brahmanas. The first dynasty which actually started issuing such land was your Satavahanas. That is told in the Naneghat inscription itself. Your Palli Chandam, the land which was given to the Jain institutions. Devdan, the land which was basically specifically dedicated to the temples at that point of a time. And Shal Bhog, the land which was specifically for the maintenance of the schools. Schools were basically termed at that point of a time as Ghatika. And these schools were within the vicinity of the temples. So the priest used to perform the prayers in the temples. ठीक है, पूजा करते थे. पूजा करना बहुत important होता है. ठीक है. And then they ultimately used to teach to the students also, the Gurukul system. है ना? Coming to the medieval history, Delhi Sultanate. ठीक है. थोड़ा सा दिल्ली सल्तनत के बारे में पढ़ लेते हैं 1 minute. ठीक है. Just to give you a context of what is इक्तादारी system. ठीक है. If any one of you is still alive, एक छोटा सा question है which will actually help you to understand. The governor of a state, which actually act as the head of the state, right? The de jure executive. The governor of the state is appointed by which authority in our country? Anyone? Here comments are live, right? All the intelligent people who are part of this lecture, governor are appointed by which particular authority in our country? ठीक है, मैं assume कर रहा हूं कि तुम लोग सही आंसर दे रहे हो, and that is the central government. President does it, right? President is the head of the state, and eventually by the central government. ठीक है? To do what? To basically ensure that there is a central authority over the functioning of the state. For example, the state legislative assemblies can basically enact any bill, but that will not be converted into an act unless and until it gets the assent of the governor. Article 200 of the Constitution. ये रीत सदा चली आई. कब से चल रही है? Since the ancient time period. ठीक है? जैसे कि फॉर एग्जाम्पल सत्रपी सिस्टम आप लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा पर्शियंस का. पर्शियन किंग डेरियस divided his territory among satrapies. Satrapies में he basically appointed what? Centrally appointed governors called as satrapas. ठीक है? जब शाकाज आए, borrowed the same system and basically mispronounced satrapa as what? Mahachatrapa. Same Mahachatrapa during the time period of Satavahanas became what? Rathikas. Same Rathikas, central appointed governors who has got autonomy to govern that land, to create a judicial system, to make their own small army, appoint officers, ultimately for one purpose, to collect the revenue for the state and provide that revenue to the state for the functioning of the central government. That's all. तो अगर कभी भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल मशीनरी का ब्रेकडाउन होगा अंडर आर्टिकल 365, द गवर्नर हैज द पावर टू बेसिकली कॉल फॉर प्रेसिडेंट रूल. यही जवाब है. उसी के लिए आप लोग डिफरेंट टर्म्स याद करते हो, राइट? जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल महाछत्रपा रथिकास, जब दिल्ली सुल्तान आए तो उन्होंने क्या बोल दिया? इक्तास. अब देन देयर आर सर्टेन ऑथर्स हु आर कंप्लीटली अनअवेयर अबाउट द एंशिएंट हिस्ट्री, दे विल कॉल इट एज एन इनोवेशन बाय दिल्ली सुल्तान्स. है ना? यही इक्तास के टाइम पे काकटियाज ऑफ वर रूलिंग इन द रीजन ऑफ ओरुगल्लू, वारंगल. उन्होंने इसको क्या बोला? नयनकारा सिस्टम. इसी नयनकारा सिस्टम को अडॉप्ट किया किसने? विजयनगर किंग्स ने. उन्होंने क्या बोला? अमर नायकास. ऑल ऑफ देम आर सेम एंड वन थिंग, सेंट्रल अपॉइंटेड गवर्नर सिस्टम, दैट्स ऑल. ठीक है? So for example, now when this Delhi, the people who established the Delhi Sultanate at that point of a time, if they are coming from the region of northwest India, remember there existed a large scale slave trade which was taking place in Bukhara, Samarkand in Uzbekistan, Baghdad, right? What they used to do, they basically used to hire people who have got the skill of archery, who are good horse riders, who are well built, ठीक है, who are talented, have a good acumen, scoring good in CSAT, have general studies knowledge. इनको वो लोग select करते थे as slaves of the ruling people at that point of a time. ठीक है? जैसे आजकल modern day इसी same चीज को corporate houses बोलते हैं. That point of a time we basically used to call it as a slave trade which was taking place. ठीक है? One such slave trader was a person, Jamaluddin Quba, who basically sold Iltutmish to a person. The name of the person was Muhammad Gori. The same Muhammad Gori who basically ended up defeating Prithviraj Chauhan in the second battle of Tarain. Tarain is again the mispronunciation of a region called as Tarori. Tarori is in the modern day Haryana. ठीक है, तो सेकंड बैटल ऑफ तराइन में कौन जीत गया? मोहम्मद गोरी. So Muhammad Ghori is now basically going to appoint his muides. Muides क्या है? Slaves है. उस point of time पे he has important slaves like for example Iltutmish, Qutbuddin Aibak. ठीक है? Why he is appointing slaves, right? In this region, because उसको इस region के बारे में नहीं पता है. He does not know about the language of Indians, right? The various agricultural system which has been created. ठीक है? So that is the whole idea. He is completely unaware about them. So he is appointing his own trusted officers to these important positions. Positions like what? Positions like revenue collectors, military generals, ministers. The best part was that they did not create an elaborated system for this. They created a centralization of power. So they will basically divide the territory. So for example, I'm going to divide the territory in this class itself. So for example, Nisha, you take the region of Delhi. Ankit, you can take the region of, let's say, UP. Rutika, you can take the region of, let's say, for example, Punjab. What you people are now iqtadars. आपके पास region आ गया. अब आपकी responsibility है. You are going to act as a revenue collector as well as military generals. ठीक है? You appoint your own army, collect the revenue and give it to the state. ठीक है? This revenue collected by you and given to me is called as kharaj. तो उस point of time पे, what is the text which tells us about the Delhi Sultanate's initial years is Tajul Masir by Hasan Nizami. ठीक है? क्या बोलते हैं? That after the death of Muhammad Ghori, who was appointed as the first Delhi Sultan, that was Qutbuddin Aibak, who got iyalat or the governorship of the region which they were controlling. The same person who created Qutub Minar, who basically created Adhai Din Ka Jhopda, who ended up capturing the regions like Ajmer, Koil is your Aligarh, Kannauj, Banaras, Anhilwara, Patan in Gujarat, Mahoba in Madhya Pradesh, Mandu region. Clear hai? Same person who ended up dying by playing a game called as modern day polo. At that point of a time, it was called as Chaugan. So who is going to now become the second Sultan? That is Iltutmish, but the first real Sultan, because he shifted the capital from Lahore to Delhi. Okay? And he created a system called as Chahalgani or Chalisa system, where he appointed his own 40 trusted soldiers on the position of ministers. Chalisa. ठीक है, आप लोगों ने 40 चोर की कहानी सुनी होगी. ठीक है, इंटरप्रेटिंग दैट मिनिस्टर्स चोर होते थे. अभी नहीं होते, पहले हुआ करते थे. ठीक है, यहां तक क्लियर. इक्तादारी सिस्टम. Appointment of governor by the central government. What you have to do? Recruit your own army, collect revenue on the behalf of state. Whatever the revenue which has been collected, that is kharaj. Alauddin Khalji realized that how these iqtadars are actually turning this iqtadari into hereditary feudal states and thus abolished the hereditary iqtadari system and brought a lot of land from the region of Delhi to the region of Kara at that point of a time, modern day Prayagraj. All this region he basically brought under Khalisa land, the land from which the revenue is collected and directly went to the state. ठीक है, वापस से किसने इस हेरिडेटरी इक्तादारी सिस्टम को रिस्टोर किया था? विच सुल्तान? फिरोज शाह तुगलक. आई होप इतना क्लियर है. कमिंग टू द मुगल आर्किटेक्चर. ठीक है, सबसे पहले अकबर के अंदर वी सी द फर्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट मुगल बिल्डिंग एंड दैट इज हुमायूंस टॉम. किसने बनाया था? बेगा बेगम ने, द चीफ कंसोर्ट ऑफ हुमायूं. हाजी बेगम भी बोलते हैं. वन डे बाय मिस्टेक ही वेंट टू हज, तब से अपने आप को हाजी बेगम बोलने लग गई. ठीक है, डिजाइन बाय द पर्शियन आर्किटेक्ट मिरक मिर्जा घयास. रिमेंबर, considered as the first garden tomb in the entire subcontinent, and also the resting place for Dara Shikoh, killed by Aurangzeb. Jahadar Shah, who introduced Ijradari system, right, and abolished jizya after Aurangzeb, and Farooq Shiar, जिसका फरमान याद आपको याद होगा, है ना? The kind of the free trading pass which he gave to the British company at that point of a time. Remember, this is the UNESCO World Heritage Site. What else Akbar built? Akbar built the city of Fatehpur Sikri, where you can actually see the Buland Darwaja, one of the highest gateways to any city created at that point of a time. ठीक है, क्यों बनाया? Because he won a battle in year 1572. The battle, you guys can write, is called as Battle of Sarnal 1572, where he basically ended up defeating a king whose name was Muzaffar Shah III, and thus captured the entire region of Gujarat. ठीक है, so to actually commemorate that, celebrate that, he created what? Fatehpur Sikri and Buland Darwaja. All the other things which were created by Akbar has been given here. the tomb of Salim Chishti, where you can actually see the first great use of marble. ठीक है, where you can actually see this large scale jali work, the development of Tudor arc, large scale use of red sandstones as well, है ना? Also the Panch Mahal, the Govind Dev Ji temple by Man Singh under the patronage of Akbar, ठीक है, as well as your Neelkant temple, which was actually built by Akbar for his favorite wife, whose name was Mariam-uz-Zamani. Mariam-uz-Zamani को ही बाद के historians misinterpret करते हैं as जोधाबाई, ठीक है, and also the Ibadat Khana which he created, ठीक है, which you guys can see, the construction under Akbar, then all the important construction which took place under his son, that is Jahangir. First and foremost is the first Mughal tomb which was built entirely in the marble, that is the tomb of Itmiad-ud-Dawla, the father of Noor Jahan, ठीक है, so she basically patronized this construction. The Moti Masjid at Lahore, the very famous Shalimar Bagh at Srinagar, ठीक है, followed by a person called as Shah Jahan, transferred the capital from Agra to Delhi, ठीक है, created Taj Mahal. तो जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल जब आप लोग अकबर के बारे में पढ़ते हैं तो आप लोग अकबर के नवरत्नास के बारे में पढ़ते हैं. वन सच नवरत्नास वाज अ पर्सन कॉल्ड एज अब्दुल रहीम, है ना, रहीम के दोहे पढ़े होंगे आप लोगों ने, ठीक है, पोथी पढ़ पढ़ जग मुआ पंडित भया न कोय, ढाई आखर प्रेम के पढ़े सो पंडित होए. सेम रहीम is one of the navratnas of Akbar. So he basically loved his wife, ठीक है, his wife died, है ना, because of some disease, and he did not had any successor also. So he said, what I will do with all the opulence of wealth which I have, and thus he created a structure called as Khan-e-Khanam, a tomb which was dedicated to the wife of a very important noble at that point of a time, that was Khan-e-Khanam or Abdur Rahim. So basically Shah Jahan had a model already in the front of him. He basically copied this Khan-e-Khanam and created Taj Mahal, ठीक है. Also, to basically at his new capital which he created at Shah Jahanabad, he established Lal Kila or Red Fort, Jama Masjid in Delhi, and obviously the very famous Peacock Throne or Takht-e-Khas. औरंगजेब, तो याद रखिएगा मोती मस्जिद लाहौर में किसने बनाई? जहांगीर ने. और मोती मस्जिद इन रेड फोर्ट किसने बनाया? औरंगजेब ने. बीबी का मकबरा इन द रीजन ऑफ डेक्कन और द मॉडर्न डे छत्रपति शांबाजी नगर किसने बनाया? औरंगजेब. एज वेल एज बादशाही मस्जिद एट लाहौर. So all the important architecture of the Mughals has been given here. One important value addition, and that is Taj Mahal of South India किसको कहते हैं? You guys can see here, also called as Black Taj Mahal for your kind information, created by a person called as Taj Sultana, who was the wife of Ibrahim Adil Shah II of Bijapur Sultanate. ठीक है? Moving ahead, all the important travelers and their observation. ठीक है? So again, we do not have that much of a time to indulge into the details, है ना. All the important information has been given here, ठीक है. मैं आप लोगों को थोड़ा सा इंटरप्रिटेशन बता देता हूँ अगर इस तरह के क्वेश्चंस आए तो, राइट. जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल पहला क्वेश्चन क्या बोलता है कि एक ट्रैवलर है, ट्रैवलर का नाम है करेरी. अच्छा, करेरी व्हेन ही एक्चुअली अराइव्ड इन आवर कंट्री ड्यूरिंग द टाइम पीरियड ऑफ औरंगजेब, ठीक है. सो जस्ट टू गिव यू अ कंटेक्स्ट, व्हेन विलियम हॉकिंस अराइव्ड इन द कोर्ट ऑफ जहांगीर, ही रोट बैक टू द स्टुअर्ट मोनार्क, ठीक है. He said that I have arrived in the court of a king who controls 20% of the world's population, which was 15 crore in the year of 1608, who basically is producing 60% of the global textile, and thus by the virtue of it actually controls 25% of the global GDP. ठीक. So basically our products are too much in demand at that point of a time. We were acting as a factory of the entire Central Asia and Europe. ठीक है. Mughal products were causing inflation in Mexico. Irony is Mughals did not knew that Mexico existed. That was the reach of our product and the demand of our product. हम लोग Veblen goods produce कर रहे थे तब, ठीक है. तो आपको नहीं लगता that because if this is happening, there will be a silver which will travel from the globe to reach our country, gold and silver bullions? First statement is correct, ठीक है. Coming to Bernier, Bernier was someone who came and saw the Mughal opulence of wealth and burned from inside, criticized them, said अरे कुछ नहीं, king of beggars and large scale economic inequality, है ना. 1% of the population holding 22% of the national income. कोई सेंस है इस बात की, ठीक है. What he said, he also described the कारखानास, the imperial workshops. Very generic statement, ठीक है. Coming to Ibn Battuta. So when Ibn Battuta arrived in the court of Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he provided us all of these details. Remember, don't you think that we know that the coconut or your, let's say for example, your pan, right? Your betel leaf, these are the native crops, है ना? So obviously it will be unfamiliar to his audience, Europe. That's what he writes in a book which he wrote called as Reala. ठीक है? So obviously these things are not traveling from there to here. We can very easily remove it. And the father of Indology, who basically, kind of followed the rates of Mahmud Ghazni and arrived in our country and wrote a book called as Tariq-ul-Hind or Kitab-ul-Hind, ठीक है? Where he actually fell in love with our philosophical systems of Bhagavad Gita, ठीक है? Samakhya, your text of Adi Shankaracharya, ठीक है? He himself translated the Patanjali's Mahabhashya, right, into Arabic as well as Euclid's geometry into Sanskrit, ठीक है? Was so much impressed by India at that point of a time. But he also said that the caste system which prevails here is actually occupation based. So there are certain villages in which certain occupations are followed and they take a name of caste. Okay? That is the exact system which was prevailing in the Persia at that point of a time, called as Pistras. So it was not unique something to India. Okay? And Al-Biruni also made a prophecy at that point of a time. He said that the Indians has become oblivious to the scientific advancement which is taking place in the West. Okay? And any such civilization which is so much engrossed in themselves is destined to fall. कब ये प्रोफेसी दिया था उसने? 1017 C में, and just 175 years down the line, the second battle of Tarain took place. ठीक है, यहां तक क्लियर है ना? हम आगे मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री पे थोड़ा सा राजा राम मोहन राय के बारे में पढ़ लेते हैं. ठीक है, considered as the maker of modern India. ठीक है, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who along with a Christian missionary at that point of a time, William Carey, wrote a book called as Mahanirvan Tantra, where he basically ended up criticizing, right, the orthodox practices and the dogmatic practices which was prevailing in Hinduism. ठीक है, तो उन्होंने क्या किया? उन्होंने बोला कि एक काम करते हैं, रिवर्ट बैक कर लेते हैं टू द वेदांता टेक्स्ट, उपनिषद टेक्स्ट, और इसको प्रमोट करने के लिए उन्होंने एक किताब लिखी. द बुक इज कॉल्ड एज तुफत उल मुवाहिदीन और गिफ्ट टू मोनोथेइस्ट. ठीक है, to promote which he basically established something called as Atmi Sabha. Atmi Sabha on his first day had a huge audience of 3 people. So basically 3 people में एक और बड़े rich जमींदार थे who was sitting in the front row. The name of that person was Dwarka Nath Tagore. Dwarka Nath Tagore provided the funding to Raja Ram Mohan Roy to propound his idea, and thus Brahmo Sabha 1828 was created. The person whose effort also led to the abolition of Sati, for which purpose he basically utilized the Niti Sar of Kamandaka. ठीक है, आई होप यहां तक क्लियर है. ऑल द इंपॉर्टेंट पॉलिटिकल रिफॉर्म्स डन बाय राजा राम मोहन रॉय हैज बीन गिवन हियर. ठीक है, रिमेंबर दैट ही हिमसेल्फ एस्टैब्लिश्ड अ कॉलेज कॉल्ड एज वेदांता कॉलेज. ठीक है, किस लिए? फॉर द प्रमोशन ऑफ द वेस्टर्न साइंटिफिक एजुकेशन, बट इन विच लैंग्वेज? वर्नाकुलर लैंग्वेज. 2 न्यूज़पेपर्स व्हिच ही यूज्ड टू राइट. One was Mirat ul Akhbar and Samwad Comedy. Mirat ul Akhbar was the first journal in Persian language. इस बात को याद रखिएगा. Where he used to basically criticize the British policies at that point of a time, demand all of these political acts. ठीक है, तो अगर ये कर रहे हैं तो it's very obvious that the Britishers are basically going to repress them, oppress them. तो उन्होंने किया. ठीक है, they brought various acts like for example Licensing Regulation Act of John Adam 1823, where they banned the publishing of Mirat ul Akbar. अकबर में अकबर क्या है? अखबार है. ठीक है, तो अकबर was the first king who gave अखबार, right? वहां से मिरात उल अखबार आया. ठीक है, this is the entire evolution of the newspaper which has been given here. The first newspaper, ठीक है, the first newspaper published by an Indian was the same. इस बात को याद रखिएगा, Bengal Gazette, but the name of the person was Gangadhar Bhattacharya. ठीक है, the first Hindi newspaper was your Udant Martand by a person called as Jugal Kishore Shukla. ठीक है, also the first Tamil journal was your Swadesh Mitra by Subramaniam Iyer, who also created the Hindu, जो आप लोग पढ़ते हैं सुबह सुबह. ठीक है, so this is the entire history of the newspaper which has been given here for you. ठीक है, the moment we have understood this, now we actually reach to the propagation of the ideas of the Brahmo Sabha. ठीक है, तो Raja Ram Mohan Roy basically died, succumbed to death in the year of 1833. ठीक है, but he basically ended up inspiring another person whose name was Debendranath Tagore. Debendranath Tagore was like, ये idea तो अच्छा है, Vedanta and Upanishad. So to promote that, first he created something called as Tattvabodhini Sabha. ठीक है, and ultimately Tattvabodhini Sabha, with the efforts of 2 more people, Ashwini Kumar Dutt and Ishwar Chand Vidyasagar, actually expanded into an organization which eventually became what? Brahmo Samaj. In which year? 1842. So till 1857 everything is going good, but then joins a person whose name was Kesh Chandra Singh. In which year? 1857. He said, आपके ideas कितने बढ़िया हैं. ठीक है, you are basically criticizing the orthodox and dogmatic practices. You are basically trying to bring reforms. You are trying to uplift the women, है ना? You are basically criticizing idolatry. So let's expand this idea across India and thus help in the creation of Prarthana Samaj in the region of Maharashtra, Atmaram Pandurang, Ved Samaj in the region of Tamil Nadu by a person called as K.S. Naidu. ठीक है? और क्या इन्होंने बोला? इन्होंने बोला एक काम करते हैं, let's try to abolish the caste system itself. ठीक है? देवेंद्र टैगोर was like, कोई सेंस है इस बात की? Don't you think the masses will actually get furious? ठीक है? Just like how they did with the Derosians of Young Bengal. ये नहीं करते हैं. And thus this ideological schism leads to the bifurcation of the Brahmo Samaj, and thus your Keshav Chandra Sen basically ended up creating something called as Brahmo Samaj of India और भारतवर्षीय ब्रह्मो समाज. तो जो पहले बच गया देवेंद्र टैगोर का, वो क्या कहलाएगा? आदि ब्रह्मो समाज. He also created Indian Reform Association where he basically kind of asked the British government at that point of a time to create a specific age for the child marriage. Indian Reform Association which fought for child marriage later to the passing of the Special Marriage Act of 1872. ठीक है? In fact, he got at such high noon of popularity at that point of a time that ended up started saying कुछ बैकी बातें करने लग गए. जैसे recently आपने एक politician को सुना होगा कहते हुए, where he said that the things which I have done in the past, it basically tells that मेरा normal birth नहीं हुआ है, मुझे यहाँ पे भेजा गया है. यही सेम चीज कौन कह रहा है? केशव चंद्र सेन. Ended up creating an entire new religion altogether called as New Dispensation or नवा विधान. ठीक है? Ultimately ended up marrying his 13-year-old daughter to Maharaja of Kuch Bihar while he was basically trying to get a specific age for child marriage. So he was nothing but Pooja Khetkar writing the ethics paper. यहाँ तक clear है? Now solve these questions. Very easy for you to solve. ठीक? Okay, so we'll solve these questions. Moving ahead, है ना? जब हम बात करते हैं मॉडरेट्स की, ठीक है, चार चीजें याद रखिए, आपको पूरी की पूरी मॉडरेट्स की पॉलिटिक्स याद रहेगी. ठीक है? जैसे कि आई हैव अ सिंपल क्वेश्चन. इफ फ्रॉम द ईयर ऑफ 1885 टिल द ईयर ऑफ 1909, if 25% of the moderates are nothing but zamindar, will they ever demand anything for the peasants? The answer is no. Rather they will demand for the extension of permanent settlement system. ठीक है? Second, 40% of them are lawyers who have invested belief in the British rule, that they are here to basically propagate the idea of rule of law. है ना? तो अब अगर वो लोग इकोनॉमिक क्रिटिक कर रहे हैं तो बुक का नाम क्या होगा? पॉवर्टी एंड अन ब्रिटिश रूल इन इंडिया बाय दादा भाई नौरोजी. क्लियर है? Almost 15% of them were industrialists. Will they ever demand anything for the peasants? The answer is no. 80% of them were upper caste Hindus. Will they ever demand for any social reforms at all? Nahi. These are all the important economic and the political demands of the moderates as well as the economic critique which they created. What was the response of the Britishers? Britishers ने बोला, जैसे for example statement was that they became hostile to the moderate section only after Surat split. Possible ही नहीं. ठीक है? So for example, in Indian Council Act of 1892, what they gave? They gave indirect election. क्या इंडियंस बजट को डिस्कस कर सकते हैं? यस. क्या खुद का बजट पास कर सकते हैं? नहीं. ऑल द लॉज विल बी मेड बाय द वाइसरॉय एग्जीक्यूटिव काउंसिल. Thus to criticize Indian Council Act of 1892, Indian National Congress, so the moderate section at that point of a time, basically passed something called as Allahabad Resolution. ठीक है? Whatever there was a demand of the moderates, the Britishers took steps exactly opposing that. Raising salt tax, matching countervailing duty. ठीक है? Or for example, look at the industrial proportion at that point of a time. Dufferin basically called this session of Congress which used to take place for 3 days as a nothing but 3 day ka tamasha. They are nothing but the representing the microscopic minority. ठीक है? In fact, from the year of 1890, they entirely banned the officials, British officials, to attend any meeting of the Congress. Clear? So Britishers were already hostile much before the Surat split of 1907. Remember. So even in the Morley Minto reforms, you guys can actually see the kind of the carrot which was given to the Indians. Even then, they got only indirect elections. Keep this in mind. That's why eventually they will start demanding for Home Rule League. In fact, they will try to repress the revolutionaries. Right? Revolutionaries who were trying to instigate the masses. Right? That's why it was specifically secured that Tilak does not preside the 1906 session. So it was going to take place in Nagpur, where Tilak had a huge popularity. And that's why it was shifted to the region of Surat. By which person? Gopal Krishna Gokhale. है ना? Leading to the Surat split of 1907. ठीक है? I hope all of this is clear for you. ठीक है? Now when we look at these questions actually appear very easier to us. ठीक है? आपके लिए specific keyword दिए गए थे. अगर आपने इतना भी identify कर लिया होता तो आप solve कर सकते थे. ठीक है? Moving ahead. है ना. लास्ट 2 टॉपिक्स आर रिमेनिंग. ठीक है. कमिंग टू सिविल डिसऑबीडियंस मूवमेंट. ठीक है. सिविल डिसऑबीडियंस मूवमेंट का बैकड्रॉप क्या है? वी कैन क्रिएट इन 1 minute. ठीक है. So you guys can recall a specific date, that is 5th of February 1922. What happened on that day? Chauri Chaura incident. ठीक है. Where 3 policemen and 22 civilians were killed. And thus, on the specific date of 11th of February 1922, Gandhi ji basically withdrawn the non-cooperation movement. To endorse which a session was done, Gaya session of 1922, presided by which person? C.R. Das. C.R. Das said that this is the correct time to actually move away from passive resistance and actually shift back to the constitutional agitation, which was not supported by the mass support of the Congress at that point of a time, thanks to the no changers. Who were no changers? Vallabhbhai Patel, C. Rajagopalachari, Rajendra Prasad, Gandhi ji himself. ठीक है. उन्होंने बोला कि नहीं, we should basically stick to the passive resistance itself. Thus, on the 1st of January 1923, C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru created a party called as Khilafat Swaraj Party, which ended up winning 42 seats out of 101 in the Central Legislative Assembly. Thus, they were now called back into the Congress. है ना. आपका सिलेक्शन हो गया, तो अब पूरे शहर में सबसे अच्छी शक्ल किसकी है? तुम्हारी है, तो वापस बुला लिया गया. कौन सा सेशन हुआ? काकीनाडा 1923. Who presided? मौलाना अब्दुल कलाम आजाद. Khilafat Swaraj Party was brought back to the fold of the Congress. Gandhi himself endorsed that in the Belgaum session 1924. But after that, the whole passive resistance policy of the Congress became dysfunctional. Clear है? So now this powder keg actually got the matchstick by which person? By a person whose name was Stanley Baldwin, who was basically the representative of the conservative government in the region of Britain. ठीक है. उसने बोला let's review the government of India at 1919, appointed a person called as John Simon. The commission was called as John Simon, an all-white commission, which consisted members like Clement Attlee, Lawson, your Hornshart, Edward, Howard. ठीक है. कोई भी इंडियन है? नहीं है. Why? Because Indians were considered unfit to be the part of the body which basically is going to make the constitution for them in the future. And thus, in the 1928 session which take place in Calcutta, Motilal Nehru is going to create a report called as Motilal Nehru report. ठीक है. जहां पर उन्होंने क्या डिमांड किया? कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल स्टेटस की डिमांड किया. So the youth at that point of a time, they were not agreeing to this. They said this is the time we can actually switch to the Poon Swaraj. Complete independence चाहिए हमको. उन्होंने क्या क्रिएट किया? इंडिपेंडेंस फॉर इंडिया लीग. ठीक है. किसने किसने क्रिएट किया? श्रीनिवास अयंगर, हु वाज द प्रेसिडेंट, जवाहरलाल नेहरू, सुभाष चंद्र बोस, सत्यमूर्ति. ठीक है. यहां तक क्लियर है. Ultimately, 1 year was given as an ultimatum to the Lord Irwin at that point of a time that if you are going to give us dominant status, fine. If not, we are going to launch a mass civil disobedience movement. 31st October 1929, Lord Irwin said what? The Pawerup Declaration. I am sorry, we are going to eventually give you dominant status. ठीक है. आप जब बड़े हो जाएंगे आपको डांटना बंद कर देंगे. आप बड़े कब होंगे कौन डिसाइड करेगा? हम. आप बड़े कब होंगे? कभी नहीं. ठीक है. Thus, Gandhi ji is going to create what? Dandi March. ठीक है. बाद में स्लो करके भी देख सकते हो. 78 followers. Youngest was Vitthal Leeladhar Thakkar. अब एक बात याद रखिएगा. In this original 78 followers, was there a single woman? The answer is no. So ultimately, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay gave a call to Gandhi that please allow the women to participate in the civil disobedience movement and salt satyagraha. Gandhi ji, remember, was already arrested on 4th of May 1930. The call is being made after that. By which person? Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay, the first woman to run for legislator. ठीक है. So women को participation मिल गया. And thus now because Gandhi ji is arrested, if Dhara Sena salt satyagraha is going to take place on 21st of May 1930, who is going to lead that? Sarojini Naidu, which will be covered by an American journalist whose name was Webb Miller, and thus it will get a mass popularity at that point of a time. ठीक है. यहां तक क्लियर है. C. Rajagopalachari is in the news. ठीक है. Remember, his satyagraha which he launched from a specific place called as Trichinopoli to Vedranayam. ठीक है. Nelly Sen Gupta, who after the arrest of the Congress leadership, when Congress was declared illegal after the roundtable conferences, she was the person who presided the session of 1933. ठीक है. Originally, the person who was going to preside was Madan Mohan Malvi, but he was arrested. ठीक है. So I hope civil disobedience movement is clear to all of you. Now we have come to the last topic, that is Quit India movement. ठीक है. Quit India movement का बैकड्रॉप आपको यहाँ पर entirely दिया हुआ है. ठीक है. आपको पता है कि कैसे वर्ल्ड वॉर स्टार्ट होता है, कैसे कांग्रेस डिमांड्स की गिव अस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट असेंबली एंड गिव अस द राइट टू डिटरमाइन द पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रक्चर फॉर फ्री इंडिया. दैट्स व्हाट दे से इन द वर्धा रिजोल्यूशन. ब्रिटिशर से इन अगस्त ऑफर कि देखो एक काम करो, डोमिनेंट स्टेटस. हमने कहा नहीं चाहिए. इंडिविजुअल सत्याग्रह. हु वाज द फर्स्ट इंडिविजुअल सत्याग्रही? विनोबा भावे. सेकंड जवाहरलाल नेहरू. थर्ड ब्रह्मदत्त. Ultimately, the international situation which is creating place. Plan Barbarossa. Germany has now attacked Russia. Atlantic Charter. Churchill has promised that we are going to give you right to self-determination. Pearl Harbor, USA has joined the war. USA President Roosevelt is pressurizing Churchill now. Get Indians. Thus they will offer us what? Cripps Proposal 1942 for one more time dominant status. Gandhi ji said, "मैं तो थक गया भाई साहब." The idea of dominant status is nothing but a post-dated check. ठीक है? Gave the call to quit India. Leave us in the condition of utmost peril, but we will not going to live in the perpetuity of our slavery. Do or die speech. अब क्या होगा? Parallel governments create हो रही है. So it was a people's movement. Remember, parallel government, बलिया, जाति सरकार at तामलुक, प्रति सरकार at सतारा. ठीक है? You guys can see the entire huge people's participation. 1943, more than 91,000 people were arrested. So now you are protesting. Britishers want to arrest you. जेल ही नहीं है उनके पास. समझ रहे हैं? Situation at that point of a time. ठीक है? This was your entire underground movement took place. तो जब उषा मेहता की बात आती है, एक चीज अगर हमें याद रहता है, उषा मेहता सीक्रेट रेडियो एट बॉम्बे. You could have, got that one statement correct, आपको आंसर मिल जाता. आजाद दस्ताज इन द रीजन ऑफ बिहार बाय विच पर्सन? जयप्रकाश नारायण. ठीक है? फर्स्ट ट्रेनिंग स्टेशन इन द रीजन ऑफ नेपाल. ठीक है? This was the specific call which was given to the different sections of the people at that point of a time. ठीक है? मैं बस एक छोटी चीज दिखाना चाहता हूं. We have reached to the end. अगर हमें सिर्फ इतना पता होता, हमने उषा मेहता पकड़ लिया होता, हमें पता होता उषा मेहता जो है वो क्विट इंडिया मूवमेंट से है, we could have eliminated two statements easily. सरोजनी नायडू धारा सेना सवाल सत्याग्रह. So these are very easy questions. ये एग्जाम में गलत नहीं होने चाहिए. ठीक है? I hope, है ना? And with this we have reached to the end of our discussion today. ठीक है? The next person who is going to teach you science and technology will try to explain all the concepts to you in the most easiest way possible. तो अच्छे से बैठ के देखिए. ठीक है? थोड़ा सा वक्त और दीजिए and we'll meet in the next discussion. तब तक के लिए thank you. Bye bye.
Yeah, hi guys. Hello everybody. I can sense this was a tiring session for you guys. It's already more than 5 hours you guys are sitting. But see, without wasting much of the time, let's quickly begin with the session. There are 13 questions from the science section and we'll quickly jump onto those sections. Now, this is the entire syllabus of your science and tech. In this, the new developments which are specifically mentioned in your syllabus are the most important one for you guys. These are the topics from where most of the current affair based questions come. So make sure you are aware of all the new developments happening in this field specifically. Clear? So starting with our first question. Fine. So first question, there was some net issue. I think it has been resolved right now. So the first question is regarding Ladakh. So in this, the question says Ladakh has emerged. Ladakh has emerged as a major center of astronomy in India. This is correct. Why? Because Ladakh is largely an undisturbed area, which is away from the hustle of urban life. You have minimal artificial light there. Your water vapor is very low in that particular region. Air is thin. So minimum optical distortions are there in that particular place, which make it an ideal place to set up any observatory. It is also at a higher altitude, which makes, you can say, astronomy or observatories more favorable to this place. Now Ladakh experiences minimal light pollution because of humans. So light pollution is also minimum, one of the factors. Then Ladakh is characterized by low background aerosol concentration. Aerosol concentration can be in any form. It can be small aerosols in the form of water, other pollutants, a lot of volatile organic compounds. So many aerosols can be there in air. So all these are minimum in that place. Why? Because see, that is a secluded area. That is an area where the population is very less. Nobody goes to that particular area. It is basically your Henley Observatory has also been made in this particular region, and these are all the reasons why this observatory has been created here. High altitude, dark skies, low humidity, which creates minimal optical distortions. So answer here becomes A. Both the statements are correct, which explain statement 1. Now why this question has been used? Recently in the Union Budget of 2026, a massive boost was given to this program. Basically 2 new programs were launched: National Large Optical Near Infrared Telescope. This basically was a 13.7 meter aperture radius of this telescope to observe the exoplanets. Apart from this, the second mission, National Large Solar Telescope, a 2-meter telescope to observe the sun or sun's different layers. So these were recently, you can say, announced during the budget of 2026, which boosted this place. Now there are other developments also happening at this particular place. For example, now Ladakh is being declared as the dark sky reserve. This area around this Henley Observatory has been declared as dark sky reserve. This is located in the Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary, within the Changthang Wildlife Sanctuary. Apart from it, first Ladakh Astro Festival was also organized in the last year. So they can also give you a question in the prelims where the first Astro Festival has been organized, where in the country. They can give you different locations where the different observatories of India are located. But you have to remember this is in Ladakh, Henley. Clear? So Henley, this is the location where it is around Indian Astronomical Observatory on the Mount Saraswati hill in Henley Valley. Clear? So India's first dark sky reserve, as we have discussed, it has been declared Henley. And this dark sky reserve is something similar to what you have in environment, wildlife sanctuaries or biosphere reserves, because these observatories are important for astronomy and they have to be kept in such a manner. That's why this status has been given to them, dark sky reserve. So they have to be kept in that particular manner. Minimal disturbance has to be created in these areas. So answer was A. We move to the next question. Now, second question is regarding fluorescent proteins. Now, what are fluorescent proteins? Fluorescence, you understand, anything which glow when you illuminate them. Basically, when you put light over them, they start glowing. So these within the fluorescent proteins, there are different types of proteins. For example, your green fluorescent proteins is originally derived from jellyfish. This statement is correct. See, jellyfish glow during the night time, and within jellyfish you have blue glow, green glow, and purple glow. Different type of glows. Now what happens, how they glow? Basically there is a protein within jellyfish which is called luciferin. This luciferin protein, it reacts with oxygen and they produce energy, which is seen in the form of cold light. So a protein within jellyfish called luciferin, it reacts with oxygen and they produce energy in the form of cold light. That's why they look like glowing. Why this phenomena is there in jellyfish? Because they use it to attract prey towards them. They use it to deter predators also. They can basically, the predator can afraid if they see something glowing, or they also use it as a camouflage or for mating purposes. So different biological needs are there for this glowing within jellyfish. But what we can do, we can take out this protein from jellyfish, we can use it somewhere else in any other animal or human's body. It can be used for medical diagnostics. Basically they can enable visualization of molecules inside cells. For example, inside my body's cell, they have put in a protein which glows, a fluorescent protein. Now when this protein goes into my body, into different cells, the scientists, or you can say the biologists, they can track where this glowing protein is going. It can be visible in my body where it is going. So it can be used as optical marker in biomedical research and medical diagnostics. So all the 3 statements given here are correct. So your answer becomes, you have to find the correct one. Answer becomes D. 1, 2, and 3 are correct here. Clear? These are basically glowing proteins, or you can say fluorescent proteins. They are like biological highlighter pens. They are biological highlighter pens for our body. Clear? In future, basically, whatever you eat, and eat, or you can say some protein has been injected into your blood. So that can be seen, that can be diagnosed where that protein is going in your bloodline. Clear? So that's why it can be used. Answer is D here. We move to the next question. Now the question is regarding activated carbon. Activated carbon is commonly used in air purifiers and remove odor. Odor means smell, and chemical pollutants. Which one of the following processes is primarily responsible for this action? So we have to tell the process. See, what is activated carbon? Basically, it is a form of carbon. It looks like this. It has high surface area, extremely high surface area, highly porous. They have very small, minute particles, or you can say different spaces where the pollutants or odor or any other thing gets trapped. So it is like the structure is somewhat like this. It's not absolutely flat. So this absorbs a lot of, you can say, pollutants, and not absorbs, basically it adsorbs. Basically adsorbs, the difference between absorption and adsorption is that in absorption the particle goes completely inside the body of the adsorbent, but in adsorption the particle gets attached on the surface of that particular thing which is adsorbing it. So these are like pollutants. This is activated carbon, and they are adsorbed on the surface. If they reach inside the activated carbon, it will become absorption. So in activated carbon, they stay on the body, they stay on the outside part of this activated carbon. So within this you have large molecules, small molecules, you have microscopic and macroscopic pores. Within these pores the pollutants come and get attached. So the answer is adsorption, not absorption. Absorption would be the only confusing statement here. Clear? Now where it is used in food industry, indoor air purifying, then water treatment, drinking water treatment, pharma industry, your electric energy and gas storage, wastewater treatment, chemicals, and a lot of other industries it is used. Activated carbon, basically it has a lot of properties in different industries and in purifying also, both for water and air. Clear? D is the answer. We move to the next question. With reference to the conversational AI is like your system like ChatGPT and Claude. Consider the following statements. Basically, your conversational AIs, they process language inputs in the form of tokens rather than words. The statement is correct. Now, you guys tell me, how do ChatGPT understand your words when you give them some certain commands? Do they listen to the words just like humans? No. They break down the words into smallest possible units, which are called tokens. For example, let's take a word unbelievable. So what ChatGPT will do, it will not look at that word as one word unbelievable. It will break down into three words: un, believe, and able. Into three words. These three words are small tokens used by ChatGPT. Clear? To understand. For humans, it is one word. For AI, it breaks into three different words. Fine. So yes, they process language inputs in the form of tokens. Now you understand what token is. Token is the smallest currency of input which these conversational AIs are receiving. Then they rely on transformer-based neural network architecture. Again, this is correct. What is transformer-based neural architecture network? Basically, this is a kind of architecture which helps these conversational AIs or chat GPTs to process all the information at one go. They do not process the information one by one. They simultaneously work on all the things and gives major emphasis on the important words. For example, let's say if it says the dog chased the cat because it was fast. Now here it will work on all the words at one go and process all of them together. Now this process is called your transformer or context understanding. Basically, they are understanding the context at one go. That's why they are so fast. Clear? So again, this is correct. Third, they inherently verify the factual accuracy of every response before generating output. Now see, even if you guys are not aware of the first two things, still this question would have been solved just by common sense by reading the third statement. Now every one of us whosoever are using ChatGPT, we know that they do not always give the correct answer. They do a lot of mistakes, and this mistake they do with so confidence that is called hallucination. AI hallucination. Basically they are giving wrong answer, and that too with a confidence. Like to chori upar se sina chori. So that is called AI hallucination. Basically they are giving false information. For example, you may ask who won the 2027 cricket World Cup. They may say India won, and India won by 6 wickets. Virat Kohli hit a 6 on the last ball and all those things. But actually it did not happen. That is called AI hallucination. So they do not verify every response, although they do verify some, but not every. So there are two different things. Every is a, you can say, very unorthodox statement. It is a strong statement. There can be some errors. So if this statement is wrong, if you can eliminate this statement, three option is in three different options. Here also you have 1 and 3, 3, 1, 2, 3. So if 3 is eliminated, answer becomes B, 1 and 2. So a lot of questions can be solved like this with common sense, where if you do not know the first two, by eliminating the third, still you can do the question properly. Clear? So always make sure common sense is your fifth option in this paper. B is the answer. We move to the next question. With reference to the disaster victim identification. Now, recently, what happened? Recently, your National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, they came out with the guidelines and SOP that whenever a disaster will happen, what kind of procedure will we follow, how we will identify different bodies based upon what parameters. This basically happened in the light of the Ahmedabad plane crash, which happened. The plane was going to UK and it crashed on a building in Ahmedabad. After that, they saw that identification became difficult and they come out with these new guidelines, NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority. Now, within these guidelines, what they highlighted is that, okay, fingerprint analysis can be done. Basically, they are asking which of the above are commonly used for identifying victims in mass fatality incidents. Fingerprinting is easy. You have a dead body, you take their fingerprints and you can match them with the records. Then DNA profiling is a good solid idea. If you have DNA of any other family member of that person, you can match them with that, or you have old record of any person. Then you have forensic odontology. This they highlighted is a strong parameter. Within forensic odontology, it is basically a sub branch of dentistry, teeth, related to teeth dentistry. In forensic odontology, they said that the human teeth and the jaw structure, they do not decompose easily. Even in fire, in case of explosion, or in case of burial, they do not decompose or they are not affected. If you have old record of the view of teeth, or you can say jaw structure, it can be tracked easily by matching it. So your tooth and jaws, you can match through this. So this has been highlighted as one of the important factors which can contribute in analyzing the victims within an accident. So here also it was in India's first ever disaster victim identification guidelines. Teeth holds the key. Forensic odontology. Clear? Now, radiocarbon dating, it looks at the age of any organic matter. So they can tell us about the age, but they do not tell us about the identity of a person. So radiocarbon dating will be the wrong answer here. Your answer will become B. 1, 2, and 3 only are correct. Fourth is not correct. See, some of you can confuse that through radiocarbon dating, we can find age of trees. It is used for other organic matter. It is used on humans also. You can, with radiocarbon dating, you can find the age of a human, but you cannot identify them. Okay, so remember this thing. So 4 is correct. Incorrect. 1, 2, and 3 are correct. Answer becomes B. Then comes the question, when a bus suddenly starts moving forward, passengers standing inside tend to fall backward. When bus starts, somebody standing, they are pushed backwards, they go backwards. Now, which of the following principle explains this phenomena? The correct answer is Newton's first law of motion. Basically, the first law says that an object at rest stays at rest, and an object in motion, it stays in motion until and unless they are acted upon by an external force. The body which is at rest will remain at rest until unless you will push them. So when the bus starts moving suddenly, the person who is standing within the bus, they are at rest. Suddenly the force underneath them, the floor of the bus, it starts moving. So the upper body, but it's still at the rest. Your legs now have become in motion because they are in contact with the bus, but the upper body is still at rest. So you tend to fall backward. But very soon you come into the motion of bus. But initially your body is at rest, but your legs and bus starts in motion. So they create this backward push. So this is your first law of motion of Newton. Second law of Newton says force is equal to mass into acceleration. Basically, force equals mass into acceleration. And the third Newton's law, which is not given here, is talks about every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Basically, the phenomena how the rockets move. They throw out the exhaust. Through exhaust, they throw out a lot of heat and energy, which gives them thrust to get uplifted. Clear? And your Archimedes principle talks about the floating principle. Basically, how do ships float over water? They increase the surface area. of the base of the ship, when this surface area of the ship, it pushes the water underneath it, it displaces the water. So it says that whatever amount of water is displaced by any body, the same amount of upward thrust, a buoyant force, is applied from bottom. A buoyant force is applied from water, the amount of water which has been displaced. So that's why if you put in a weight, equal weight of ship in a small box, it won't displace much of the water, so it will sink down. But because the same weight has now been enlarged and it is displacing much of the water, so same amount of forces applying from the bottom as buoyant force, it makes the ship float. So Archimedes principle is used in shipbuilding or floating the ships. Clear? Here our answer is A, Newton's first law of motion. Clear? We move to the next question. Now the question is regarding, they are asking how many of our moon missions. The first is your Artemis 2. Yes, Artemis 2 is a moon mission of NASA, basically after the Apollo mission of 1960s, 70s. For the first time, now again NASA is in plans to send people to the moon. Now what this Artemis mission 2 will do, it will go around moon, and it will revolve around moon and come back. So basically it will be carrying 4 astronauts along with it in the spaceship. They will go around moon and come back to the Earth. Basically it's a test flight. They are testing the life support system, they are testing the spacecraft, they are testing all the environment, so that in future they can send them and they can land on the moon. So this is the test flight right now. This is Artemis 2. After Apollo, for the first time this is being happened. Then you have Hera. Hera is a European Space Agency mission. Basically it is to detect the asteroids, whatever asteroids are revolving around the Earth, or let's say in our solar system. This Hera will test those asteroids. Earlier a DART mission was done by NASA. The DART mission was to deflect the path of asteroid. So this Hera, it will look at the impact of DART mission. Was DART mission successfully able to divert the path of asteroid? Basically there are some asteroids which are coming towards Earth. So to prevent the collision, that DART mission was started, so that they deflect slightly the path of the asteroid and it does not hit the Earth, because it was the same asteroid. These asteroids, they hit the Earth at that time. Dinosaurs became extinct from the planet. Now dinosaurs did not have any space agency, so मर गए. हमारे पास है space agency, so we can divert the path of asteroids. And Tianwen 2 is again a Chinese mission. This Tianwen 2 is for exploration of other, again same asteroids, different asteroids and small celestial bodies. It is for them. Tianwen. Clear? China's Chang'e mission is for lunar, for moon, but Tianwen is not for moon. And then your Heaven 1. Heaven 1 is again not a moon mission, but Heaven 1 is important for you guys. Why Heaven 1 is important? Because it is going to be the first private, or you can say commercial, international space station. The oldest space station which is working right now, it will become, you can say its life cycle will end in few years, and this Heaven 1 will be the commercial, privately owned space station which will be launched into the sky. Basically Vast Space is a private company which is launching this project along with SpaceX of Elon Musk. They both are doing this. So Heaven 1 is also important for you guys. Here the answer is only one A, that Artemis 2 is a moon mission, rest all are not the moon mission. Clear? So A is the answer. We move to the next question. Now the question is regarding with reference to the lab-grown gold. Now you guys must be familiar with the lab-grown diamonds, but right now lab-grown gold is also a theoretical concept which has been proved correct. How? Basically it is created through the process of nuclear transmutation. This is correct. What is nuclear transmutation? Basically you bring in very high energy particles within a nuclear reactor or a fast particle reactor. In that reactor you hit any particle. Let's say this is mercury with 80 as its atomic number. You hit it with a very high energy small particle. It will break away some of the neutrons and protons from the mercury. And when a proton is removed from the mercury, its atomic number will reduce from 80 to 79, and 79 is the atomic number of gold. So a new element will be created. See, generally what happens in chemical reactions, same elements, chemical reaction are changed somewhat, their properties are changed, but in nuclear mutation an entirely new element is created here. Entirely new element is created. Now you understand, from mercury you are changing its nucleus, you are changing its atomic number through hitting it with a fast particles within a nuclear reactor, and then mercury converts into gold. Similarly, scientists have tried to convert lead into gold. Now lead's atomic number is I think 82 if I'm correct. So basically 3 protons, neutrons, they were removed from its nucleus and those converted into gold. But this is a highly expensive process. You put in billions of money into this process and you get few hundreds of dollars gold. So this is not commercially viable, but it has been proved in lab. Lab grown diamonds are very you can say cost effective. They are commercially being produced, they are being sold in the market also, but lab grown gold is not commercially produced. But yes, it can be produced, and this lab grown gold has chemically, it is identical to the mined gold, exactly same as that of mined gold, sharing the same atomic structure, same density, and same melting point to that of natural mined gold. So this is exactly same. Now both lab grown gold and mined gold, they can be refined up to 24 karat. This is correct. Refining to 24 karat means up to the purity of 99.9% gold. Clear? Now this lab grown gold, this can also be used in making jewelry in 18 and 14 carats. So it can also be used here. So wish to God in all the girls, in future it becomes cheap technology and you can get gold at fewer prices. So they asked how many are correct. All the 3 are correct here. Answer becomes C. This was the news. Lab grown gold. Is it possible to produce a precious yellow metal like lab grown diamonds? Yes, it is possible theoretically. It has been done practically in labs also, but not commercially. This is what you have to remember. This is nuclear transmutation, which we have seen. Conversion of one element into another by changing the nucleus. It can be done in 2 ways, your natural transmutation and artificial transmutation in your fast particle reactors or nuclear reactors. Clear? It has various applications also, which you can see later on. So C is the answer here. We move to the next question. Now this question talks about how many of the above are indigenously developed. Indigenously means made in India. Developed beyond visual range, air-to-air missiles. Now see here, first I'll tell you the correct answer. Astra is the correct answer. Bhargavastra is wrong. Rudram is wrong. Akash is wrong. Now even if you are not aware of this question, what you could have done? So it was a slightly difficult question from defense section. What you could have done? They are asking, first point, indigenously developed. Second point, beyond visual range. That means the range should be more than 10, 20, 30 kilometers. So it becomes beyond visual range, which we cannot see normally with the eyes. Second thing they have asked. Third thing, air-to-air missile system. So they are basically asking 3 different conditions they are given in the question. Now, what we can guess from these type of questions, कि there are 4 options given. कुछ ना कुछ तो गलत होगा. The chances of any one of them having all of them correct are low. कि भाई चारों में तीनों कंडीशन मीट करेंगे, their chances are low. So what we can guess कि यार at max 1 या 2 होंगे. So our answer can be only 1 and only 2. So if you think in this manner that so many conditions are laid here in the question, not every option can match all the conditions. So chances are कि काफी गलत होंगे. So in this way you can eliminate some things. If you mark only 1 or only 2, then it's still fine. Some kind of luck will also play its role here, but answer will be only A. But if you are marking only 3 and only 4, then it was a mistake. Then you do not understand the elimination technique. Clear? Now, Astar is your beyond visual range air-to-air missile. Basically, it will be, this is Astar, developed by DRDO and produced by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and BDL, Government Bharat Dynamics Limited, Government PSUs. It is used for high-speed maneuvering targets. Basically, any rocket, any missile, they can hit anything. It will be implanted over Sukhoi fighter jets and Tejas fighter jets. It can be used in any, their range is from 70 to 100 kilometers. And largely they depend upon their cruise missiles. So there are some basic details of Astra. Now, Bhargavastra is even important for you guys right now because Iran-Israel war is going on. A lot of drones are being used by Iran. What Iran did is they used cheap drones and they sent those drones over the territory of US bases and Israel. And then from there, the THAAD system of America or the Iron Dome, they were hitting expensive missiles over these cheap drones. So Israel was basically Israel and US missiles were being exhausted by the cheap drones. To counter these kind of things, this Bhargavastra has been made by Solar Industries in India. It is a private company which develops these weapons. So what is this is basically to counter the drone swarms. This Bhargavastra has been created. Let's say so many drones are sent toward India. These drones, there will be a small battery of radar system and these 64 small missiles. These are 64 micro missiles, not even small. These are micro missiles. 64. Now these micro missiles, they can after every second they can come out and go, they can hit a lot of drones. So basically when drone swarms are coming, a lot of drones are coming, we have to use this type of cheap technology, this type of cheap or small missiles to counter these drones. Otherwise normal missiles are created in crores, we cannot use those missiles over small drones. So this Bhargavastra is anti-drone or counter-drone strategy system. So it is useful for us. Clear? Then your Rudram is your surface, air to surface missile. Basically, this Rudram is also important for you guys. Why? Because this Rudram is used to attack on the radar system of the enemy. These days, radar system play an important role in the defense of airspace. But you take out the radar of the enemy, their air defense becomes vulnerable. India also did the same strategy in Operation Sindhu. So Rudram missiles are put again on the aircrafts, and they attack on the surface over the radar system of enemy. Then your Akash missiles are older missiles. These are surface to air missiles, basically surface to air missiles to hit any target in the air. Again, they move at a very high speed. Clear? So air to air beyond visual rays indigenously developed is just Astra. Answer is A here. Next question talks about with reference to the fault tolerant. Now they are talking fault tolerant quantum computing. Consider the following statement. First of all, you must know what is quantum computing. Quantum computing basically is a system where, see, you have to understand it in the context of normal computing. What normal computing does, it takes the input in the form of 0 or 1 bits. Bits can be 0 or 1. Bits are basically the inputs. Let's say if I tell you a sentence, you process it as a sentence. But if I tell computer a sentence, it breaks that sentence into very small bits, hundreds of small bits. Every alphabet will be a small bit for computer, normal computer. And it is very clear, either it is this or that, that means 0 or 1. But in quantum computing, it is very fast computing. It is transformational computing at a quantum scale, small scale. So the basic unit here is qubit. Instead of bit, it is qubit. Now qubit can be 0 and 1 at the same time. For example, if you toss a coin in normal computing, it is either head or tail. But in quantum computing, imagine you are revolving or you are spinning a coin on the table. So it is head and tail at the same time when it is spinning. So this is quantum computing. By this way, they process very fast. Quantum computers are very fast processors. Okay? So you can read some of the things. Basically, two of its principles, superposition and entanglement, are very important for you guys to understand. So you understand in superposition is the same thing, where qubits can act as both 0 and 1 at the same time. And entanglement are where the two different qubits are linked to each other even if they are far off. Read basic things about it. So this was some basic about quantum computing. What you have to know here is they are talking about fault-tolerant quantum computing. What is it? Basically, when computer does so fast computing or so fast processing is done, it is prone to a lot of errors. Now, this qubit system or quantum computing, it is prone to small errors because of any dust, any heat, or any other air pollution or whatever. So they create a lot of errors. It is fast but error prone. So to remove these errors, fault-tolerant quantum computing has been created. It refers to the ability of a quantum computer to continue correct computation even in the presence of errors in qubit. This is correct. Even if there are errors in the qubits, it still has the ability to process things properly and continue it, because whatever errors are being created, they are being rectified very quickly. So the process is so fast that yes, there are errors, but they are being rectified so quickly. So that's why it can continue its processing. Then once fault-tolerant quantum computing is achieved, quantum computers would no longer require error correction technique during computation. Now, this is wrong. So once fault-tolerant quantum computing is achieved, still they will require error correction technique because error will be there. It's just that they have reached at that particular stage where they are rectifying those errors very quickly. But karne to padenge na. So you do not eliminate the error correcting technique. It will be there. Its speed will increase. It will rectify those errors very quickly, but they will require that thing, error correction technique. So this is wrong. Then last, fault-tolerant quantum computers, they eliminate the need for physical qubits and operate entirely using logical qubits. Again, this is wrong. See, these are extreme statements. You're entirely. Entirely means there is no exception. So generally these extreme statements, all, everybody, entirely, only, all these are extreme statements. Generally these are wrong statements. So what they are saying is, see what these physical qubits, when thousands or millions of physical qubits, they come together, or these information are bundled together, they create logical qubits. So now information transfers from physical qubit to logical qubit. So a logical qubit does keep the system working even if physical qubits have some errors, but physical qubits are still required. They do not completely eliminate the need of physical qubits. Yes, logical qubits are made by combining thousands of physical qubits. So information is now more logical. It can keep on, you can say it's like ChatGPT. It can keep on processing the information, but still you need physical qubits, 0, 1. They will keep on coming with new and new information. So this is required. So both 2 and 3 statements are wrong here. We have to find the correct one. Answer becomes C, 1 only. So this was a bit tough question. This is a new technology, a bit complex one, not easy to understand in the one go. First, you have to read about quantum computing, its properties, then to read about fault-tolerant quantum computing. So if you had done mistake in this question, completely fine. It is bound to be wrong here. Clear? So C is the answer. We move to the next question. Now consider the following characteristics. What they are asking, how many of the above are generally used by astronomers to distinguish galaxies? Basically to distinguish galaxies. First of all, you guys must be knowing, or you should know, what is the difference between a solar system or a galaxy. If you know the difference between solar system and galaxy, this question is done for you guys. See, first we have planet like Earth, the smallest unit, a normal celestial body in the entire solar system. Then you have a star like Sun in our solar system. When these planets revolve around Sun, they create solar system. So this is the solar system which we are having. A planet Sun, 8 different planets, some microplanets, and then you have asteroids, Kuiper belt, comets, all those things. They are part of solar system. When multiple solar systems come together in one system, they create galaxy. So in galaxy, you have millions and billions of stars. In solar system, we have one star in between in the form of Sun. All the things, planets are revolving around it. But in galaxy, you have billions of stars. So galaxy, our galaxy is Milky Way. That Milky Way is having, just like this is one solar system, it is having thousands or millions of solar system like this. So this is galaxy. When these galaxies combine together, there are a lot of galaxies. It becomes a galaxy cluster. So that means now you understand there are so many galaxies. Now planet is like a father in a family. Or you can say planet are normal family members. Sun is the father. The family revolves around father. It becomes a solar system. Your family is a solar system. Then your family lives in a society. It becomes galaxy. There are multiple societies in an area. They become galaxy cluster. That means a particular area having so many different societies. Now then you have super cluster. All these different areas together create a city. Okay? They create a city. And above that you have universe, which have so many super clusters, the entire country. Now there are some estimates which are theoretical, not practical, which are not proven, but in theory there are multiverse also. Like one country is a universe, there are different bubbles of universe which create a multiverse, like so many entire planet. So you understand, right? Or from family, individual people to family to society to flat to society, then multiple societies, area, city, country, world. So this is the classification. And sometimes we think the entire world revolves around humans. No, humans are a very small element in this entire system. Basically, whatever we can see in this entire system, 95% of the things we cannot even see. That is called dark matter. Whatever is visible, all the planets, all the stars, all the other galaxies and universe, everything constitutes just 5%. Just 5% which is visible. Rest all is invisible. Clear? So you should know this thing. Now, if you know the difference between a solar system and a galaxy, where solar system has one sun and galaxy has multiple or billions, so this question can be done. So question is asking, what are the techniques which are used by astronomers to distinguish between galaxies? First is gravitational bound system. This is correct. Basically, within a galaxy, all the solar systems are bound together. Any solar system, any star, any dust, any atmosphere, everything will be bound together under gravitational forces. So this is correct. So different galaxies will have their different gravitational systems. Then presence of stars, gas, and dust. Yes, all these will be bound together in a galaxy. So one galaxy is distinguished by other. In one galaxy, you have all these stars, gas, and dust binding together by gravitational force. This is also a metric used in differentiating between galaxies. Then dominance of dark matter in the mass distribution. Again, this is correct. Dark matter, as I've already told you, in sky, 95% of things are dark matter, which are not visible, which do not reflect back the light. just the visible things are 5%. So yes, they have dominance of dark matter within galaxies. Then presence of single central star around which all other bodies revolve. Now, single central star around which all bodies revolve is solar system, not galaxies. So fourth option is solar system. So this becomes wrong. It is not used to distinguish between galaxies. It is used to distinguish between solar systems. So the answer here becomes C, and fourth option is incorrect. 1, 2, 3 are correct, which makes the answer as C. Hope you know this thing and now it is clear. We move to the next question, which talks about HALEU. In the context of nuclear energy, what is HALEU? See, HALEU is basically high assay, low enriched uranium. So the answer correct here is uranium enriched between 5 to 20% for advanced reactors. See, basically what happens in nuclear energy, we use uranium as fuel. So uranium in its natural form, it is found in two different type of isotopes, uranium 238 and uranium 235. These are two different isotopes of uranium. Uranium in natural form is found in this. In natural form, its concentration is that uranium 238 is 99% and uranium 235 is just 0.7%, just this much. Clear? So in very low form. Now this uranium 235 is the actual material which is used in nuclear processes. It is a fissile material which leads to a chain reaction and it leads to energy in the nuclear reactors. So we have to increase the concentration of uranium 235. When we increase the concentration from 0.75 to let's say 5%, from less than 1% to more than 5%, then it becomes HALEU. It becomes enriched uranium. Recently, you must also have seen in the context of Iran-Israel war, US and Israel, they were accusing Iran that they have enriched their uranium and they will make a weapon out of it, nuclear weapon out of it. Now, what do you mean by enrichment of uranium? Basically, if you increase the concentration of uranium 235, that is called enrichment. Now, in normal reactors, generally uranium enriched to 90%, if it is used to 90% for use in strategic defense. Basically, anything more than 20% can be used for developing nuclear weapons. So if it is 0 to 90%, it is used in strategic defense or nuclear weapons. So it is not HALEU, it is your high enriched uranium. Anything more than 20 is high enriched uranium. Clear? Then natural uranium, used in pressurized heavy water reactor. Now natural uranium is having this much concentration. It is not your HALEU. Generally, it is low enriched uranium. Low enriched uranium is something which is less than 5%. Clear? This is HALEU. C is the correct option. And then recycled plutonium used in fast breeder reactors. Now, apart from this, what you must also know is the 3-stage reactors of India. The advanced heavy water reactor, the third stage, the second stage of plutonium-based fast breeder reactors, the first stage advanced or your fast breeder reactors, pressurized fast breeder reactors. You should be aware of all the 3 stages of nuclear reaction in India. Basically, what happens is HALEU is used in new type of small nuclear reactors. Now, India has a target of getting 100 gigawatts of electricity from nuclear energy. So we had to focus on a lot of small reactors. But recently, Bhabha Atomic Research Center, what they have said is that these small atomic reactors, they are right now not suitable to India. If we move towards highly enriched uranium, HALEU, now this HALEU provides more energy because they are enriched in less concentration. Also in smaller amount they can provide higher energy. So for using HALEU as a fuel, we have to retrofit all the nuclear plants in India. So right now they said that HALEU is not the correct way for India to go forward. We should focus on these fast breeder reactors and heavy water reactors. I know, so that's why it was in news. So this HALEU is also, you can say, Iran is also holding this enriched uranium. Iran, there were accusations or Iran or there were news that they have enriched up to 60% of uranium, so they can develop a nuclear weapon out of it. So this was one of the logical reason given by Israel and US on attacking Iran. Clear? So you have low enriched, medium enriched in the form of HALEU, and high enriched. And this high assay in this word HA, high assay is just its assays in basically nuclear energy terms. In the studies of nuclear energy, high assay is called concentration. So when the concentration of enriched uranium increases, it is your enriched uranium or HALEU. Clear? So C is the answer. We move to next question. Now this is the last question of today, and with this you will end. Just prepare for the last question. Basically they're asking how many of the above are protected by India's intellectual property right or IPR regime. How many of them are protected? See, India's IPR are basically to protect the intellectual property of somebody. Let's say somebody has created some art form, music, or some other, let's say, industrial process, a product, a brand logo, anything. All they are protected because an innovator should get a benefit of that thing. To innovate something new, to make some new product, a lot of money and effort has been put behind innovation. So when somebody does innovation, they are given patent that, okay, for these 10, 20, 30 years, you keep the right of selling this product so that your original rights are maintained. Clear? So first, products whose quality is attributed to their geographical origin. This is correct. They are called GI tag products. GI tag. For example, Darjeeling tea. It was India's first GI tag product. Banarsi sadi. Okay? Kanchipuram sadi. All these are GI tags. Bengali rasgulla. All these are GI tags. Basically, they have some resemblance or some their identity from a particular place. Okay? Similarly, you have Wayanad coffee, the coffee which develops only at that particular place. They got their GI tags. So they are protected under IPR regime because the growers or the farmers who are growing these crops in those particular places, they can sell them with their original identity. Otherwise, कल को टाटा टी उठा के कहीं let's say South India में they grow their tea and they sell it like Darjeeling tea. But Darjeeling tea sells at a premium because of its quality. So that's why GI tags are maintained. Okay, so this is correct. Second, distinctive signs and distinguish goods or services in the market. This is again correct. These are basically your trademarks. Any distinctive sign, for example, Adidas, Nike, they make sure their signs are not copied. If you have seen the copied version, the Adidas copy comes in the form of Adibas. Okay, Adidas comes in the form of Adibas. Puma's copy comes in the form of Puma. So they cannot copy, otherwise police can raid their areas and seal them. Clear? So trademarks are also protected. These are trademarks. Then you have traditional medicinal knowledge. Now this is wrong. Traditional medicinal knowledge, let's say with the tribals, they are not protected under IPR regime. Although they have some defense under the Indian IPR regime. That means if any foreign person, they try to take patent of this traditional knowledge, our government can defend against that. We will not let any foreigner take the patent of the traditional medicinal properties or any medicinal knowledge. Okay? So they are not actively under IPR regime, but they are passively, or you can say Indian government defends these traditional knowledge IPRs. In future, they may come under the IPR regime, but right now they are not. Then commercially valuable information of an enterprise. This is again correct. This is part of trade secrets. So commercial valuable information, for example, Maggi masala. If let's say the people working in the factory, nobody will be knowing the formula to create Maggi masala. And if you get to know about what is the secret of making Maggi masala, they will not allow you to get out of the factory because that is a trade secret for them. It is lifeline of their product. They sell this product because of that formula. So these are also protected trade secrets. So in India, basically your Controller General of Patents and Trademarks, they regulate all these activities. They are under DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce. They regulate all this IPR region. There are different laws for all these things. For example, for your patents, you have Patents Act 1970. For trademarks, you have Trademarks Act of 1999. Trade secrets do not have a specific act, but they are also protected. GI products also have a GI Act of 1999. And then you have industrial designs under Industrial Design Act of 2000. So patents, trademarks, trade secret, GI tags, and industrial designs. All these are the products identified. Some are given for 20 years, some are given for 10 years, some are for more years. Likewise, clear? In this context in IPR regime, India is also a signatory of some of the international agreements. For example, your WIPO agreement, your TRIPS agreement, trade-related intellectual property rights agreement. We have signed this. We have signed the Budapest Treaty of 1977 and Marrakesh Trademark Treaty of 2016. We have signed all those things. So correct answer is here is C. 1, 2, and 4 are correct. 3 is incorrect. C becomes the answer. Clear? So with this, we come to end of today's discussion. Now make sure you guys do revise these papers also in future, so that whatever mistakes you have done right now, they are not repeated in the final exam. Ultimately, the final exam is the one which matters. Marks here do not matter. If you get low marks, don't be demotivated. Make sure you are revising things and you are getting ready for the next exam. All the best. I will see you in the next discussion.